set up here. Hello, Dave. Hello, Artie. Oh, you kids. I figured since it's hopefully you can hear me. I guess I'll find out in a second. Hi, Tammy. How's you guys' work week? Oh, I just realized that's. Hi, Darby. It's very quiet. It might be. Hold on. Let me make positively sure. Oh, this is still on. That's why. I don't know why it does that. Better? Okay. Well, this one says it's as loud as. Yeah, hold on. I'm trying to. It says it's the highest it'll go, unless. All right, what is going on here? For accidents. I kind of need my thing to work correctly if I'm going to. I said hold on. I'm trying to find out why it's. I'm getting there. I have to figure out why it's so low. It says it's on 100%. Oh, you know what? I bet I know what happened. Hold on, let me. Bluetooth devices. This keeps getting in the way. Okay. All right. While I'm waiting, how is everybody? Or while you're waiting. Okay. Well, hold on. I'm gonna try to. I'm probably gonna break it. I'm gonna try to unplug this and replug it back in. Hello? I don't know if that's any better. Hold on. Oh, and it gets super louder all of a sudden. I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Dave. I'm so sorry. That's never fun. All right, here's my sound. Output. Low, just like my standards. Oh, that's right. It is Lent. What game are you downloading, Darby? This one says. All right, I'm gonna up. This one's 100. Is that gonna make a choice? That looks like it got bigger or better. Ooh. This is input though. Of course, it's it wouldn't be a Jenny stream without me going at least 15 minutes or so. Is that better or is it too? Well, I guess you guys can turn it down if it's too loud. Yeah, sorry, I was playing a game with Balami Salami as I with transmission the other day, and it was too loud, so I was trying to turn down the volume. Okay, now I gotta go and say hello to everybody I missed. I said hello to Dave and Artie and Tammy. Hello Darby. Hello Adam. Hello down. Villano 5, hello. Transmission, hello. Hey, I've asked if anybody would want to play offline. So far, I've only had one taker, except Brandon. But I haven't had a chance to get. I can't figure out how to get the. That's evil. Hey, I tried to get you guys to play this week. Everybody wanted to watch me stutter through another Goosebumps. You gave up on pizza because you had it almost every day. Well, there is such a thing as too much of a good thing. Eventually you get burned out on it. Like, there's a few things that I haven't had in years because, well, I just knocked a bunch of stuff down off trying to get the tablet at an angle I can read it correctly, or read it well. That should be good. PS2 has some of the best games or game library out there. It's like I think the oh, that's a controversial topic. Is like what game system has the best game library? Because I think the PS1 has a pretty damn good one. So does the Super NES. So like, ugh, it's tough. Hey, if I'm not breaking stuff, Tammy, I'm spilling stuff. You were on the stream when I knocked over a whole ass glass of wine onto my carpet. Alright, what are we doing here on time? Oh my god, it took me that long to fix that problem. The PS2, hands down. Yeah, it's got some of my favorite games of all time, so I guess I can't. The Neo Geo Color? To give up along with Fallout 4. So I got Baldur's Gate 3. Alright, but next stream, I either, because I have to finish at least one game I started, I either finish, oh, speaking of fan art, if those who haven't seen it, hold on. Oh no! Where'd it go? Check out this great fan art! The fuck? You said this is backed. There we go. Yeah. Oh, wait, my stupid face is in the way. Hold on. Boo. Oh, not you. You need to stay there. Me. I need to move me. Ta-da! Oh, it's so pretty. So cute, and I love every single piece. I want to print everything out and put them above right here so I can see them. Hell yeah, Darby, that's yours. Okay. You finished Silent Hill last time? Yeah, but I started. Remember, I started Hellblade. Get down a little bit. There you go. Get down, get funky. Why is Spoon so sexy? He has an OnlyFans, that's why. He has to be sexy. Ooh, why did I get so... Oh, I got blurry there for a second. Alright, so... Between werewolf skin, or I think it was like Camp Jelly Jam, or Jelly Jugs, or something, whatever. It probably wasn't Jelly Jugs. I had werewolf skin downloaded, so I chose the Google, or the Goosebumps, that one. You fell asleep at Harvey Birdman fight? That was Hellblade, wasn't it? Where I was fighting the bird guy? Knife in the name is always a good touch. Yeah, I do like that stuff. Super goth tonight. Oh, thank you. It's actually, because again, I'll go back to wearing dresses when it's not like negative 1,000 outside, but it's like a cutoff thing. Like I'm wearing my sleep pants and it ties around from the back into the front, but it's nice and warm. No, it's like welcome to Camp Jelly Jam or something like that. I can't It's OnlyFans, but all I do is have videos where I read boring shit. Or just stutter through Goosebumps books. There you go. All right. So this hold on. This it always blows my mind that these chapters, but then again, the chapters were short on purpose because they want to make kids feel like they were progressing farther along. So this has 32 chapters, but a lot of them were like a page long sometimes. Jelly, like I said, I can't remember what it was called. Okay. All right, so we're gonna start. Well, of course, we're starting on chapter 1. So I wonder if this is also going to have a kid with 3 names. It was like Mary Beth Elizabeth. I'm like, no, stop. No, why does this child have 3 names and always has to have the 3 names shown? Jelly Jugs and Jiggle Physics. One of the best things the video games ever had to offer was Jiggle Physics. All right. Terror at Camp Jelly Jugs. See, I can't talk tonight. All right, chapter 1. Whew. I stepped down from the bus and squinted into the sunlight. Shielding my eyes with one hand, I searched the small parking lot for Uncle Colin and Aunt Marta. I didn't remember what they looked like. I hadn't seen them since I was 4, 8 years ago. But the Wolf Creek bus station was so tiny, just a little wooden shack in the middle of a big parking lot. I knew I couldn't miss them. How many suitcases? The bus driver growled out of the side of his mouth. Despite the cold October air, he had a damp sweat stain on the back of his gray uniform. Just one, I said. I was the only passenger to get off at Wolf Creek. Across from the bus station, I saw a gas station and a 1-block stretch of small stores. Beyond that, I could see the woods. The trees simmered yellow and brown. Autumn leaves still clinging to their branches. Dry brown leaves fluttered across the parking lot. The driver grunted as he hoisted up the sliding door to the package department. He pulled out a black bag. This yours, kid? I nodded. Yeah, thanks. I shivered from a gust of cold wind. I wondered if Mom and Dad had picked up enough warm clothes for me. They had to pack me up in such a hurry. They weren't expecting to be called out of the country on business just before Halloween. Oh, it's another one of Halloween stories. They had to fly to France for Halloween. And they'd had to find a place for me to stay for 2 weeks, maybe longer. My aunt and uncle were the lucky winners. I adjusted the camera bag on my shoulder. I kept my camera on my lap the whole bus ride. I didn't want it bouncing around in the luggage department. My camera was the most valuable thing I owned. It's the old-fashioned kind of film. I don't go anywhere without it, and I seldom let it out of my sight. And it's weird, when I take pictures of it, it shows me how people kind of die or have like annoyances, mild annoyances. The driver slid my suitcase over the pavement to me. He slammed shut the baggage department. Then he started back into the bus. Someone picking you up? Yeah, I replied, searching for Uncle Colin and Aunt Marta again. A mud-spattered blue van squealed into the parking lot. A horn honked. I saw a hand waving at me from the passenger window. There they are, I told the bus driver, but he had already climbed back inside and shut the door because he didn't get paid enough to babysit. Hi, Brandon. How are you doing? You came at a perfect time because, per the usual, I had technical difficulties a moment ago. Okay. Alex, hi! Aunt Marta called from the van. I picked up my suitcase and trotted over to them. The van screeched to a stop. I thought it already screeched to a stop. Alright, whatever. Uncle Colin climbed out behind the wheel. Aunt Marta came running from the other side. I didn't remember them at all. I pictured them as young and dark-haired, but they were both pretty old-looking. I want to know what this kid thinks old-looking is. They were both very tall and lean. As they hurried across the lot to me, They reminded me of two skinny grasshoppers with tufts of gray hair on their heads. Well, that's kind of rude. I mean, grasshoppers are cute, but geez, kid, a little judgy for someone who's taking you in quickly on such short notice for 2 weeks. Aunt Marta wrapped me in a hug. Her arms felt so bony. Jesus, kid. Alex, it's so wonderful to see you. I'm so glad you came, she exclaimed. She let go quickly and backed away. Uh-oh, I'm crushing your camera case. I shifted around my neck. No, it's a hard case, I replied. It's okay. Smiling, Uncle Colin shook hands with me. His wavy gray hair fluttered in the breeze. His cheeks were red and sort of cracked. Age lines, I guess. Jesus, kid! Stop passing judgment on your aunt and uncle. Being super judgy. Look at these assholes, getting old and shit. What a bunch of losers. You're so big and grown up, he said. I'm gonna have to call you Mr. Hunter instead of Alex. I laughed. No one calls me Mr. Hunter yet, I told him. How was your long bus ride, he asked. Bumpy, I told him. I don't think the driver missed a stinking pothole. And the man next to me had the hiccups the whole way. I thought he was the only one on the bus. Oh, he was the only one getting off. Okay, I see. Sounds like a fun trip, Aunt Marta chuckled. Uncle Colin lowered his eyes to my camera case. You like to take pictures, Alex? I nodded. Yes, I want to be a photographer someday, just like you two. Their smiles grew wider. That seemed to please them. But Uncle Colin's smile faded quickly. It's a hard way to make a living, he said. Lots of traveling. We never stay in one place for long. Aunt Marta sighed. That's why we haven't seen you so many years. People be crazy out there. That's why we haven't seen you so many years. Or for so many years, she hugged me again. I was hoping maybe I could go out on a shoot with you, I said. I'll bet you two could teach me a lot. Uncle Colin laughed. We'll teach you all our secrets. You're staying here for at least 2 weeks, Aunt Marta added, so we'll have plenty of time for photography lessons. Not if we spend the whole time in this parking lot, Uncle Colin declared. With a groan, he hoisted my suitcase into the back of the van. We climbed in, and a few seconds later, we pulled away from the bus station into town. He is not leaving out a single detail about what's going on. Sound issue. Hi, Palm. Slides in with pizza. Woo! A post office whirled by, then a small grocery and dry cleaner. We crossed the street and thick woods surrounded us on both sides. Is that all there is? I cried. Alex, Aunt Marta replied, you've just had the grand tour of Wolf Creek. I hope you won't be bored in such a tiny town, Uncle Colin added, turning the van sharply as the road curved into the trees. No way, I cried. I really want to explore the woods. I'm a city kid. I seldom even get to touch a tree. Going into the wood. There are trees in. Come on, I've lived in the city and there's trees. You stop. It'll be so interesting, like visiting another planet. I want to shoot 100 rolls of film in the woods, I declared. The van bumped hard, sending my head bouncing against the van roof. Is this before kids were supposed to wear seatbelts? Slow down, Colin, Aunt Marta scolded. She turned back at me. Your uncle only knows one speed. Light speed. That was a good joke, Auntie. Speaking of light, we'll show you some tricks for shooting outdoors, Uncle Colin said, pressing his foot even harder on the gas pedal as he trying to kill them all. I've entered a photography contest back home, I told them. I want to snap a great Halloween photo, something really wild to win the contest. Oh, that's right. Halloween's only a couple days off, Aunt Marta said, glancing at my uncle. She turned back to me. What do you want to be for Halloween, Alex? I didn't have to think about it. I'd already decided back home. A werewolf, I told her. No, she screamed. Uncle Colin also let out a cry. The van plowed through a stop sign. I flew off the seat and hit the door hard and stared helplessly through the bouncing windshield as we swerved into the path of a roaring truck. Jesus. Man, they do not like werewolf costumes. Thank God I don't live there. Yeah. Oh, you're talking about New York. I thought you meant in Wolf Creek. I was like, yeah, it seems like the people are a little unhinged when driving. And isn't that a horror movie too? Isn't Wolf Creek a horror movie? It's like, you think it's in the same universe as whatever this. I don't think I ever read this one as a kid. Should we play for the Jelly Jugs and Van? Should I replay for the jelly jugs and fan art and technical? I mean, if you want to, you don't. Then you'll be. You might want to do that on a later time. Then you'll be behind on everybody else. Depends on where I'm ordering from. I've been wanting to make my own pizza recently. I've been trying to recreate that one pizza place that nobody can remember that we went. It was like, you know, the pizza place. It's like, the pizza place has been closed for 30 years. Whoa. Oh, you're looking for jobs in New York? How about this job in PA? Grr. Yeah, it is. I remember having a LinkedIn for like a week before I hated it, but yeah, that's what they're like. Hey, you want job? You want to check out these jobs in Texas? I was like, no. Why are you showing me jobs in places I'm nowhere near? Wolf Creek scares me as it's based on a true story. That's Australian. Really? Oh, the Cry. No, I think the Cry Wolf movie is that really bad one where it tried to seem like the twist didn't make any sense, and I think John Bon Jovi, somebody is in there. There are some old singers in it. I've seen Wolf Creek. It's disturbing shit, but interesting. I bet the cheese was Miyoko's. Oh, I'll have to try that out. That's an easy name to remember. Okay. I just realized I didn't just realize. I noticed. I like the trend that every single chapter seems to end on a cliffhanger, just to kind of get the kid moving. This is, it's very simplistic, and as, we're a little more mature, I guess. It was Bon Jovi. Okay, that's what I thought. It does have like a brilliant way of getting kids interested in reading. Like, the chapters are super short, so again, like I said before, it makes it like the kid reading. Oh, I'm flying through the chapters. I remember going through like stuff like this and then reading like an actual novel that was neither young adult nor children's, and I was like, man, I'm only on chapter 1, it just keeps going. And I like that it ends on a cliffhanger every single time, so the kid is compelled to read another chapter. We mature. I mean, you know what I mean. Life in Australia in general can instantly turn into a real-life horror ordeal at any instant. I get an air fryer, Jenny. It really helps with making really good oven pizza without big-ass pizza oven. Ooh. Yeah, I know. I think I am gonna have to. I've been fighting it just because I don't want to spend the money to do it. Try reading War and Peace in the 8th grade. No, thank you. All right, chapter 2. It goes, I. It's I. Was that me screaming? Our van rocked hard and bounced again. Landed on my knees on the floor. Put your fucking seatbelt on, kid. What are you doing? And why didn't Aunt Colin and Aunt Marta not make sure you were buckled in? That's like the first thing I make sure everybody in the car. I was like, put your goddamn seatbelts on. I'm not driving without nobody. We're not moving. I'm not moving this car unless everybody puts on and keeps on their seatbelt. Uncle Colin swerved onto the grassy shoulder. I saw a blur of red and heard the truck roar past. Its horn blared angrily. Uncle Colin slowed to a stop under the trees. His wrinkled face had turned red. He swept both hands back over his thin gray hair. Colin, what happened? Aunt Marta asked softly. Sorry, he muttered. He took a deep breath. I guess I just wasn't concentrating. Aunt Marta tisk. You nearly got us killed. Shame on you. She turned to the passenger seat to gaze at me. Alex, are you okay? Yes, I'm fine, I told her. I didn't expect it to be so exciting here. I tried to make a joke, but my voice came out kind of shaky. My camera case had fallen onto the floor. I'm surprised it didn't crack you in the head with the way you were bouncing around. I picked it up and opened it and checked out the camera. It seemed okay. Uncle Colin shifted into drive and pulled the van back onto the road. Sorry about that, he murmured. I'll be more careful, promise. Well, that's what you get trying to do freaking NASCAR in the backwoods of a tiny town. Jackass. That's me driving. Tammy, you don't you drive like that. You were thinking about the Marlins again, weren't you? Aunt Marta accused him. When Alex said werewolf, he started thinking about them and... Be quiet, Marta, Uncle Colin snapped. Don't talk about them now. Alex just arrived. Do you want to scare him before we even get home? Huh? Who are the Marlins? I demanded, leaning to the front. Never mind, Uncle Colin replied sharply. Sit back. They're not important, Aunt Marta said. She turned to the windshield. Hey, we're almost home. They're not important. They nearly got the kid killed because he was pissed off about him. I think he deserves to know who the hell these people who apparently turn into werewolves are. I almost died because of someone driving like that. I think a lot of us have almost died because somebody drove like a jackass, and because I damn near came pretty close a few times. Well, not a few times, but I'm being facetious. It was just one time. And the person was in a goddamn work truck. That's what I thought was crazy. I was like, how are you gonna drive like a lunatic trying to run random people who are not doing anything or try to run them off the road when you're driving a work truck? Ugh. The sky seemed to darken. The old trees grew over narrow road, their leaves blocking the sunlight. Watching the blur of red and yellow as the wood swept past, I thought hard. My aunt and uncle were certainly acting a little strange, I decided. What tipped you off there, Alex? What was your first indication there? I wondered why Uncle Colin had snapped at my aunt so angrily when she mentioned the Marlins. Why do they call it Wolf Creek, I asked. Because the name Chicago was already taken, Aunt Marta joked. There used to be wolves in the woods, Uncle Colin explained softly. Used to be, my aunt explained. She lowered her voice to a whisper, but I could still hear her. Why don't you tell Alex the truth, Colin? Be quiet, he repeated through clenched teeth. Why do you want to scare him? Aunt Marta turned to the passenger window. We drove in silence for a while. The road curved and a small circle came into view. 3 houses stood nearly side by side on the circle. I could see the woods stretching on behind the houses. That's our house, in the middle, Uncle Colin announced, pointing. I gazed out at it, a small square white house on top of a neat, recently mowed front lawn. A long, low ranch-style house, gray with black shutters, stood on the right. The house on the left was nearly hidden by overgrown bushes. Tall weeds rose up over the patchy front lawn. A broken tree branch lay in the middle of the driveway. Uncle Colin pulled the van up the driveway to the middle house. It's small, but we're not here that often, he said. Aunt Marta sighed. Always traveling. She turned to me again. There's a nice girl who lives next door, she pointed to the ranch-style house on the right. She's 12, your age, right? I nodded. Her name is Hannah. She's pretty cute. Or she's very cute. Sorry, I downplayed her cuteness. You should make friends with her so you won't be lonely. Cute? Any boys in the neighborhood? 'Cause girls have cooties. I don't think so, my aunt replied. Sorry. My uncle stopped the van at the top of the driveway. We climbed out. I stretched my arms over my head. All my muscles ached. I'd been sitting for over 6 hours. I glanced at the gray shingle house on the right. Hannah's house. I don't know why I want to say Hannah. Hannah's house. I wondered if she and I would become friends. Uncle Colin loaded my suitcase from the back of the van. I turned to the house on the left. What a wreck. The house was totally dark. Some shutters had fallen off. Part of the front porch had caved in. I crossed the driveway and took a few steps closer to the weird rundown house. Who lives there? I asked my aunt. Stay away from there, Alex, Uncle Colin screamed. So he's like, stay away from there, Alex! Relax, Uncle Colin. Hey, you were driving like a psychopath in that game. Hey, excuse me, that wasn't my That wasn't my fault. That was the game acting a fool. So I was trying to drive the best I could. That was the game. And I will stand by that. Oh, it's cute when cats need dough. They make little biscuits. It's adorable. I'm glad you can't spread cooties. Don't ask questions about them. Just stay away from that house. Jesus. Calm down, Alex, Aunt Marta told my uncle. Alex isn't going over there. She turned to me. The Marlins live in that house, she said, lowering her voice to a whisper. She raised a finger to her lips. No more questions, okay? Just stay away from there, Uncle Colin growled. Come help me unload the car. I took one last glance at the rundown wreck of a house, then I trotted over to help my uncle. Alright. I'm gonna boost this up a little bit so I don't have to keep looking down. Hopefully I don't screw... I know I'm gonna knock this down. I can just see it coming. I don't want to hold it the whole time. I think she was drunk when driving in that game. Hey, I think that was a night I wasn't drinking, okay? That was a night I was sober, but I might as well have been... Oh, that's right, I did break the universe! You know, already looking back, that was kind of a funny stream, because it was quite literally everything that could possibly have gone wrong in that stream went wrong in that stream. Like, everything I can't stand about OBS fucking up my... Because again, with the exception of me forgetting to put the volume up before I started from playing games earlier, I really like Streamlabs way more than OBS, because at least you guys can fucking see me move at like a normal speed instead of like I'm like that. She was driving. Oh yeah, and I was driving upside down. I can see why Artie, you said it was your favorite stream, because it's just so ridiculous. I do want to go back to that game because I want to know what the hell was up with the Ku Klux Klan cult thing across the way that we kind of accidentally stumbled into. Well, Artie, I left it. I didn't take it down because I was like, this is probably unwatchable, so I kept it up because you said you didn't want me to, and then you commented that's your favorite. So you're welcome. Okay. It didn't take long to unpack. Aunt Marta... Oh, we're chapter 3 now, sorry. It didn't take long to unpack. Aunt Marta helped me in the guest room while Uncle Colin made us turkey sandwiches in the kitchen. My room was small and narrow, about the size of my closet back home. Whoa. Did they put this kid in a closet and told him it was a room? So who's a psychopath driver? Just ghost combo. You rewatched it several times. Yeah, we had a lot of fun. Oh, Tammy, you're so funny. You can spread anything if you try hard. You guys are so funny. If you could be any superhero, who would you be? Oh, that's easy. I would totally be Scarlet Witch. She has like the best story. Hi, Anthony. Oh, yeah, shit. Constantine is also a good one. You get to travel to hell and like hang out with demons and shit, or talk to them. It's not a closet, it's a command center. Now get in there. The tiny closet smelled of mothballs, but Aunt Marta said the odor would go away if we left the closet door and window open. I crossed the tiny room to open the window and saw that it faced the Marlins' house next door. A rusted wheelbarrow tilted against the Marlins' sidewall. The windows were dark and coated with dust. I squinted into the window across from mine and thought about Uncle Colin's shouted warnings. Why was he so worried about the Marlins? You know, it just clicked in my head. If there was an abandoned house next to the house that I owned and I had like a younger nephew or niece come to stay with me, I would just lie and tell them that they were like bad people over there. Don't go over there, because I would not want because I know my nieces and nephews and they like to do urban exploring. I would not trust them not to go in there. I was like, no, it's occupied. Do not go in there. They're not nice people. Just stay away from them. The last thing I need is you guys to fall through a goddamn abandoned floor, and then I gotta explain to your mom or your dad why I let you do that. I was attempted to say Deadpool. Hellboy. These are some pretty good names. Well, it's like, well, Deadpool, you'll have to look like a hamburger person because of what happened to him. I think she means more of the powers than the way he looked, though. To be fair. And which Deadpool? Would you want the Deadpool from the comic books where he has the other voices talking to him? Which I was kind of bummed that they took that away, because I think they probably could have done something really funny with it. Or maybe we'll just get it later on. I would like to see Deadpool join the Marvel Cinematic Universe, because comic books. I'm sorry, I'm real off the rails right now, but the comics with him and Spider-Man were some of my favorite crossovers ever. I mean, they're so damn funny. I love that Spider-Man is usually the one that's like the shit talker and jokester, but like he can't fucking take Deadpool. Like even Spider-Man has his limits. I like Lady Deadpool. I don't. Maybe it's still packed. I don't see why it would be, or maybe I just lost it. I used to have a Lady Deadpool Bishojo figure, like I don't know if you see him in my videos, but I have a Ghostbusters one and a Jason one over there, like a Jason Voorhees one. But I think you can see those in my videos in the background. Okay, sorry, off the rails. There's a Deadpool 3, and it is involved with him. Oh, even better. I have not seen the new trailer, so okay. Apparently, I've already. Apparently, I've wished something that's already existing. Okay. I raised the window and turned back to my aunt. She tucked the last of my t-shirts into the top dresser drawer. The room is small, but I think you'll be cozy here, Alex, she said. And I cleared all the junk off the desktop so you'll have a place to do homework. Homework? I uttered. Then I remembered. I promised to go to the local school for the weeks I stayed in Wolf Creek. For week? That seems... Doesn't it take a while to register for school? Then Hannah will take you to school Monday morning, Aunt Marta promised. She's in the 6th grade too. She'll show you around. I didn't want to think about going to a strange school. I picked up my camera. I can't wait to get into the woods and take some shots, I told my aunt. Why don't you go after lunch, she suggested. Straightening her gray hair, she led the way through the short hall to the kitchen. All moved in, Uncle Colin said. He was pouring orange juice into 3... Orange juice with a turkey sandwich? That seems... that seems weird. With a sandwich, though? If I tried to do a live reaction to it, I would 100% get copyright, like not copyright strike. This stream would get smacked down. Hi, Ghost Wolf. Oh, and thank you. You guys are super sweet. I'm like we're in the most basic thing, and you're like, oh my god. You have homeschool work to do. It's Friday. Do you have to do stuff on Friday? Or OJ a turkey sandwich for dipping? Oh my god. That sounds so vile. Oh my god. Oh god. Oh, I'm sorry. I imagined it, and like I know what all of those things taste like, so trying to it's the jelly jug. It just I'm never gonna get through this book. You guys are so unhinged. I love it so much. Orange juice and turkey sandwich. Then just get like having. I'm trying to think of a more ridiculous combination, like mashed potatoes and gravy with motor oil or something. It just all of it sounds disgusting. Motor oil is not maybe just milk or just water, not even the sparkling kind, just regular boring water. So glad I ate before coming here. Kentucky hot cuisine. The best parts is when you get distracted. Well, that's good to know. It's good to know. You guys, or you appreciate it. Before I could answer him, we heard a hard knock on the back door. Aunt Marta opened it, and a girl about my age walked in. She just not even come on in. No, it's she lives here. She owned the joint. Hannah was tall and thin, an inch or two taller than me. Aunt Marta was right. Hannah was kind of cute. She had straight black hair, olive green eyes, and a nice smile. She wore a big green sweater pulled down over black tights. Wow, how very 90s. Mashed potatoes, Jello gummy grape. Oh, and asparagus. Oh, what is this? Like I have crab juice or Mountain Dew. Ugh. Oh, the crab juice. For a long, long time, I wanted to be the crab collage vendor and go to a con and just hand out rock candy that was kind of like that and have crab juice, not real crab juice, because I don't even know if that's a thing, but maybe it is for like a mixer, and Mountain Dew, and see how many people ask for crab juice or Mountain Dew, or see how long it takes somebody to realize who I was. Sorry, I can't stay. Hope you have a great night. Oh, hi, Sepsis and bye, Sepsis. I'm glad you came by. I'm sorry you can't stay. Fresh crab juice or canned? It would have to be a canned one because that's in the cartoon or the Simpsons episode. But that's one of my, if not my favorite Simpsons episode. That one cracks me up every single time. Aunt Marta introduced us. We both said hi. I hate meeting new people. It was always so awkward. Aunt Marta asked Hannah if she'd like a turkey sandwich with OJ. Because she's like, no thanks. I like real food that's not disgusting. Hannah replied, I already ate lunch. I liked her voice. It was low and husky, kind of hoarse. She was an actual horse, that's the reveal. She's a literal horse. I'm sorry. I just had an image of Hannah being a literal horse and nobody bringing attention to it. She neighed softly. It was kind of cute and quirky. I don't know why she would do something like that. When I asked her how old she was, she went... Sorry. So stupid. Oh, that means Hannah's gonna become hair flip, because that's the horses like to do the hair flip. Hoping I can stick around tonight. Our team seems to be on top of things tonight and have a mobile setup to be able to watch the stream at my desk. Well, that's always nice. SuperCon in San Jose had crab juice cans. It was cranberry and apple juice. Oh, that's so... And a bit of spice. That sounds really cool, actually. Alright. A German dub. In German, it's dubbed crab juice or mineral water. Really? Is mineral water not... Or maybe that was back in the 90s, right? Was mineral water not popular in the 90s, or was it considered really gross? Because I like mineral water, like sparkling water and stuff like that. I actually have it in this thing. Okay. Alex just arrived on the bus, Aunt Marta told her. That's why we're having such a late lunch. Late lunch? It's like 3. That's not... whatever. Sorry. I gobbled my sandwich down in a few seconds. Okay, so Alex is a duck. That we've established Hannah is a horse and Alex is actually a duck. We hadn't had Mountain Dew at the time. Oh, okay. All right. I was gonna say, I was like, I like the. You have to get up in a few hours. Oh, sepsis. Where is the lamb sauce? Sorry, I lost my place. I guess I didn't realize how hungry I was. Hannah, why don't you and Alex do some exploring in the woods? Uncle Colin suggested. He's a city kid. You'll have to show him what a tree is. Everyone laughed. I've seen a lot of them in movies, I joked. Hannah had a great husky laugh. I want to take 1,000,000 photos, I told her, grabbing my camera case. You're into photography? Hannah asked. Just like your aunt and uncle? I nodded. I hope you have lots of film, Hannah said. The fall leaves are really awesome now. We said goodbye to Uncle Colin and Aunt Marta and headed out the front door. A red afternoon sun was sinking behind the trees. It made our shadows stretch long and skinny over the grass. Hey, you're stepping on my shadow, Hannah protested, grinning. She swung her leg to make her shadow kick my shadow. Ow, I cried. I swung my fist and my shadow slugged her shadow. We had a good shadow fight, punching and kicking. Kids are so dumb. Husky as in the dog. Oh, it's Hannah. Hannah's actually a husky dog. Finally, she stomped on my shadow with both of her sneakers, and I dropped to the ground, making my shadow slump over the grass in a dead faint. As I sat up, Hannah had her head tossed back, laughing. Her straight black hair blew wildly in her face. I pulled my camera from the case and quickly snapped a photo of her. She stopped laughing and straightened her hair with both hands. Hey, why'd you do that? I shrugged. I just wanted to. I climbed to my feet and raised the camera to my eye. I turned and pointed it towards the Marlins' house next door. I took a few steps towards the house, trying to frame it in the lens. Hey, I cried out as Hannah grabbed my arm. Alex, don't take a picture, she warned in a throaty whisper. They'll see you. So what? I shot back. But I felt a shiver as I saw something move. Why? So I don't know what this is or why it does this, but randomly in these books, they'll have lines underneath some of the sentences, which I understand why, if it was like a Word doc saying, hey, this sentence is formatted in, like they're not formatted, but you know what I mean. It's incorrect. It's grammatically incorrect. It looks there's no comma where there should be, blah blah blah. But I don't understand why in a printed book that is showing up, and it's kind of weird. It just says 12 other people highlighted this part of the book. Okay, but why are you showing me that? I don't care. I'm not gonna I don't understand why. Whatever. I'll have to look that up later if I can turn that off, because it's distracting. So what? I shot back, but I felt a shiver as I saw something move in the dark front window. Was someone staring out at us? I lowered my camera. Come on, Alex. Hannah tugged me towards the back. Are we going into the woods or not? I squinted up at the Marlins' house. Why was my uncle so upset when I asked about that house? I asked Hannah. What's the big deal? I really don't know, she replied, dropping my arm. The Marlins are supposed to be this weird couple. I've never seen them, but I've heard stories about them. What kind of stories? I demanded. Frightening ones, she whispered. No, really, what kind of stories? I insisted. She didn't answer. Her olive green eye. We're going to hear olive green eyes every single time. They just wait. That's what we're going to hear. Her olive green eyes narrowed at the broken porch, the faded stained shingles. Let's just stay away from there, Alex. She started jogging along the side of the house toward the backyard, but I didn't follow her. I crossed the driveway and stepped into the tall weeds of the Marlins' front yard. Alex, stop! Where are you going? Hannah called. Holding my camera at my waist, I made my way quickly up to the house. I'm a city kid, I told Hannah, so I just trespassed. It's fine. I don't scare easily. Alex, please, Hannah pleaded. The Marlins don't like kids. They don't like anyone coming up to their house. Please, let's just go into the woods where it's safer, I guess. I stepped up carefully to the rotted floorboards of the front porch. I raised my eyes to the front window. The reflection of the setting red sun filled the glass. For a moment it appeared that the window was on fire. I had to look away. Then as the sunlight faded from the window pane, I turned back and gasped. Inside the window curtains were slashed and torn, as if some kind of animal had clawed them to shreds. Ooh, foreshadowing. Is Jay drinking laughing juice? No, I'm just in a really good mood. So I'm in a goofy happy. That's the crab. It's crab juice. No, this is coffee because I just needed a boost of caffeine. Because I kind of figured this is another one of my long streams. So potatoes, boil them, mash them, stick them in a stew. Burned out on Baldur's Gate 3 from EA. I have heard the game is a lot of fun though. I just installed a bunch of games from Steam I wasn't playing anymore just to make some room on your pooter. Drinking OJ with my sandwich. So gross. Chapter 4. Oh, chapter 3 was actually maybe it wasn't long. I just kept getting sidetracked. Did you watch My Bloody Valentine on Wednesday? Of course I did, but I couldn't find my DVD with the original one, so I had to settle for the remake. I would have streamed it, but at the time he's already left, but my nephew was staying with me short term, so he was playing the remake of Final Fantasy VII on my one game system that had everything. So I was like, I don't feel like going through all that. I'll just grab the remake of My Bloody Valentine, which is not great, but it is what it is. Both are great. See, I don't know. It was okay. Like, it's okay. I much prefer the original. I think they tried to go a little... Oh yeah, Dean Winch. You got stuck with Dean Winch. I forgot Dean. That was Dean. Not everyone, but a lot of people are like, oh, you should start watching Supernatural. And then I was like, yeah, maybe. And then I go and look, and it's like 89 seasons. I was like, no, thank you. I'm not starting 40 years ago. But yeah, it was okay. I do like the way the minor looks in both versions. But then again, I like killers in movies that are simple but effective. So can't really do that with Scarecrow movies, it seems, because then it just looks like a cheap Spirit Halloween costume. Alright, chapter 4. If I were to get stuck in a Winchester, it would be Dean. Who was it? One of the again, I can't remember. Was it one of the Winchesters who was in the Friday 13th remake who played Clay? I think that's what the guy's name was. And then it only sticks in my mind because I'd never known anybody named Clay before. I was like, is that a name? Also, more Jelly Jugs in the remake. That is true. All right, I'll give it that. I'll give Jelly Jugs. I will give it more of a point because of Jelly Jugs. Look, we're starting to have our own language. It was Sam. Okay. Oh wow. Okay, so I am remembering these people correctly, because a lot of the times I'll be like, oh, isn't so and so in this movie? No, it's somebody completely different who doesn't even look like the actor I was thinking of. So wow, that was kind of a shot in the dark, actually. That's another one of those movies where it's like, it's got Jelly Jugs and everything, but that's not going to hold up the whole movie. And the remake had such a good Jason, like the way he looked and moved and acted, and his setup, like he was in like the abandoned Camp Crystal Lake, and he had it all booby trapped and shit. I was like, that is so fucking good. And the old lady being like, hey, we're telling Sam, you should know better. Like, aren't your brother and you like half demons or something? I don't know what I don't know what the show is. I don't know kind of things. I heard the original My Bloody... A lot of stuff was banned in Canada in the 80s. It's just, like, violent, like, super violent and creepy stuff. Oh, okay, apropos of nothing, because I was driving and kind of, like, had to do a double take. I needed a goddamn warning before downloading the Money for Nothing song by the Dire Straits, because I had only ever heard the radio version. So, I was 100% unprepared for the gay slur that was just dropped in the song. I'm listening to it and I was like, what? And I thought I misheard it because, again, the radio either drops out or they substitute another word. But I was... When I stopped to get out of the car, I Googled the lyrics and I was like, oh my god. I was like, could they have fucking warned me? Hi, Luke. Hi, Static X. Kane Hodder's my favorite Jason. He is a great Jason. I think he, like, his peak Jason-y-ish acting, I think was 7, really, because 7 was just... I know it was his first one, but still, I was like, he perfected it from the get-go. But yeah, sorry, that just popped back in my mind. I wanted to bring it up, but I completely forgot about it until just now. I had to run home to grab some pearls. I was just, because it's not something you expect to hear. So when in like a fun poppy song, and I was like, look, I get the premise of the song, and I understand it's two working class people who are super bitter that like these people are famous for doing nothing. And I was like, they're not doing nothing. They're doing plenty. But man, I could have used like a warm, like a, it's like, hey, just so you know, when you're driving. Do I have to start playing Canada? Oh my god. Like, that was a fun one for a lot of people. Like, some were not a fan of that song, and even more so when the portrayal of like the Canadian with the head flaps, which I think is hysterical. Watched the Lucifer Valentine movies. I did. It was kids at school talking about it. The Lucifer Valentine's movies? Oh, I'm not sure what that is. Do you just mean favorite villains in general, or are we going to narrow, or are you gonna narrow it down? My favorite song, Taxi Ride, and we're all okay with it because of the content. Oh no, I'm not. I'm not offended by it. I wasn't expecting it. So, like, it was like when you're in a haunted house and someone jumps out at you and scares, and you're like, whoa, you got me. It's like that. Don't watch it. That bad, huh? That's my best way of. It's my best way of explaining my reaction to it. I was like, oh my god. Alright. Okay. Chapter 4. Jesus, we're going to be doing this all night. Okay. Hannah, did you see this? I called. I couldn't take my eyes off the shredded curtains. She stood across the driveway leaning her back against my aunt and uncle's house. I don't want to come over there, she said softly, folding her arms over her chest. But the curtains, I started. I told you they're weird, Hannah said sharply, and they don't like kids gawking through their windows. Come on, Alex. I backed away from the Marlins' house. My shoe caught on a raised floorboard of the rotted porch, and I nearly fell. Are we going to the woods or not? Seriously, Alex, like, why do you care so much about this stupid house that's fallen apart? Never been to a haunted house. I've been in a legend. No, I mean, I don't mean haunted houses and I wandered around a literal haunted house. I mean, one of those ones where actors hide in little spots with the scary ones. None of that for me, thanks. Ooh. God, I still need to watch the Avatar Airbender series. I started it and then had to stop, but I don't remember why. But never picked it back up. That'll be on my bucket list. Okay. Sorry, I pulled my shoe free and followed her towards the back. Tell me more about the Marlings, I said, jogging up to catch up with her. Tell me some of the frightening stories you heard about them. No way, Hannah replied in her breathy voice. We trotted across my aunt and uncle's backyard. The tall yellow and red trees of the woods, tilting in the afternoon shadows, stretched beyond the smooth lawn. Please, I begged. Maybe in a few days after Halloween, Hannah replied, after the full moon. I followed Hannah's gaze to the sky. A bright white moon, almost round as a tennis ball, rose over the trees even though it was still daylight. Hannah shuddered. I hate when the full moon comes, she says. I'll be so happy when it's gone. Why? I demanded. What's the big deal about full moon? Or about a full moon? She gazed back at the Marlins' house and didn't reply. We made our way through the trees. The fading sunlight filtered through the leaves, sending shimmering spots of gold over the ground. Our shoes crackled over twigs and dead leaves. I found a gnarled old tree bent over like an old man. The bark was pitted and wrinkled like aged brown skin. Fat gray roots reached up from the dirt. Wow, this is so cool! A dead tree! I declared, pulling my camera from the... He didn't say that part, sorry, I was just being an asshole. I declared, pulling my camera from the case. Hannah laughed. You really are a city kid. But look at this tree, I declared. It's like it's alive. She laughed again. Trees are alive, Alex, you jackass. You know what I mean, I grumbled. I started to snap photos of a bent old tree. I stepped back and leaned against a tilted birch tree. I tried to frame the old tree so that its shape looked human. Then I moved all around the tree, photographing its creases, its wrinkles. I shot one slender branch that lowered itself to the ground like a weary arm. I dropped down to my knees and snapped the roots, reaching up from the ground like skinny legs. A soft buzz made me raise my gaze. A hummingbird, hovered over a flowering weed. I turned and tried to capture the tiny bird in my camera lens, but the hummingbird was too fast for me. It darted away before I could snap my shutter. I climbed to my feet. Hannah was sitting cross-legged on the ground, crunching dead leaves between her hands. Doesn't that hummingbird know summer is over? I murmured. Shut up! You leave this perfect little precious little hummingbird alone. She stared at me blankly, as if she had forgotten I was there. Oh, sorry, Alex, I didn't see it. She climbed to her feet. What happens if you keep going straight, I asked, pointing towards the woods. You don't go back down there. You reach a deadfall, and then... and then the pet cemetery. Ugh. Oh, before I forget, because that was something else I wanted to ask anybody. Has anybody watched that? What was it? Was it a series or was it a movie? The Pet Cemetery prequel. I was planning on watching that tonight after I got off stream. Well, depending on how tired I am anyway. But I don't want to bother with it if it sucked like the remake. You come to Wolf Creek, Hannah replied. I'll show you the creek next time. But we better get going. We should get out of the woods before the sun goes down. I suddenly thought of the wolves Uncle Colin had told me about. The wolves that gave Wolf Creek its name. The wolves that used to live here in these woods, I asked. They're all gone, right? Hannah nodded. Yeah, they're gone. Then a shrill howl rose up, so close, so behind me, the high, shrill wail of a wolf. And I opened my mouth in a terrified scream. Nobody's seen it. Hide my stash of Teen Wolf seasons. Time to do the Conjuring movies, just without those scammers and child bride owners. Child bride owners. Oh, the Conjuring. That, Warno? I can't remember the scam artists' names. Warnos? Eileen and something? Or wait, am I thinking of two different... I might be thinking of the wrong names. I'm just gonna shut up just in case I'm transforming into a house would be bloody. Owlman from Justice League Crisis. That's like, oh yeah, I'll give you that one too. It's a pretty decent villain. I'm trying to think of what villains I always liked. I know I brought it up before. I don't know if this person counts as a villain because he becomes a hero at the end. But the sniveling little officer in Three Billboards, because that guy's a pretty goddamn good villain towards the beginning. Ooh. I remember using all my brain power to figure out how trees and plants were alive when I first heard. When I was obviously young, I imagine being in their soul. I first learned about that when I was very, very young too, like the trees being alive. But I learned it from the Secret Garden movie because I remember a scene where the little girl meets a little boy and he slices off a little sliver of it and he's like, oh, you see, it's still alive, it's wick or something like that. And I was like, oh, they're alive. Because the Warrens, yeah. Thank you, Adam. I only drove myself. It was a movie. I haven't. I'm yet to buy Pet Cemetery sequel Blu-ray. It's still too pricey. It sounds like the Quarry now that I am listening to the story. Oh, does it? That's another game I have to play. I have it. I just haven't played it because I was like, ooh, I'll get it for the stream because if there's one thing that would be funny is watching me fucking fail. Oh, and then there was I forgot the other, what was it, Until Dawn? Maybe I'll play that one stream. You guys can watch me fail miserably on that one too. You got everybody seen No. Again, circling back to Simpsons. It's like, has anybody seen Tron? No. They had a child bride. I don't remember that. But I didn't like them to begin with because they were full of shit with their Annabelle bullshit and all. Yeah, it's meh. Sounds like the Quarry. A kid friendly version of the Quarry. I'm gonna have to play that then. Gabriel from the Prophecy. Oh, I like that one too. Tron. Ew, I liked the movie Tron when I was a kid. I have terrible taste in movies now, but clearly my whole channel is wrapped around one of my favorite movies is like the worst horror movie I've ever seen in my life. with a 32-year-old playing a high school student. Okay, sorry. All right, back on. I would totally watch David Cronenberg's Transformers. Whoa! I was about to say that almost sounds like a cue for those AI things. It's like, hey, show me what Cronenberg transformed, and it would just bring back the most nightmarish shit you'd ever seen in your life. As yeah, I haven't watched. I watched the sequel because I've always liked Daft Punk. I'm a fan of a gimmick, and their robot persona really, like, I thought it was just such a cool idea. No horror movie is worse than Near Death. I don't know, man. I don't know. The Haunting of Marley Hartlett, or whatever the hell that movie was, pretty fucking awful. I was like, I'd rather watch Clown Motel 100 times over than Oh! For those of you guys who aren't in Discord, the guy who played Ian in the Clown Motel actually commented, and he said he would regale me with some of the stories of filming on the first Clown Motel. So plan on having the stories all like typed up and everything for when I do the sequel. But he seems to be a cool dude. Like, from his comments, he seems pretty classy. And I was like, good on you, man, because a good job acting in that movie, because I think I would lose my fucking mind trying to act in that movie. I mean, I can't act worth shit, but I think just in that one, I'd be like, you know what, acting's not for me. I think I've decided. Okay. Blair Witch I saw when I was like, I was too young. I was maybe in the 3rd or 4th grade, so that movie scared the shit out of me as a kid. I mean, they're brilliant in the way that they're the first people to kind of do that successfully. So good on them. And like the marketing was brilliant because of course I was a child, so I believed it. I believed like every word because again, child. Congrats on that traction. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Here's the thing. I love it when people because it's happened to me a few times with the Scarecrow movies. I've had the Scarecrow movie, the first guy who wrote the movie, the first one, comment, and he was super cool. The stunt guy from the first and second movie also commented, and I think the director did too. Like all 3 of them were all super chill, super cool dudes. Like they were very cool about it, and so was the guy who played Ian. And I love that. I was like, you have to have a sense of humor about that kind of thing. You can't. It's like you gotta know that the movie that you were in or wrote or directed or whatever was not great. Like you gotta know that. So you if you have a sense of humor about it, I will forever respect you. Especially if you joke about like back and forth. He literally said he was in the movie. Clown Motel 2 starring Jenny Fear. Oh god, no. He actually said he watched reviews and yours was his favorite. Yeah. I assumed he was connected to that movie. Yeah, he was one of the. They had names. They sure did. Here's the thing. I make it a point to learn all of their names, and it sucks for me because once these characters' names are in my head, they're in my head. So if I ever bring up the movie, I'll be like, oh, there's Spencer, Ian, and Chris. They're like the 3 main guys in those movies. And I was like, I could learn another language, but no, I have protagonists of horrible horror movies' names in my head. That's right, I forgot about Cannibal Holocaust, which I cannot believe I forgot about that. That movie, for those of you guys who don't know, the director was dragged into court and forced to prove that he did not murder the actors in that movie because people were convinced they murdered that. But I tend to forget that movie because they killed animals in that movie, so I don't watch it because, again, you guys know how I feel about animals, so I don't like watching them be hurt or abused. It's the same reason why I don't, even if it's fake, like I Drag Me to Hell, I can't watch because what she did to the kitten. Because after that happened, I was like, I don't care what happens to her. Like, I'm sorry, I was like, no, I don't care. Yeah, if my skin is very, very sensitive to that clown. What is that makeup? Pancake makeup or whatever. Like I think I'm allergic to it, but I probably would have done that for at least a little bit. Yeah, I think it was a turtle that they killed in the movie. It's one of the reasons why I don't like watching the first Friday 13th either, or if I do, I fast forward through it because they killed a snake. The story of that one pissed. I'm sorry, I'm really off. I'm only on chapter 5, but I'm sorry, I have to get on my soapbox for a second. I don't understand why they had to fucking murder why couldn't you just get a rubber snake? And the worst part was the guy he must have loved this snake because the snake handler was crying off stage when they chopped that poor little snake's head off. So like I would have lost my fucking mind if someone did that to my pet or my animal or whatever. So like I feel super bad for that. And Milo Notice, I won't watch that either because they so 100% just threw kittens off of side of cliffs and shit like that. It's a kids movie. It's a fucking kids movie. Sorry, I hate that shit. I don't. Ooh, waffles. Sorry. Yes, grease paint. Yeah. Ugh. Yeah, I'm not a. Yeah, not a fan. Yeah, grease paint. I broke out in like the worst painful like hives and stuff I ever had in my life along my cheeks that I thought they were the cat scene of Drag Me to Hell upset you, then the ending would be so. Yeah. I did not feel remotely sad after that. I was like, oh, the kitten. It's like first of all, everything that chick did in that movie was the stupid. I was like, you have to be the stupidest person. How would you not double check that you did not have the what was it, the coins? I think it was I can't remember. I just remember thinking, I was like, this movie's so stupid. The character is so stupid. The animal part is really fun. Yeah, yeah. Well, I hate animal abuse, even if it's fake in the movies, mostly because they're innocent and unaware. Yeah, I was like, I was like, if you're gonna do CGI, fine. Just don't bring live animals into it, because even when they're trained, I'm not. They still don't know what it is you're doing. They might freak out, because I think I would be freaked out, even if it was simulated. Okay, imagine if she was the killer. I'll do that. It's like I'll be the killer or be one of the killers in the clown motel, but I would demand. I was like, you make me look like I'm burned to shit, because again, we were burned. The clowns were burned. They're not damaged. They just look like guys. Just look like guys just hanging out at a clown convention. You should try like a charity stream for fighting animal abuse. I've thought about doing something like that. I have to find charities around that, because I would like to also donate stuff to local shelters and shelters that I know that are struggling with funding, but I have to do some research on that kind of stuff. But there's a few places that I like watching. Like there's if there was a way to, I think the lady lives in New York. I think it's New York or Chicago. I can't. It's one of the big cities in the States, where she'll capture birds, and like just birds in general, but a lot of them are pigeons, because she lives in the city, where they have like little stuff wrapped around their little legs, or charity stream, and she'll nurse them back to health and then release them. And I was like, I would like to give her some funding. I was like, that would be nice. But it's also one of those things I was like, I want to watch to make double sure, or be 100% sure that this is on the up and up, and it's not just for show. Because it's so crazy how many Instagrams on the surface it seems like, oh, this is really nice, and then you dig into it and like, oh, you're awful. So okay, I need to get back. I'm supposed to be reading this damn book. Chapter 5. Yeah, we're gonna be here all night. I stumbled back against the birch tree. My camera banged against the trunk, but I didn't drop it. Hannah, I choked out. Her eyes were wide with surprise. But before she could reply, I knew it was gonna be fucking bullies, because there's always bullies in these. Two boys burst out from behind a tall evergreen shrub. They tossed back their heads and howled like wolves. Hey, you guys! Hannah exclaimed, making a disgusted face. They were both short and thin. Everybody is just thin. Just, you don't have, unless it's different, I'll just assume they're thin in this town of thin people. They finished their howls and gazed at me hungrily, like wolves. Did we scare you? One of them teased. His dark eyes flashed excitedly. He wore a dark brown sweater pulled down over black denim jeans. He had a long purple wool muffler wrapped around his neck. Muffler? You mean a scarf? You two always scare me, Hannah joked. Your faces give me nightmares. The other boy wore a baggy gray sweatshirt and baggy khakis that dragged on the ground. He tossed back his head and let out another shrill wolf howl. Hannah turned to me. They're in my class, she explained. This one's Sean Kiner. She pointed to the boy with the purple muffler. And he's Arjun. Okay, I'm going to butcher this name, so I apologize. Arjun Koshla? Arjun? I think it's either Arjun or Arjun. It's Argun. Arjun? Koshla. I recognize the last name because I know somebody with that last name. It's an Indian name, so it's Arjun maybe. I struggled with the name. It's Indian, he explained. Hannah told us you were coming, Sean said, grinning. You're a city kid, right? Arjun asked. Well, yeah, Cleveland. Cleveland. I muttered. So how do you like Wolf Creek? Arjun? Arjun? I'm gonna say Arjun until I'm either corrected or Arjun. Common Indian name. Is it Arjun or Arjun? Because I know sometimes the pronunciation is different depending on the region. Where did I leave off? So how do you like Wolf Creek? Arjun asked. It didn't sound like a question. It sounded like a challenge. They both stared at me with their dark eyes, studying me as if they were some kind of weird fungus. As if I was some kind of weird fungus. You are, city kid. I just got here, I stammered. They exchanged glances. There are some things you should know about these woods, Sean said. Like what? I asked. He pointed to my feet. Like you shouldn't stand in a big clump of poison ivy. Huh? I jumped back and stared at the ground. They both laughed. There wasn't any poison ivy. Blech. Reminds me of Dad. That was his favorite cinematic composition. The Leprechaun movies. My favorite movie was when he walked into the hospital dressed in hospital garb and he looked serious and no one else paid attention. Are you sure he is Indian as in India and not Native American? I'm gonna assume because of the last name. Where was that last name? Hold on. My eyeballs, I can't see. Hang on. Khosla? Or Khosla. Sorry. Jesus Christ. Khosla. It's K-O-S-L-A. Khosla. Khosla, that would be Indian, right? Not native? Arjun? Wow, I really mispronounced that name. My God. Arjun. I apologize if I offend anybody with my terrible pronunciation. You guys are about as funny as dog puke, Hannah sneered. You ought to know you eat it for breakfast. John replied. Children. Okay, you said it was Arjun? Arjun. I'll try to remember that. He and Arjun laughed and slapped each other a high five. Hannah sighed. Remind me to laugh later, she muttered, rolling her eyes. It's so 90s. I love this writing. It's so 90s. Gag me with a spoon. I can't let her. Arjun? Yeah, I'm gonna say Arjun. I'm just gonna do that. Whatever. I can't keep fighting with how to pronounce it because my stupid mouth and brain won't work. He and Arjun laughed and slapped each other a high five. Oh, sorry, remind me to laugh, blah, blah. For some reason, that started the two boys howling again. When they stopped, Sean reached for my camera. Can I see it? Well, I pulled back. It's a very expensive camera, and you country bumpkins don't know how to use technology. I really don't like anyone else touching it. Ooh, expensive, he teased. Is it cardboard? Let me see it. He grabbed for it again. Jesus Christ, these kids. Take my picture, Arjun demanded. He pulled his lips apart with two fingers and stuck like that. I'm thinking that's what he means. That's an improvement, Hannah told him. Take my picture, she repeated. Give Alex a break, Hannah snapped. Get out of his face, you two. Arjun pretended to be hurt. Why won't he take my picture? Because he doesn't take animal photos, Hannah sneered. Sean laughed and snatched the camera from my hands. Hey, come on, I pleaded. I made a grab for it and missed. Sean tossed the camera to Arjun. Arjun raised it and pretended to snap Hannah's photo. Your face cracked the lens, he exclaimed. I'm gonna crack your face. Why do all these kids hate each other in all of his books? They always talk shit to each other. Maybe it was just because of the friends that I had, but I was never this rude to my friends as a kid. I'm gonna crack your face, Hannah threatened. It's a really expensive camera, I repeated. If anything happens to it. Hannah swiped the camera out of Arjun's hands and handed it back to me. I cradled it in my arms. Thanks. The two boys moved towards me menacingly. Their dark eyes gleamed. Again, watching them approach, their faces so hard, their eyes so cold, I thought of wild animals. Leave him alone, Hannah scolded. We're just goofing, Arjun replied. We weren't going to hurt that ancient camera. Yeah, we were just kidding around, Sean added. What's your what? Smack. That's Miss Country Bumpkin to you. I know how to use technology. The one POC character is immediately called an animal. Nice. Oh, hi, Apple. I'm sorry I didn't say hi to you before. I didn't see that you were in here. I'm dead broke, not rich. Where did Arjun raised his eyes to the darkening skies. Through the trees I could see only gray. It's getting kind of late, Arjun. So does everybody know about this? And nobody wants to warn outsiders? Like, why? Do they want to see them get eaten? Arjun muttered. Sean's smile faded. Let's get out of here. His eyes darted around the woods. Shadows deepened. The air grew colder. They say some kind of wild creatures are loose in the woods, Arjun said softly. Arjun, give us a break, Hannah groaned, rolling her eyes. No, really, he insisted. Some kind of creature tore off a deer's head. Jesus. Tore off a deer's head. Tore it clean off. We saw it, Sean reported. His dark eyes glowed excitedly in the dimming light. It was so gross. The deer's eyes stared back up at us, Arjun added, and bugs crawled out of its open neck. Jesus, this is a kid's book. Yuck, Hannah exclaimed, covering her mouth with one hand. You're making this up, right? No, I'm not, Sean glanced up at the moon. It's almost a full moon. The full moon makes all the strange creatures come out of hiding, he continued. Speaking so softly, his voice was just above a whisper. Especially at Halloween. And the moon will be completely full that night. I shivered. The back of my neck tingled. I suddenly felt cold all over. Was it the wind or Sean's frightening words? I pictured the deer head lying on the ground. Pictured the shiny black eyes staring up blankly, lifelessly. What are you going to be for Halloween? What? You know, decapitated murdered deer all laying with the bugs crawling out of its neck hole. What are you going to be for Halloween? Arjun asked Hannah. She shrugged. I don't know. I haven't decided yet. Fucking kids, man. They bounce back so quickly. He turned to me. Do you know what you want to be, Alex? I nodded. Yeah, I want to be a werewolf. Arjun uttered a near silent gasp. The two boys exchanged glances. Their smiles faded. Their face turned solemn. What's wrong? I asked. No reply. Hey, what's wrong? I repeated. Arjun lowered his gaze to the ground. We have enough werewolves in Wolf Creek, he muttered. What do you mean? I cried. Come on, guys. What do you mean by that? But they didn't answer. Instead, they turned and vanished into the woods. I guess they just live in the woods. These woods people. I want to see people get eaten, so waves hands back. Maybe the whole town are werewolves. Ooh, that would be. Oh, okay. So I haven't read this one, but I was like, maybe the whole town are werewolves, and only the what is it? The Millions, the Millers, the Millerings. I can't remember what these guys' names are the only normal ones. They're the only ones. They're like, no, but that's. I don't know. That might be too sophisticated of a twist for a kid's book, but who knows? There was a random 80s cartoon series about trolls that had one of the best lines ever recorded. Come back here. We'll be married and be troll and wife. Come down, my little lumpkin pumpkin. Was that the an 80s cartoon about trolls? Was that the one where they turned into stone at the end of the series? Or no, they were gnomes. David the Gnome? What am I thinking of? PTSD, what's that? Lisa, my mom bought me a book for my homeschool aid, and she was reading it to me for, oh no! And there was dry humming. Jesus. That's the great disappointments in this town. Nailbog! It's goblin spelled backwards! Oh, that fucking movie. Are they werewolves or just very heart Jordians? We'll never know. Dressing up like a werewolf in a werewolf town is like super yeah, probably. That'd probably be a form of what would that be? Wereface? It's like it's not cool, man. Hi, Tatted. Thank you for stopping in and out, Kimley. Sorry you can't stick around. Harry. Oh, Harry Georgians. Thank you, Gimli. I appreciate it. Oh, you guys. Okay, chapter 6. We're getting there. We only have 30 or 28 chapters to go, or whatever it is. Aunt Marta invited Hannah to stay for dinner. The four of us squeezed around the small kitchen table and spooned up big bowls of steaming chicken soup. You make the best soup, Hannah told my aunt. Aunt Marta smiled. A little broth dripped down her chin. She reached for her napkin. Thank you, Hannah. I just throw everything in it I can find. You know, shoes, orange juice, turkey sandwiches. It's the best chicken soup. Sorry we were late for dinner, I said. I lost track of time. I didn't want to leave the woods. It was so interesting. Uncle Colin's eyes moved to the kitchen window. He stared up at the rising moon. Then he lowered his gaze. I was like, if I was a kid, I'd be like, come on, guys. Everyone's being so obvious. What are there werewolves in this town? Come on. Werewolves are not a race, it's a magical affliction. So I'm mocking a disability. Oh, that's a good point. Would that count as being ableist? I mean, they become super cool looking creatures. But man, they must go through like pants and, well, no, the shirts are usually the ones that go. The pants seem to be the most sturdy things ever. Them jeans, man. Them Lucky Brand jeans. They hold together like nothing else. Werewolf proof. He then lowered his gaze to the Marlins' house next door. I photographed an awesome looking tree, I told him. It was wrinkled and bent over like an old man. Uncle Colin didn't reply. His eyes were still focused out the window. Colin, Alex is talking to you, Aunt Marta scolded. Oh, sorry. He turned back to the table, shaking his head as if shaking away his thoughts. Sorry, what were you thinking? I told him again about the old tree. I'll help you develop those shots, he offered. Maybe tomorrow. I have a darkroom set up in the little bathroom in the attic. We really need a bigger house, especially with all the work we've been doing lately. What are you photographing now? I asked. Creatures of the night, he replied. His eyes wandered back to the windows again. I followed his gaze to the Marlin's back window, totally dark. We're photographing nocturnal animals, Aunt Marta explained. Animals that come out only at night. Yes, thank you, Aunt Marta. I kind of assumed with the word nocturnal. Crutch face? Didn't David the gnome and his wife turn in trees? Oh, it was trees. That's what it was. I was trying to remember if it was trees or stones. That sounds right, actually. If they're the version that's basically branch off human, that would make them a... That's true. But don't they turn back into a... I don't know. That's... We're getting real... We're getting into, like, real... It's like, is werewolf a race or a disability? Or... Does it count? Well, I guess it would kind of count. But it's a very specific one where it's only full moon. And only if you look... No. Never mind. That's Saiyans. I was going to say, and only if you look at it. But wait, I was like, nope, that's Saiyan. That's not a werewolf. Oh, the giant ape, it has a name, doesn't it? Isn't what Goku and Gohan and Vegeta turn into have a name? I'm sure one of you anime nerds know the name of it. Let's see here. You mean like owls? Hannah asked. Aunt Marta nodded. We found some wonderful owls in the woods, haven't we, Colin? Uncle Colin turned back from the window. Silvery light from the full moon washed over the window pane. The night creatures don't like to be photographed, he said, spooning up a carrot and chewing it slowly. Oh, I want carrots now. No matter how much I eat before stream, I always get hungry when they start mentioning food. It's like... Uzaru? Thank you! Damn, that was fast, Ghost. Nice work. Yeah, the Uzaru. Some anime nonsense saying, hey! Dragon Ball Z and Dragon Ball Super, the original Dragon Ball, rule, alright? Those shows were great. That was like a central part of my childhood. Sorry. And the Sailor Moons. I used to love Sailor Moons. And and chewed it slowly. They are very private. Sometimes we wait in one spot for hours, my aunt added, waiting for a creature to poke its head up from its hole in the ground. Can I come with you one night? I asked eagerly. I can be really quiet, really. I doubt that, child. Uncle Colin swallowed a chunk of chicken. That's a fine idea, he said, but then his expression grew solemn. Then he added, maybe after Halloween. I turned and saw Aunt Marta staring out at the Marlins' house. The moon is still low, she said thoughtfully, but it's so bright tonight. Almost like daylight out there. It's almost like daylight out there, Uncle Colin said. What was that expression that quickly passed over his face? Was it fear? Are you asking me, Alex? My aunt and uncle... I can't see his face, Alex! I just know apparently they're super old, according to you. Sailor Moons are terrible anime nonsense. I love them. They're very pretty. Yeah, but the transformations are so pretty. I wanted to be able to transform like that so bad. Make getting ready in the morning really easy. I would love some carrots right now. Yeah, this makes me want to have some vegetable soup. Sailor Saturn was always my favorite. We're getting into... I'm getting distracted again. Yeah, Sailor Saturn I loved because I thought she was the coolest looking character. She didn't really have a transformation, which kind of bummed me out because everybody else did. She just kind of like turned. But yeah, I loved her. I loved her outfit. And when I was in middle school, my hair was cut like hers, like that short little bob thing. So I was like, she looks like me. My aunt and uncle are both acting so weird tonight, I decided. So nervous. Why do they keep staring out the window? What did they expect to see at the Marlins' house? I couldn't hold it in any longer. Is everything okay? I asked them. Okay. Uncle Colin narrowed his eyes at me. I guess. Are you two thinking about your Halloween costumes? Aunt Marta demanded, changing the subject. Man, these guys... Usagi was unbearable, and yet I somehow liked her. I thought she was cute. But she was also, again, she was a 14-year-old girl, so it was one of those things I was like, I get it. You know, I was a 14-year-old girl once, and I remember being Sailor Tatooine all the way. Should have just done a talking stream. I'm sorry, Tammy. I'll get back into it more. It's just you guys, the manga for Dragon Ball series was so slow. Wasn't the Dragon Ball series also going at the same time the manga was going, so they kind of had to slow it down when they caught up to it, if I remember correctly. Nobody liked Chibi Moon. I can do a Q&A. We can do like a chill stream next time if you guys don't want to play a game or watch me play or anything. Well, I've never been a 14-year-old girl. Well, that's why they were annoying to you, and I understood it more. I think I'm going to be a pirate again this year, Hannah replied, because Hannah's boring. She doesn't put any thought into her Halloween costumes. She finished her chocolate milk and licked... Oh my god, with this family! Orange juice and turkey sandwich, and now she's having chicken noodle soup with chocolate milk. I hate these people. They're all crazy. She finished her chocolate milk and licked the chocolate syrup on the edge of the glass. Heathen! You know, I'll wrap a bandana around my head and wear an eye patch over one eye. Colin and I might have some funny old clothes you can wear, Aunt Marta offered. She turned to me. How about you, Alex? You already know. He said a werewolf. I still wanted to be a werewolf, but I remember the last time I told my aunt and uncle Colin had nearly cracked up the car. You mean he nearly murdered you because he couldn't... To be fair, teens are annoying as hell. Or annoying as a rule. That is true. That is true. Remember, I had one staying with me temporarily. So I know. Don't know why, but chocolate milk and chicken noodle soup seems like a nasty combo to me. This family just eats nightmarish combinations of food. I'm sorry, every time it just keeps getting worse. So I smiled and quietly told him, maybe a pirate too. You're gonna squirt some of the chocolate syrup into the chicken noodle soup. Oh God. I had no way of knowing that in a few hours, when the moon rose at the peak in the sky, I'd be nearly face to face with a real werewolf. Way too... I like both separately, just not together. Yeah, that's That's pretty gnarly. After Hannah went home, I made my way to my little bedroom. I straightened up a bit, shoving clothes into the dresser drawer. I'm not the neatest person in the world, let's face it. I'm a total slob. But I knew if I had let the clutter pile up in this tiny room, I'd never find anything. I sat down at the desk. How much does this kid possibly have for only being there for 2 weeks? I used to put coffee in my cereal. I was waiting for that. What, me being grossed out? I'm a teenager. I am annoying. No, you're not annoying, Tammy. We're referring to like the young ones. Yeah, you're super cool, Tammy. No, I think we're referring to more like tweens, like middle schoolers. They're the ones that are like super bad. I got a weird feeling she was into her dad. You and everybody else who watched the Sailor Moon cartoons, I was like, is it dubbed weird like this? And sorry, one more note with Sailor Uranus and Sailor Neptune. Writers and people who are afraid that kids are going to learn about gay people, fucking every single person who watched that show as a kid knew they were gay. And why would you make them cousins instead of just making them a couple? Because that just made it, I was like, oh, okay, so incest is totally cool, but two girls liking each other is just, no. That cracked me up. Like, even as a kid, I was like, I'm pretty sure these guys are supposed to be, nobody rubs I don't touch my cousin's hands like that. I was like, this is weird. Sorry. That just drove me crazy. Even as a kid, I was like, just make them gay. We know they're gay. It's pretty fucking obvious. Making them cousins and not really changing much of their interaction, their interactions. I was like, that, it was so obvious to anybody who watched that. It was so stupid. They left it in Russia, but so American audiences could relate. Oh, jeez. Really. Well, that's the joke in like southern American states, right? Yeah, let's make them cousins so it's extra awful that they cut up. Yeah, it was so weird. You're homophobic. Oh, Tammy, stop. I mean, it was Japan, so I just shrugged and went with it. Well, oh yeah, that is true, because Japan does have some odd character relationships in even in their non-hentais. Had no idea how the dubbing writers thought that would fly, just accept their... Yeah, It's so weird. I don't get it. Sorry, I didn't mean to go off on another tangent. I'm on chapter 7. I swear we'll get through this fucking book. Just only... Oh, is it Alabama? Alabama? Oh, don't be like that, Tammy. There's nothing wrong with it. They're just people. They're just people who live their lives different. Remember, I have gay and trans fans, so it's not good. Not all of us southern states are that way. I mean, it's like a stereotype that the southern states are like that. It's like, don't worry, it's like anybody who watched Trailer Park Boys knows that there's a pretty decent amount of trashy characters in Canada too. So it's all over the world. I'm sure if you ask anybody from different countries, they can nail down their Alabamas. Trust me, it's everywhere. No, just in Alabama. See, I've never been to Alabama, and what about is it I keep wanting to say Arkansas. Isn't there like a thing with Arkansas too, or is it just Alabama? Oh, it's there. Yeah, I keep wanting. God damn it, my brain wants to keep saying Arkansas. There are Alabamas in cities even. Oh yeah, there it is. All right, chapter 7. I'm sorry. After Hannah went home, I made my way to my little bedroom. I straightened up a bit, shoving clothes into the dresser drawers. I'm not the neatest person in the world. Let's face it, I'm a total slob. Oh, I already read this part. Blah, blah. I sat down at the desk and wrote a short letter to Mom and Dad. I told them everything was fine. I wrote that I have at least 1,000 great photographs to show them, and they're all of a single dead tree. Phenomenal. To show them when they came home from France. So you're, I love that your parents are in France for an undisclosed reason, and they come back and you're like, here, Mom and Dad, here's pictures of trees. It's like, honey, we went to France. Parts of Virginia. Oh yeah, that's right. Arch, Kansas is a more powerful Kansas. Hi, Zach. I hope you're doing okay. I'm sorry to hear that. Isn't Utah the one with like multiple? That's like the having multiple wives. I'm sorry. I'm trying to remember. I don't like stereotypes, but I'm trying to remember the ones that I've heard in the past. Seemed like we were breezing through the chapters, but it seems like we were getting nowhere at the same time. Yeah. I'm sorry, Anthony. I swear I'll pick it back up. Like I joke that I'm like the dog from Up, Doug, because I get distracted so easy. I'll see something you guys are talking about, and I was like, I want to chime in. No, you're okay. It's a learning process, Tammy. I understand that you're young, you're inexperienced with life. You just have to experience more of life. I've always been, because the way my parents were, I grew up accepting. My dad had, I guess it was a family friend. My family friend, we had a couple, a male gay couple who were family friends. So I grew up, and it never occurred to me. So I think more exposure, or just being around people, you just learn that they're just people. They're just people down different paths. It's like we're going down different roads, but we're all racing towards the end. So but I would probably in the sorry, I'm trying to I want to be delicate with it and not make anyone uncomfortable. But yeah, you're young. That's why nobody that's why nobody in the stream has like yelled at you or tried to beat you down. They're like, we understand. You're young, you're inexperienced, you don't know much about the world, and it is what it is. You just get out there and you explore. That's the best way to do it. Talk to people, learn about their situations, and you'll see it's not as black and white as a lot of people think it is. So the stream is just an excuse to get Jenny talking about her life. I do. Hey, I was gonna say, I knew somebody who was like straight up, like damn near, like he was super homophobic and racist at one point, and I lost contact with him because I didn't want to hang out with somebody like that, because it seemed to consume that person, and like the hate, like life is too short to just hate people for who they did not choose to be. They were born the way they were. And then I caught up with a mutual acquaintance, and the guy is like, he made a complete change. Like, first of all, he came out of the closet, which was real surprising to me, but kind of not at the same time, just because of his background. And now he's a teacher and works exclusively with inner city kids in, where the hell was that? It was in a really like bad part of town. I guess it was a way of him trying to atone for the stuff the shit he said and did in the past. I was like, I mean, more power to him, but it's kind of tough. I was like, maybe if I run into him but even though I have no reason to go to that state, but if I ever talk to him, it would be nice to hear about his story. But I don't know if I would ever, because again, I don't have Facebook. It's like I have very rare. I'm not a social media person. He got better about it at time, and that's another thing. It's also like the older generations. The more like it just becomes less and less of an issue. Raging homophobe is a closet case that seems to be super common. Yeah, I have noticed that, like a lot of cases. But anyway, I don't want to get too serious, because this is a fun stream. I'm doing fun stuff. What's the stickers on my water bottle? Now you're trying to keep me. All right, so a lot of these I got from a convention I went to in California a number of years ago. But I got my favorite Pokemon for some reason. I don't know why he is. I mean, they have ghost Pokemon. I mean, honestly, Haunter and Gengar are my one. But this one, Hitmonchan, was my favorite growing up. I don't know why. Maybe because he has a little skirt for some reason. I don't know. Then I have Bulbasaur. I have Jason. This one's my favorite. This I got as a gift, so I just put it on there because, I was like, have that. I've got my She-Ra. I have a Lover's Tarot card, but it's Morticia and Gomez. And then, of course, because you guys know me, I have some Beetlejuice stickers, but unfortunately, when I bought them, I thought that they were waterproof. They are not. They're starting to come loose. And then I have Sonic. I got Sonic. I'm trying to... That way. Okay, Sonic. And then I'm blanking on her name, but she's the Zora from Breath of the Wild. She was my favorite. I thought she was so cute. And I love her, the way she's designed. Jeez. Tell him that I liked him and he came out as gay. I was heartbroken, but I was happy for him. Hey, that's very adult. It's very adult of you, Tammy. I'm not complaining. It's just you say we were on the chapter and I was like, oh, we're getting through it. But when I sit back and think, the story doesn't feel like it's gone anywhere. Yeah, it's a Hitmonchan. It's the lead muscles. As for obscure horror movie fact. Sushi the fish. I used to have a beta, an all red one that I named Sushi when I was in high school. Super upset. Sonic the Hedgehog, or the Hodgehag. Yeah. Oh God. I came home and it had passed, and I was so upset. I was like, no, because I was saving up to buy a bigger bowl or not a bowl, a bigger tank for him, because he was in, I think, a 10 gallon one, and I was like, it's too small. It needs to be bigger. But it bums me out. Poor Sushi. I miss him. Okay. Chapter 7. When I finished addressing the letter, I wasn't feeling sleepy, but I decided I should probably go to bed anyway. I started to the closet to find my pajamas, but I stopped at the window. I stared out at the pale orange light, a light in the side window of the Marlins' house. The light shimmered between two tilting trees, their leaves vibrating in the wind, a pale orange rectangle light on the bottom floor of the house near the back. A bedroom window? I pressed closer to the glass and squinted hard into the darkness. I squinted into the dim... Turn off the lights in your bedroom. You can see just fine without having to squint, dumbass. Squinting in the dim rectangle of orange. Was I about to see one of the Marlins? I held my breath and waited. I didn't have to wait long. I let out a gasp as a silhouette crossed the windows next door. A gray figure caught in the rectangle of orange. Was it a man? I couldn't tell. The silhouette moved. It's an animal, I realized. No, a man. A manimal. Mr. Marlene? I pressed against the glass, squinting hard. Was it a large dog? Jesus Christ, kid. A man? I couldn't see clearly. The silhouette moved away from the window, and then I heard a long, high animal wail. The sound floated through the window next door, floated across the narrow space between our houses. The high animal howl swept through my room, swirled around me. Such an ugly, frightening sound. Half human, half animal. A cry I'd never heard before. Then how do you know it's half animal, half human? I noticed you said something about Left 4 Dead 2. Yeah. Turn off your phone and flush down the toilet. But did she find her ficus? Yeah, I picked that one back up. I was playing with transmission a couple days ago, actually. Like I'm totally cool playing off. Like I don't have to play on the streams. I can 100% play off. If anybody just hits me up when and I have like a free moment, I'll play it. Oh, what's my favorite Treehouse of Horror? No, Adam, no. It's the Shining, the Shining one because it makes me laugh every fucking time. He goes crazy. And he goes, "Give me the bat, Marge. Give me the bat. Give me the bat, boo." And then he makes faces at her. And he looks over into the mirror and he scares himself and falls down the fucking stairs every fucking time. I can watch that 1,000 times and I'll laugh every single time. Who was the shortest Jason? Wasn't it Kane Hodder? Wasn't Kane Hodder the shortest? God damn it, you guys are actually... You guys are getting Pokemans and have yet to introduce a Pomeranian type in all these years. Really? That's kind of surprising. Zombie Boy Jason from the first was clearly... Does that count? Or do we mean Hockey Mask Jason? Burn it then. It's on my laptop, it won't fit. Oh, jeez. You guys are so goofy. You have Left 4 Dead 2. Ooh, maybe we can play with transmission and anybody else who wants to play. I mean, it's a 4-player game, so some might have to watch like one round and then we can switch out and play. Oh no, Darby. Oh, that explains why you couldn't play Left 4 Dead last time. Like my Jenny Big. Some kind of freakish howling whale, like someone's chopping on the devil's tail. I like that. Did you make that up, or is that a saying or a rhyme? Let's see. A chill rolled down my back, and then another howl made me gasp. I stared out at the silhouette returned to the window, a creature with its head tilted back, its jaws open, uttering a frightening animal cries. I've got to take a picture, I told myself. He's gonna take a picture of it, and the flash is gonna alert him. I gotta photograph this howling silhouette. I spun from the window, dove across the tiny room to the dresser, and reached for my camera. My camera! It was gone. What? That was Shel Silverstein. I love Shel Silverstein, or Silverstein, I'm not sure how to pronounce it, but it was great. We counting burlap sack. Oh shit, I forgot about burlap sack Jake. I used to call him pillowcase Jason, because that's what it looked like to me as a kid, was a pillowcase. Win Tammy? I could probably, you know what, we'll hash out a day. Maybe I can do something on, like, if I'm not, well, you know what, if I'm not streaming, or if I don't stream next week, I can always play Friday. I'm trying to think. I don't know if transmission stuff. When do we normally play, or when was the last couple times we played? It was on like a Tuesday, right? Or a Thursday? Or was it Friday? I think we played last Friday. Pillow Pants. The gnome that lives in that girl's vag. From Clerks 2. Is there a Clerks 3, by the way? That just clicked in my head. I remember reading that they were going to make one, and then I completely forgot about it until just now, and that was like 4 years ago. No! I uttered a shocked cry. My hands fumbled frantically over the desktop. I left the camera there. I knew I had, but no camera. My eyes swept around the room. Your uncle probably took it to develop the film. Pillow Pants. In my mind, though, that whale will always be Tom's from Tom and Jerry, where you got swordfish nose in the bottom. There is a 3? I spent 3 hours today working on a resume and interviewing with a staffing agency, and then she was like, "Oh, it's for a temp position." That's why I never used temp, like the staffing agencies, because they tried to pin me. When I first got my bachelor's, I was trying my hand, like my hand on maybe finding something different from what I was working at the time. And this lady wanted me to work in a after I was like I can type 70 words per minute. It's like I have all these different it's like Excel formulas. I can do all these paperworks and blah blah blah. And she's like, oh well, she's like, I have a mailroom part-time position. I was like, I work full-time right now, right? I was trying to see if there was something more in my wheelhouse. And this bitch had the audacity to say, she's like, oh, well, we're saving those positions for people who are highly qualified. I was like, I kind of felt like you, Artie. I was like, I just finished my bachelor's, and the ones that I was looking at said no, what associates or higher. And I was like, I'm sorry. I was like, did you not hear any of the other things that I told you I could do? I was like, I can dictate. I was actually, at the time, I was learning how to use, oh God, I forgot what it's called, those court transcribers. I was actually using, or learning how, because my friend did that my work friend actually did that for her job, and she was showing me how it worked, and I would practice on it, and I was starting to get the hang of it. But then I left that position. Sorry. The hell is so funny. I'm surprised it never joined the Wilhelm scream. I'm gonna have to look that one up. You saw my resume. Why did you think I'd be interested? Yeah, I don't, like, staffing agencies just seem like they're just trying to fill they're trying to get as much money from whatever place would pay the most for them. So I was like, no. It seems to me like you don't actually want to fill these positions that I was requesting to go to. It seems like that they wouldn't pay as much as this warehouse position or this mailing position. Stenograph, that sounds right. But that thing is weird. That I wish I kept up with it, because I probably could have gotten or been proficient. Yeah, stenograph. I probably would have become more proficient at it had I stuck with it. But again, I left the position. What am I going to do? Buy one at home? You know what? I say that, but they probably do have practice ones. I don't know. Who knows? You're great for part-time manager role and full-time. Yeah, it's ridiculous. I hate staffing agencies. All right. My eyes swept around the room. I had just straightened up. Everything was in place. The desktop, the drawer, no camera. You were just at your desk. How'd you not notice your camera was missing while you were writing your phenomenal, like, postcards to your parents? I dropped to my knees and searched under the bed. No camera. I crawled over to the closet, pulled open the door, and searched the closet floor. As I searched, another wolf howl burst into my room. Higher, shriller. Then I heard two howls together. The siren-like wails blended in a strange, sour harmony. Was it Mr. and Mrs. Marlene? As I climbed to my feet, I heard a scraping sound. Wood against wood. The sound of a window opening. I heard a heavy thud. Feet landing hard on the ground. And then I heard low grunts. Heavy, thudding footsteps. Footsteps right outside my room. I dove back to the don't really. It's like, I gotta see this. I want to see my murder firsthand. Plot twist: the parents were werewolves. That's what I was thinking. I was thinking it was actually Colin and them. But again, a good twist would be if the entire town were werewolves and it's just the Marlins who aren't, and that's why they're like, ugh, these humans that don't turn all hairy on the full moon. So to type out 80 words, and I'm in middle management. I don't need to type anymore. Yeah, go figure. Where Pomeranians? Their wolf. Everywhere a wolf. Old Mick Werewolf had a farm. Wolf, wolf. Or wait, bark, 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 bark. Wait, they don't bark. Or I guess they kind of do. Wolves bark, just like a more yelpy. Have you guys ever seen a wolf, like, up close, or, well, I guess, like, maybe you might not be alive if you saw them up close, but I have seen them in comparison to how big dogs are, and holy shit, I never would have guessed how much bigger they are compared to just like an everyday. I think what I saw, the comparison, I think it was a golden retriever and a Great Dane, and then it was a wolf, and I was like, Jesus, dude. Like, I think, and I was like, oh, I sure hope you guys can't climb trees, but then again, you're the fucking size of a tree, so. I think I would be mortified if I came across just one of those, but you know they're in packs, so you don't stand a chance with those things. Good night, Static X. I'm sorry we didn't get very far in the story. As I climbed to my feet, I heard a scraping sound, wood against wood, the sound of the window opening. I heard a heavy thud, feet landing hard on the ground, and then I heard low grunts, heavy thudding footsteps right outside my room. Oh, I thought it crawled into his room while he was like hanging out. I thought you wanted to talk like that. I dove back to the window breathlessly, my heart pounding. I stared out. Too late. No one was out there. All dark. The orange light had gone from the Marlins' house, or window. The house completely covered in black again. The trees shaking, black against the blue-black sky. The leaves silvery shimmering under the bright light of the moon. I stared out there for a long moment, waiting for my heart to stop racing, listening for the high howls and the heavy thudding footsteps. Silence now. My camera. I forced myself to turn away from the window. I hurried out of the room and down the short hall to the living room. Did I leave the camera case here when Hannah and I returned from the woods? No sign of it. I checked the kitchen. Not there either. Aunt Marta, Uncle Colin, I called to them. My voice came out tinier than I had planned. I ran back down the hall, past my room, past the bathroom and the linen closet. Their room stood at the end. Have you seen my camera anywhere? I cried. I shoved open the door to their bedroom. Whoa, maybe not just fling open bedroom doors, kiddo. Oh. Dark in there, dark and empty. I could smell Aunt Marta's flowery perfume and the sharp odor of photo-developing fluid. They've gone out to the woods to photograph animals, I realized. I'm all alone here. I took a deep breath and held it. Calm down, Alex. I instructed myself. You're perfectly okay. You're perfectly safe. You will find your camera as soon as you get calm. It's probably right out of plain sight. But you're so crazy and pumped up you can't see it. Just calm down. I took another long, deep breath. I was starting to feel calmer. I closed my aunt and uncle's bedroom door and started back down the hall. I was halfway to my room when I heard the soft scraping sound, and then the thud of footsteps. I froze and listened. More footsteps. Heavy thuds. Where were they coming from? Overhead? Yes. I peered at the low ceiling. Another scraping sound. More thudding footsteps. They're in the attic, I realized. Whatever those howling creatures are, they're in the house! I got out of my master's college while in major recession and a lightless immigrant. Remember those staffing agents leave? Oh yeah, they suck. I'm the one Static X fan. I love his name. It's so fun. I gasped. I don't know. Oh, wait. Oh, here we go. I dropped back against the wall. My whole body shook. I swallowed hard and listened to the heavy footsteps above my head. I've got to get out of here, I told myself. I've got to get out of this house. I've got to tell Uncle Colin and Aunt Marta. I think the worst thing you can possibly do is go out in the open with your fleshy neck exposed, but that's just me. I don't know. But my legs felt like jello. I didn't know if I could walk. I took a shaky step, and then another, and then I heard a new sound from upstairs. I stopped and listened. Humming? Was someone humming? It's the damn hummingbird from earlier! I knew it! He came back because you were being a dick to him. With a burst of energy, I grabbed the door to the attic. I pulled it open and shouted up the stairs, "Who's up there? Who is it?" All right. "It's me, Alex," a familiar voice called down. "Hannah?" I choked out. I stare at the Alex. "Don't do it! It's actually Wendigos! Don't trust it! Don't trust the voice. What are you doing up there? Didn't your aunt tell you I came back?" Hannah called. No, she didn't, I replied. She said she had some old clothes up here that might make a good costume, so I came back to check it out. You just walk... Again, this girl just walks into these people's houses. Spicy was forced to What? Dead? Oh, you guys are talking about... Okay. Her head appeared at the top of the stairs. Why do you sound so weird? I thought, I began, but my words caught my throat. I started up the stairs. No, Hannah cried. Don't come up. I stopped at the third step. How come, I called. I'm not dressed. I'm trying on stuff, she explained. She smiled down at me. Besides, I want to surprise you. There's awesome old stuff up here. Your aunt and uncle must have looked really weird when they were young. It's just like 60s outfits. She's gonna be a disco pirate this year. Her head disappeared from view. I could hear the rustling of clothes up there. I backed down the stairs. Hey, do you know where my camera is? I asked. I looked all over the house and... Oh no, Hannah groaned. Her head appeared again. This time she wasn't smiling. What? I called up to her. Your camera, Alex. Do you think maybe you left it in the woods? How the hell would you just... It was like his prized possession. There's no way he would just sat it down and left. That's stupid. Damn it. I hate lazy writing, even though this is a kid's book. I gasped. I don't know. I thought. My voice trailed off. I had a sick, heavy feeling in the pit of my stomach. You said you had it when Sean and Arjun left, Hannah said. But when you came back to the house, I don't remember you carrying it. Oh, wow. I shook my head. I've got to go get it, Hannah. I can't leave it overnight in the woods. No, she cried. Alex, listen to me. You can't go there. I have to, I cried. But the woods aren't safe at night, she protested. They really aren't safe. I turned away and ran down the hall. I pulled on my jacket and found a flat... Jesus, this kid is... How does he know it's even still gonna be there? If, like, people are... I mean, if teenagers hang out in the woods, it's probably all wrecked or gone. That needs to be a thing. A derpy, lanky werewolf with fur all over their eyes who keeps insisting, I'm not a Wendigo! Come on, that's mean! I pulled on my jacket and found a flashlight on the floor of the hall closet. I tested it a few times. The light was steady and bright. I'll be back in a few minutes, I shouted to Hannah. No, Alex, please, I heard her call down. Listen to me, don't go into the woods tonight. Wait for me to get dressed. Just wait for me, okay? But I couldn't leave my camera out there to be ruined. I can't possibly wait like another 2 minutes for you to get dressed, Hannah. Jeez, you should have thought about that. Blair Witch 2, Electric Boogaloo. That seems less effective against enemies unless it's a vampire. Yeah. Oh, a web shooter? I don't know, a web shooter that has pepper spray? That seems pretty effective, I guess. I closed the front door behind me and stepped out into the light of the moon. I began trotting along the side of the house toward the backyard. Heavy black clouds covered the moon. The night air felt colder than I thought. Wet. I zipped up my jacket as I ran. I glanced at the Marlins' house as I jogged past. Nothing to see there. The black window had been left wide open, but the house was completely dark. Not a light anywhere. The grass was slick and wet from the heavy dew. I felt a splash of cold on my forehead. A raindrop? I groaned at the thought of my camera sitting out in the woods. It was an expensive camera. That's why I just kind of forgot what happened to it when I left. Jeez. I prayed I could find it before it started to rain. Several tiny animals scampered silently past my feet. I stopped. No, not animals. Fat, dead leaves. They scuttled over the grass, or the dark grass, pushed by swirls of wind. I lowered my head under a tree branch and entered the woods in the back of the yard. The old trees shivered and creaked. The steady whoo of an owl far in the distance made me think of my aunt and uncle. They were here with their cameras somewhere in the woods. I wondered if I would run into them. I stopped when the bent tree came into view, the tree I had photographed with Hannah that afternoon. I played my flashlight over its curved shape. At least I'm heading in the right direction, I said out loud. I stepped over a fallen tree branch and moved deeper into the woods. The trees began to hiss, the leaves shaking in the rising wind. I could still hear the owl's steady hoo, hoo in the distance. My flashlight dimmed, then brightened again. Its thin circle of light made a path for me between the trees. All right, I cried out. when the light swept over my camera case. I had set it down on a fat tree stump. How could I have forgotten it there? Great question. I would like to know that as well, kid. So far, I think the camera is the strongest character in this story. We should follow it for a couple chapters. I should have put up like a ding every single time he said the word camera, because it seems to pop up a lot. With another happy cry, I picked it up. I actually felt like hugging it. I was so happy to have it back. I checked it out carefully, turning it under the flashlight. I wiped away a few raindrops that clung to the top. Then, cradling it under one arm, I started back to the house. The rain had stopped, at least for a moment. I started to hum happily. I wanted to skip all the way home. This camera meant more to me than anything. I promised myself I'd never leave it anywhere again. I stopped humming when I heard an angry sound, an animal snarl, a fierce, throaty roar. I dropped the flashlight. The creature roared again. Where was it? Where was it coming from? Right behind me! Bunnyacula and the werepalms. One day, mark my words, there shall be a werepalmer. Wait, who's dead? She's dead. Who's dead? Okay, we are on chapter 11, so we are kind of halfway there. Well, it's like 1/3 the way there. I bent and grabbed up the flashlight. My knees suddenly felt weak. A cold weight of a panic swept over my body. I heard loud animal grunts, another angry snarl. I forced myself to move. I had to get away from here. A clump of fat shrubs rose up in front of me. Clutching my camera case, I darted behind them and dropped to my knees. Hidden behind the bushes, I struggled to catch my breath, to stop my heart from thudding so hard in my chest. I couldn't see around the fat leaves of the bush, but I could hear the animal's grunts and growls. I ducked lower, hoping I was completely out of view, hoping it couldn't smell me. That's what I was about to say. I was like, if it's a predator, it's gonna have amazing scent, and if it hunts at night, it's gonna have good vision at night too, kid. At least climb a tree, because maybe it doesn't climb trees, but if it's a werewolf, it probably could. Then I heard a crash of heavy feet on the ground. A high wail of anger, like a cry of attack. A frightened bleat rose up, so high and tiny, a terrified cry, cut off quickly, snapped off. Leaning into the shrub, my legs trembling, my whole body shaking, I heard a struggle. So close I could stand up, reach out, and touch the attacker and his prey. So close I heard every grunt, every frightened cry. A thud, a growl, another tiny, helpless bleat. A loud ripping sound, wet chewing, a slap of jaws, more rapid chewing, an animal burp, another ripping sound. I shut my eyes, picturing what was happening right in front of me. Then I heard a thud, then silence. The hiss of the wind seemed to grow louder, a hiss, then silence. I opened my eyes. I stood shakily. I heard heavy footsteps. Why would you stand until you were sure this thing was gone? Don't make Jenny pronounce that. Pomeranian? At least we moved away from the olive green eyes mentioned. So yeah. Well, I told you, man. When R.L. Stine gets locked onto, I guess, descriptive, something descriptive that he likes, he will say it like 8 million times. But again, I think it's on purpose, because they want kids to read and maybe use their imaginations. Now that's just silly. Ooh, yeah. Oh, I have jalapeno stuffed olives in my fridge. Now I want to eat them. Now, maybe I'll have those after I'm done. The footsteps approaching rapidly, coming my way, coming for me. The hungry creature, was moving toward me. Oh. A low cry of terror. Oh, so that wasn't really a low cry of terror. Escaped my throat. Gripping the camera tightly, I spun away from the clumps of shrubs and started to run. I heard animal grunts behind me, heavy breathing pants. I didn't glance back. I ran deeper into the... Oh, nice work, idiot. I ran deeper into the woods. I thought I heard the splash and the trickle of a creek on my right. Wolf Creek? I didn't stop to see. A branch scratched my cheek as I scrambled past it. Pain shot over my face. I raised one arm to shield myself as I ran blindly, ran through the darkness. This kid is gonna run straight into a big-ass tree. Killer Clowns. Jenny, I don't know if I'll be able to play. Oh, you can't play it? That's okay if you can't play. like I said, it's totally cool. It's just an idea. We would play with other people, not just it would just be you and I. Okay. But like I said, it's sometimes tough to be able to get people to play in like a group just because everybody has different lives and we have different time zones too. That's also a major factor. All of stuffed jalapenos. That sounds kind of good too. I ran blindly through the darkness. Where was the flashlight? Oh no, I left it behind in the bushes. Of course he did. Why would this child ever remember anything? It was of no use to me anyway. I was running too fast to keep to the path. I lowered my shoulder and pushed my way through a patch of tall reeds. They snapped back, slapping me wetly as I shot through them. My foot caught on a half-buried rock. I slid off of it, somehow keeping my balance. I leaped over an upraised tree root and kept running. Over the harsh gasps of my breath, I listened for the heavy thudding footsteps behind me. The animal growls. Was the creature still chasing me? I grabbed a smooth, damp tree trunk and stopped. I hugged the trunk. I really thought this kid was going to run straight into a tree, honestly. Wow, that took forever. Well, Tammy, let me know if you have like if it's like a scheduling conflict. If you do want to play, you just can't figure out a time frame, and I'll see if I can work around it. If that's the issue anyway. It's okay. Don't apologize. It's okay, Tammy. Don't apologize. If you can't play, you can't play. Let's see. My foot caught on a half-buried rock. I slid off of it, somehow keeping my balance. I leaped over an upraised tree root and kept running. Over a harsh gasp of my breath, I listened for the heavy thudding footsteps behind me. The animal growls. Was the creature still chasing me? I grabbed a smooth, damp tree trunk and stopped. I hugged the trunk. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize I had already read this. Struggling to keep my legs from collapsing, struggling to catch my breath. I turned and gazed back. Nothing there. No growls, no grunts, no bangs of heavy feet on the ground. I sucked in breath after breath. My lungs burned. My mouth felt so dry I couldn't swallow. I'm okay, I told myself. I'm safe, for now. I gazed into the deep darkness, and the creature hit me from behind. Huh. I uttered a startled groan. Maybe not write it out because it sounds ridiculous. It's Hannah. I spun around to face my attacker. No one there. Nothing. A shocked cry escaped my lips. I started to scramble to my feet and saw what had hit the back of my head. A bird's nest. A dried up, broken bird's nest. It must have fallen from the tree limb above my head, probably shaken loose by gusts of winds. Oh, wow. I shook twigs from my hair, then craning the camera case under my arm, I gazed around. Where was I? Trees up ahead slanted as if leaning against each other. A low mound of rocks stood at the edge of the ridge of the tall reeds. I'm lost, I realized. Pistachios. We're up that... Oh. I love that song. Running up that road, running up that hill. And all the different versions too. I was super happy when Stranger Things highlighted that song and it started to get popular because I love Kate Bush and I was like, yes, please, more attention on her, please. I gaze up at the sky. No moon. No moon. The heavy rain clouds covered the moon and stars. How do I get back? I squinted into the darkness, searching for a path, searching for anything I might recognize. Nothing. If I could find the creek, maybe I could find the spot where I found my camera, I decided. But which direction was the creek? I was completely turned around. I shivered. A cold raindrop spattered on the shoulder of my jacket. I jumped. The bird's nest had made me terrified of things falling from the sky. What should I do? It's okay, it's just water falling from the sky. A classic placebo song. Artie was talking about pistachio pesto pizza, so I combined it. Oh, that sounds kind of good. Pistachio pesto pizza. Good luck, Darby. Come back and let us know if it worked. I mean, I'm probably gonna be here for another 8 hours with how long I'm Another one I'll see you in 4 months. What should I do? My mind whirred frantically with ideas. Word. Should I call out for help? Shout for my aunt and uncle? Maybe if I called loud enough they would hear me. But no, if I shout, the animal, the snarling creature, would hear me first. Was it still searching for me? Was it still nearby? I decided I better not call for help. But what should I do? What? Start walking in one direction and just keep going no matter what? No, I remember a book I read where a guy was lost in the desert and he tried walking in a straight line and he just ended up making circles. He went around and around and didn't even realize it until he saw his own footprints in the sand. Wow, that's impressive. Managed to somehow do that. Maybe I should wait until the sun comes up, I decided. I'll never find my way in this darkness. When it's daylight, I'll have a much better chance. I didn't like the idea of spending a night in the woods, but waiting here until I could see where I was going seemed like a good idea. But then I heard a clattering sound, and I felt the rain start pounding down hard, a freezing rain, swept by gusting wind. I can't stay here, I realized. I have to get back to the house. I walked and walked, trying to retrace my steps. I sighed with relief when I finally came to a clump of bushes where I had hid. I found the flashlight and gripped it tightly with my free... That is some stroke of luck there, kid. I gotta say. A lot of her music was just too silly for me. That's why I liked it. Wait, are we still talking about Kate Bush? She, go to the basement and get some Diet Coke. Okay. So much better than the lyrics were great, but Kate Bush version wasn't serious enough to match lyrics. Oh, okay, I see. Yeah, I like her just because of how ridiculous, like how ridiculously, I'm trying to think of a word that would really fit. She just reminded me of like a very Renaissance fair person, especially some of the songs that she sung. But I liked her voice. It was very again, like fairy like. Is another way I can really describe it. I'll be right back. See you in the kitchen with the knife. I took a guess on which direction to go next. Ducking my head against the rain, I started to walk again. Less than a minute later, I stumbled over something soft. I landed on my knees, turned back to see what I had tripped over, and let out a cry of horror. It was probably a deer. The flashlight trembled in my hand. A quivering light revealed an ugly sight. I gaped down at an animal's body. No, two. 2 animals? What were they? I couldn't tell. They had been clawed to pieces, completely ripped apart. I remembered the ripping sounds I had heard. Well, how do you know it's 2 animals and not just one big bloody mess? I don't like the placebo version. Left for a bit to take the dog out, so the camera's still okay, right? Stepped away for a bit. We still distracting. Everybody seemed to have wandered off. I love like at least 2 or 3 of you guys were like, oh, I came back. What did I miss? I remember the ripping sounds I had heard, the sound of these animals being torn apart. My stomach lurched. What kind of animal did this? What kind of an animal was strong enough to tear other creatures apart? A chill ran down my back. I pulled myself to my feet. I forced myself to look away. The rain poured down. I shielded my camera case under my jacket and started to run again. I had to get away from that gross scene. Would I ever be able to forget it? The wind whipped the rain around me. I felt as if I were running through ocean waves, but I couldn't stop. My fear kept me from running. That fierce creature still lurked in these woods, still growled and hunted somewhere nearby. My sneakers were soaked. I slipped and slid in the soft mud. I'm not sure how long I ran. I stopped when I nearly ran into the creek. Pounded by the rain, it splashed over its low bank. I turned and followed it, feeling a little more confident. After a while, I spotted a narrow path cut through the tilting trees. I turned onto the path. Would it lead me out of the woods? I had to try it. The rain slowed to a soft patter. My sneakers sank deep into the mud as I trotted along the curving path. Soon I came to the bent old man tree. Yes! I cried out loud. Yes! I waved my fist triumphantly in the air. I was almost home. I picked up my pace. A few minutes later, I burst out of the woods into my aunt and uncle's backyard. I was so happy I wanted to fly. I couldn't wait to get into the warm house, to pull off my soaked clothes and get into something dry, but I stopped in the middle of the backyard and stared into the circle of yellow lights from my flashlight, stared down at the strange footprints in the wet grass. Deep, rutted footprints headed to the Marlins' backyard. I bent into the light to see them better. They weren't human footprints. They were too long and too wide and shaped differently from human feet or shoes. Thanks for specifying it couldn't be shoes. Literally, most apex predators are capable of tearing animals apart, kid. I was thinking the same thing, but I'm also like, this kid's 12. I can't be too pedantic to be an asshole to this fictional child. Keeping a beam of light in front of me, I trailed the footprints, following them over the grass, across the Marlins' weed-soaked backyard. Oh, they know how to party. I stopped when I saw where the strange footprints led, right up to the Marlins' open bedroom window. Oh, I'm so sorry, Dave. I'm sorry about your grandpa. That makes me sad. I was also very... I know how you feel. I was devastated when my grandma passed away. It's a moment of peace. Everybody take a drink for Dave's grandpa. Salud. I was going to say lots of animals can tear plenty of stuff apart. Yeah, I was about to say I used to wander in the woods as a kid with my siblings and cousins. I can verify that that we have come across many a rabbit and what remained of a deer before. One of the reasons why it always bummed me out in movies and stuff when animals were killed. I was like, I just come across this stuff all the time. Alright, we're at chapter 14. When I came into the kitchen for breakfast the next morning, Aunt Marta was on the phone. She stood at the counter with her back to me, but she turned as soon as I said good morning to my uncle and flashed me an angry look. Yes, I understand, she said in the phone. Well, it won't happen again. I took my place at the table beside Uncle Colin. He sipped from the white coffee mug, his eyes on Aunt Marta. It won't happen again, my aunt repeated in the phone. She frowned. I'll make sure he stays away. No, he wasn't spying on you, Mr. Marlin. So that's who she was talking to. Uncle Colin shook his head unhappily. I warned you not to go near that place, Alex. We don't need those people calling over here. I'm sorry, I muttered, but I wanted to tell him about last night, about everything that had happened to me and everything I had seen, but he raised a finger to his lips, motioning me to be silent while my aunt was on the phone. No, my nephew wasn't taking pictures of your house, Miss Marlin. Aunt Marta continued, or Mr. Marlin, Jesus. She rolled her eyes. I promise, he won't bother you again. I'll talk to him right now. Yes, okay, goodbye. She set down the receiver and turned to Uncle Colin with a sigh. Those people, she muttered. She won't even let my nosy nephew take pictures of their house. What a bunch of assholes. Bears, wolves, normal ones, cougars. Hell, fucking house cats. Oh yeah. I'm sure anybody who has raised a drink, now I'm going to play The End by John Murphy. That's a pretty good one. Wait, weren't we? Oh? We have to be careful, Uncle Colin replied, narrowing his eyes at me. We don't want to get them worked up. But, I sputtered, I saw things. They saw you, Alex, my aunt interrupted. They saw you prowling around their house late last night. They are very angry about it. She poured herself a mug of coffee and came over to the table. She sat down and swept a strand of gray hair off her forehead. What were you doing outside last night? My uncle asked. I'm really sorry, but I had no choice. I left my camera out in the woods, I explained. I had to run out and get it. I couldn't leave it out all night, especially with the rain. But you didn't have to go near the Marlins' house, did you? Aunt Marta demanded. I heard animal howls from inside their house, I blurted out, and I saw strange footprints going up to the bedroom window on the side. Uncle Colin nodded calmly. He took a long sip of his coffee. The footprints were probably from their dogs, he said, glancing at Aunt Marta. Dogs? I cried. They both nodded. They have 2 huge German shepherds, my aunt explained. Mean as they come. And big as wolves, Uncle Colin added, shaking his head. He reached for a slice of toast and began to butter it. I sighed. I felt a little better. 2 German shepherds. That explained the howls and the footprints in the wet grass. Are you ready for school? Aunt Marta asked. Hannah will be here any minute. I'm almost ready, I replied. I gulped down a glass. So what happened to Hannah? Does she just hang out in... He's like, all right, well, I hope you survive tomorrow, Alex. If you're alive and not ripped sheds by tomorrow, I'll be here at like 8 or whatever to pick you up for school. Sorry, I accidentally hit enter early. Wait, weren't we just on another chapter 7? Oh, sorry. I keep forgetting to say, hey, I'm on the next chapter, or say what chapter I'm on. It is, yeah, and it is a kid's book, so the chapters are super duper short. So sometimes it's like a page, and I don't feel like being like, hey, next chapter. Okay. I gulped down a glass of orange juice. Oh, make sure you, you have some spaghetti along with it, because why fuck not? When I was in the woods last night, I started, they both stared at me. I saw some animals that got ripped up. I mean, killed. Uncle Colin nodded. The woods are dangerous at night, he said softly. I don't really want you out there at night, Alex, Aunt Marta said. She pulled a piece of lint off of the shoulder of my t-shirt. Then she tenderly brushed my hair back with her hand. Promise us you won't do it again. I promise, I murmured. I promise that you'll stay away from the Marlins, my uncle added. Before I could reply, the doorbell rang. Hannah came into the kitchen. So again, this girl just lets herself in, or just like, I guess, pushes herself, or pushes the aunt out of the way to let her in. Yeah, I'm just gonna go up to your, go through your things in the attic. Hannah came into the kitchen, weighed down under a bulging backpack. God, I remember having the backpacks. They're always so ridiculously heavy. I just remember kids' books seeming longer when I was a kid, but I guess that tracks. Yeah, of course, is broken. I haven't seen. Even been murdered by Shaggy. Ready? She asked. I nodded and shoved my chair back from the table. Yeah, I guess I'm ready, I told her. This is so weird. I'm going to someone else's school. You'll like my teacher, Mr. Sheen, Hannah replied. He's very interesting and he's really nice. I grabbed my backpack and jacket. We said goodbye to my aunt and uncle and headed out the front door. I glanced at the Marlins' house as we made our way to the street. The bedroom window at the side had been closed, I saw. The house was dark as always. Did you find your camera? Hannah asked. I'm glad you're not ripped to pieces, by the way. Yeah, but it wasn't easy, I told her about my scary adventure. She tisked. I warned you, Alex, she said. You wouldn't catch me in the woods after dark. You were gonna go with him. Like, quick, someone come up with something to distract Jenny. Gotta keep the game going. Are you guys have a tally? Look, a bird. I almost went and grabbed, I heard Tippy chirping earlier because sometimes she'll sing herself to sleep. And she has, like, her favorite spot, only, like, just not right outside the door, like the door next. And, but I was like, no, I don't want to wake her up, because, one, it's kind of a jerk thing to do, and two, look, a camera. And two, she would be in a bad mood. She would just want to bite me. She's like, wake me up. She's like, this is what you get for waking me up when I'm trying to sleep. I have a long day of being mean and biting at me. She was chasing around Boo today for some reason. She has never bothered him before, so I don't know why she suddenly decided to bully him. A yellow bus rumbled past. Some kids in the bus called out the window to Hannah. She waved back at them. The morning sun still floated low in the sky. A silvery frost clung to the lawns. The air felt crisp and cold. One more block to school, Hannah said. Are you nervous? I didn't answer. I was thinking about the Marlins. I told Hannah about the howls I'd heard inside their house. Uncle Colin says they have 2 big German shepherds. Really big and really mean, I told her. No, they don't, Hannah replied sharply. I stopped walking. Excuse me? I cried. No, I don't think Stein knew what I cried or they cried really means, Durfee. I would bite too if I were woken up. But yeah, ever since I got my hair extension, she'll go under the hair and then bite my neck because she gets mad that she can't like crawl out the other side without like having to like fight her way through. I was like, it's not my fault. You're the dumbass who decided to go into my hair to begin with. Then why did my uncle? Oh, the Marlins don't have any dogs. She repeated. I've lived here as long as they have, and I've never seen them. Then why did my uncle tell me that? I demanded. So you won't be scared, Hannah replied. I don't understand, I stammered. If the Marlins don't have dogs, what made those weird footprints outside of their window? Hannah shook her head. Oh, here it is again. Her olive green eyes locked onto mine. Alex, you don't get it, do you? She cried. Cried. Haven't you figured it out yet? Figured out what? I asked. The Marlins are werewolves, Hannah declared. Just so casually. Stop being so hairy. Still chasing pigeons around. Oh, actually, something. I don't know what happened, but something happened with the birds in the park. So I have been trying to catch one of them. Not like. I've been trying to get close to him enough where I can grab him and cut off his around both his little legs is either hair or string or some type of wire where it's around both his legs, so he the little one walks like this, like one of those little wind up toys, and it's frustrating to see because if it cuts off circulation long enough, it'll cut off both his little legs will die, and then he's just gonna have little nubs. So I've been trying to catch that particular one, but it's kind of tough because he won't let me go near him. And last week, I went and I fed them as always, and everything was fine. I come back the next day, and there's a bunch of the seeds still where I left it, which I thought was kind of weird because they pick that area clean usually. And they did not come to greet me like they normally would. When I would walk up, they would fly when I would walk up, they would fly at my feet, or if I drove there, it just depended on how cold it was, or how warm, like if I felt like walking with a big bag of birdseed or not, they would land on my car, and sometimes I would have to stop because they would land in front of my car when I was driving. But this time, like, they wouldn't come near me. I threw more seed on the ground, and they just stayed where they could see me, but they never like these particular birds that I've been feeding weren't scared of, like they would walk around my feet when I would throw down seeds because again I was there so often. So I can't figure out what happened. And then I tried again yesterday and the seeds were still there. So I tried a different spot that was kind of nearby, thinking like maybe something happened, because I did see some feathers. So I thought maybe, because a couple weeks ago I saw a hawk around, which spooked them. So I thought maybe there was still a hawk around, and sadly when they were feeding, it swooped down and grabbed one of them when I wasn't there, because it wouldn't have attempted to take one of the birds if I was near it, because apparently I'm scarier than that, or I'm scary to hawks or whatever bird of prey. So yeah, I'm super upset about that, because that was my favorite thing to do at my lunch hour, because like I would usually either pack a lunch and take it to the park. And it also sucks because I just bought a bag of bird seed for like next week, and now I'm like, are they even going to show up? So something happened when I wasn't there, and possibly right after I left that day before, when they showed up happily to have seeds. So I'm also kind of worried, because there was construction going on, like not too far away from where I normally feed them. And the construction workers parked in that one area where I was feeding, and that was another thing. I was like, did one of the workers spook them? Did one of the workers just particularly hate birds? You know, pigeons aren't really liked by most people, so never seen the majestic ostrich herds. But yeah, I'm super bummed about it. It was really. Have you tried a shotgun? I would never do that. Just burned here. Yeah, it was. Take all the birds from the park. Excuse me, I've only taken two, and it was short term, and then they were returned to their flocks after they were healed. Like one was shorter than the other because the other one just needed time for because that one also had a bunch of string wrapped around its foot, and it just needed some antibiotics. And that one I only kept for a couple of days just to make sure it wasn't. Why is it so? Sorry, I just noticed that my screen is like fuzzy sometimes. But yeah, it's the most bum. If Final Fantasy, if it were Final Fantasy, Jenny would be a chocobo knight. I would take that. Sure. I mean, why not? I was like, damn it! I was so close to getting a pigeon army to do my bidding, and then something happened when I wasn't there, and now they're suddenly afraid of me. And then I was wondering, another thing, I was like, did somebody who had a similar car to mine happen to drive up, and it obviously wasn't me, so they either tried to plow through the birds or just like got out and like shooed them away and scared them. But pigeons aren't stupid. Like they can tell difference between humans. So that was another thing. I was like, pigeons are, no, you spelled it right. Yeah, I like pigeons too. I feed them when I can. But I'm sorry. I'm mourning a possible loss of my favorite activity because I've been doing this for a couple of years. So it's kind of a bummer that suddenly out of nowhere, like one of my favorite, I guess, hobbies, does feeding animals at the park count as a hobby? That I do at lunchtime might have been destroyed because either a bird of prey snatched one of them up, which in all honesty, if that happened, I'm glad I wasn't there because I probably would have been heartbroken. Definitely would have cried if I would have saw that. I was like, no, not my feral babies. Or somebody was terrible to them and spooked them, so they don't want to come near anybody. Which I guess I'll find out on Monday if it was just a fluke and they come back. The most unrealistic thing in Final Fantasy is how no one has cashed in a fried chocobo restaurant train. Well, aren't they kind of beloved in the Final Fantasy world? I mean, yeah, they're also means of transportation. I mean, people don't eat horses here. Or, I mean, maybe they do. I have no idea if horse meat is a thing. It probably is. It's always humans. But probably humans, it's always human. Yeah, that's kind of what I think happened. I was like, I might have to slowly migrate away from where I used to feed them and see if they'll follow, and maybe that if I move into a different location, they'll feel more safe to come down and eat again. Does he think of the drumsticks? Yeah, they'd be massive. You ate horses growing. I can't tell if you're joking or not. IKEA served horse meatballs for what? Ooh. Well, I'm glad I didn't. Glad I didn't want to eat any type of meat, especially at IKEA. Okay, chapter 50. Oh, we're at 15. We have 10. No, less than 10 chapters to go. Or no, sorry. Like 18 chapters or so, I think. 18 chapters. Maybe a little bit more or less. I don't know. I don't feel like doing math in my head. Ooh, I love storms. I love hearing thunder and lightning. It's one of the reasons why I have this as the background this time. Or sorry, this is the background this time. Okay. Chapter 15. Why is everyone in Wolf Creek obsessed with werewolves? I almost said vampires. Werewolves, I wondered. I laughed at Hannah and teased her the rest of the walk to school. I mean, how could anyone actually believe in werewolves today? You're only trying to scare me, I told her. I don't scare easily, remember? I saw one of the German shepherds. It was howling in the Marlin's window. Hannah shrugged. Believe what you want to believe, she murmured. Murmured, that's another one that's that he uses a lot. Cried and murmured. horses are a common food in nomadic cultures. Oh, I'm not even gonna attempt to try to pronounce that, Artie. Okay. Somebody tested it and found that they were using horse meat instead of pork or beef, like they were claiming. Is it like is horse meat like super cheap? Is that why they were using it? That seems, maybe ostrich meat is like ostrich meat. Ostrich meat. Man, I'm learning all types of stuff. I did not know ostrich was a thing. But then again, when I was in, where the hell was that? Wasn't California. Where was that? Was it Utah? We drove, I think it was Utah or maybe Massachusetts. I can't remember. Oh God, Massachusetts. There it is. I jokingly called it Massachusetts, and then my brain's like, well, that's how you guys are supposed to say it. There was this tiny little burger place that would have like these things, or the little markers that'd be like, hey, we have exotic meats, and I was like, gross. And one day we drove by and they said they had kangaroo meat, and I was like, I didn't fucking know like you could eat those. It's so weird, the things that people are like, huh, I see that really super aggressive thing that bounces around and punches people to death. I'm gonna go see if I can eat it. It's kind of like with sea urchin, as some of the weirder things that people have eaten. I was like, who the hell took a look at it? I was like, oh, this spiky thing that looks very much like it would be poisonous. I'm gonna crack it open and see what its insides taste like. IKEA got a deal from it somewhere, probably. Turtle and gator. Now I've heard of gator. Turtle is a new one to me. Emu is also a new one to me. Man, I must be sheltered or something. I had a kangaroo sandwich for... Okay, question. So somebody here is supposed to be more of a red meat and tastes closer to beef, but it's far more tender. Okay, what does kangaroo taste like? Like if you were to compare it to another meat. I'm sorry. Again, woo, I'm learning all types of stuff. I got a bunch of werewolves living in my damn... Now I know why people wanted me to read this one. Don't try to scare me with werewolves anymore, I told her. But I had a surprise when we arrived at school. Even Mr. Sheen, the 6th grade teacher, wanted to talk about werewolves all morning. He was about 40, short and chubby, with thinning brown hair. Oh, the first person who's not thin in this town, apparently. With thinning brown hair and thick black glasses perched on his round pink face. He wore a yellow sweater that made him resemble a ripe pear. But Hannah was right. He was very nice, very friendly. He welcomed me eagerly and introduced me to the other 6th graders. It really made me feel at home. He assigned me a seat near the door in the back. Hannah sat in the front row. I spotted Sean and Arjun near the windows on the other side of the classroom. They nodded but didn't say hi or anything. Bunch of jerks. Whoa. Well, ooh, okay. Okay. Had kangaroo medallions at my friend's wedding. If you're hungry enough, you can eat anything. Oh, that is a really good point. Joke's on me. How you make fun of people. Well, that's the thing. I'm not making fun of people who ate it. I just think it's funny how somebody would see this thing with this thing that can kick you to death and be like, you know what, I'm gonna try. I'm gonna just try to see how that thing tastes. Buffalo meat is delicious. Huh. Deer meat. Oh, venison. That one I have heard of. Just because I think the name of the meat is interesting. It's like, why venison? Turtle's expensive and rare because it's protected, very slow to grow, so it's a rarity. You can get turtle in New Orleans. That's so weird. I've had roux, but I don't remember. It's probably the closest to beef, just a bit sweeter and tough, but you'll have to try it to know for sure. Yeah, I'll pass there, but I'll have to take your word for it. Bear? Well, I guess if you're hungry, it's like, I'm hungry enough, I'm gonna fight this thing that's like 20 times bigger than me and has claws the size of my head. I guess if you could take it down, then you earn it, I suppose. Bear's just man, but sweet low that bone marrow. Okay, Jesus, I didn't know you could eat the bone marrow too. God damn it. See, I've been out of this. This meat world for a while, and all this stuff I'm learning. I think I kind of knew because I went to one of those restaurants that had like an omasake type deal, and bone marrow was one of them, and I was like, I don't know what that is, but that's like an animal thing, so I was like, I don't want that. Camel milk? Brandon, where do you live? You seem to have access to all these exotic foods. I apologize if you told me that before, and if you don't feel comfortable with it, you don't have to say anything, but or you can be vague, like just the country. My dad made me deer jerky. I almost said beer jerky, and it was delicious. Aww. It's wonderful to reminisce about the sweet things your deceased parents did. Well, I was about to say, well, you guys know, I sometimes will bring back memories of my pops or cute things that my grandma did. It is nice to reminisce about happy things. I have bone marrow for collagen? We're literally apex predators. We created boomsticks. I guess that's a good point. I just think it's funny, especially just some of these things that you see, and they're like, what in the hell made you think that thing was edible? Or maybe every tribe just had a Mikey. It's like, get Mikey to try it. And if Mikey dies, we'll just get another Mikey. Okay, back to chapter 15. He signed me oh wait, blah blah, didn't say anything. They both looked rumpled and kind of tired. Their baggy clothing were very wrinkled. Their hair was wild. They looked as if they had been up all night, I thought. Weird thought. Yeah, kind of weird. After taking well, I was like, if I saw that in 12-year-olds the next day, if they were normally like well-groomed or anything, I just assumed that a new game came out and they played it all night when they weren't supposed to. Hunger makes everything look edible. That is true. You can look online for local exotic. Oh, okay. So oh, okay. So it's mostly you get it online. That's a. No, I'm okay. My God. That sounds awful. It's like you gotta come out. No, man, it's just you versus the beast coming out of the tall grass. Like, it's just you and the wild. It's so interesting. Yeah, not my thing, but it is interesting hearing all the different animals that I would not have even thought of as being, I guess, lack for a better term, edible. It's weird. Let's see. After taking attendance and making a few announcements, Mr. Sheen sat on the edge of his desk. His eyes traveled around the room. And by the way, Adam, if lions did have guns, everybody would be just mount them on their backs, like little tanks. Well, big tanks, because those things are giants. Huzzah for opposable thumbs. Wasting food is infuriating. I agree. His eyes traveled around the room. He waited for us to settle down. Does anyone know what the study of lycanthropy is? Lycanthropes. Lycanthropy? I can't remember how it's pronounced. It's lycanthropy or thropy. He asked behind his glasses. His dark eyes glowed. I had never heard the word, but to my surprise, several hands shot up. He called on Arjun. Arjun? I think that's how I was pronouncing it. It's about people changing into wolves, Arjun said. Werewolves, Shans exclaimed. Mr. Sheen nodded. Yes, werewolves, he repeated. That's what lycanthropy is the study of. He cleared his throat. Since Halloween comes later this week, I thought we might spend some time discussing lycanthropes. There's going to be a full moon on Halloween night this year, a tall, athletic-looking boy interrupted. Yes, there is, Mr. Sheen agreed. Many people believe a full moon is needed to bring a werewolf to life, but they are wrong. Although a werewolf's powers do grow stronger as the moon grows fuller. Crossing his legs, he leaned back and began to talk. He explained how the werewolf legends began over 200 years ago in I almost said Japan. Okay, so anybody who I don't know very much about lycanthropes, so you guys will have to call out if this is incorrect or not, because sometimes they get some of this stuff incorrect. A normal person bitten by a werewolf becomes a werewolf himself when moonlight shines on him. I'm kind of surprised a werewolf would just bite him, because usually those things, they rip the shit out of their targets. It's a curse that cannot be removed, Mr. Sheen said, speaking in a low, steady voice, trying to sound spooky. No matter how much he tries to live a normal life, a man afflicted with the curse turns into a wolf under the light of the moon. Girls too? Hannah asked. Some kids giggled. Yes, girls too. Okay, question. If girls turn into werewolves, do they have like the rows of nips like the way wolves and dogs do? They're like, this is a downside. One day my dad was mad and he was making spaghetti and it was delicious, so I started calling it Dad's Mad Spaghetti. That's cute. Can you make mad spaghetti? That's cute. For your blood. You have to figure out how to load them. It would be an automatic thing. Do the automatic reload. Or he would have an ally, like a monkey or something on the back to reload it for him. Look up a video of cat warfare with 2 kittens on Roombas with boxes shaped like tanks around them. Oh, that sounds cute. How does a child make it to most of their childhood never hearing the word lycanthrope? I'm not sure, but I don't know. It's it is kind of an interesting, like it's kind of a weird word. So it is, maybe it's possible that the kids would hear it, but because if it's not, it answers that. Oh, that's right. I forgot about Ginger Snaps. I do need to rewatch that. I haven't watched that movie in years. I mean, hell, I just found out the other day that that House had more than 2 movies. I thought there was just one in the sequel, and then I found one of my white whales in the 4th fucking movie. I think I DM'd you, Adam, when I was talking about that. It was the gross one I told you guys about. And it was nowhere near as awful as I remember it as a kid, but then again, I was in kindergarten when I watched that movie, so I get it. But if those who are interested in knowing the scene that traumatized me, go on YouTube and type in House 4 phlegm drowning. It's disgusting. So it's still gross, but that was one of my white whales for years and years. I could not figure out where that scene came from. So I got like 1 or 2 left. I did. Okay. I can't believe it too. It was like right under my nose. I have the first 2 movies on DVD, but for some reason 3 and 4 just escaped my kindergarten. The foreclosure. Yeah, it's pretty disgusting. It is. It's as gross as it sounds like, but well, the Twin Peaks theme is kind of scary. Like it's very haunting. Let's see here. Werewolves must rage and howl, Mr. Sheen continued, and prowl the woods or forests in search of victims. Cool, a red-haired boy in front of me muttered. Shut up, Ginger Nut. Everyone laughed. At daybreak, the werewolves must shed their wolf skin, the teacher explained. They return to human form. They must hide their werewolf skin until the next night. Okay, this sounds wrong. This sounds, I don't know, maybe there's some werewolf legends where it's literally a suit the humans have to put on. They must hide the skin in a safe place because if someone takes the werewolf skin and burns it, the werewolf will die. Ooh, cool! The redheaded boy repeated. More laughter. Kids started talking excitedly. It took a while for Mr. Sheen to quiet everyone. He jumped to his feet, pulled down his yellow sweater, and paced in front of the chalkboard. Does anyone in this class believe werewolves actually exist? He asked. I snickered. I didn't think any kids would raise their hands, but to my surprise, every single hand in the room shot up. You all believe in werewolves? Mr. Sheen declared. Yes, we do, I heard Arjun murmur again, softly. Yes, we do, Sean repeated. I turned and realized they were both staring at me. I felt a sudden chill. What is their problem, I wondered. Why are they acting so weird? For some reason, the raptors in Jurassic Park terrified me. There's, more than watching Poltergeist did. That part was terrifying. That whole movie was amazing. I enjoyed that movie a lot. That sounds disgusting. That would come up on occasion when I eat and don't need that. I almost searched it till Jenny said, oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, it's pretty gross. It still makes me uneasy. Yeah, I kind of feel that way. As much as I love the Silent Hill 2 soundtrack, I can't listen to it very often just because it puts me in a really weird and dark mood. And it's funny too because that game has nothing but good memories attached to it. Like, I had memories of playing it with my sisters and my friends. We actually had our dad was watching it with us. But murmur. Murmur. But for some reason, just the it's just such a dark and depressing soundtrack. It's kind of hard to listen to sometimes. But it's I do like listening to it around like Halloween time because that's the only time it seems to like not affect me. But if it's like maybe not during happy times like Christmas, I'm gonna put on Silent Hill 2 soundtrack. After school, Sean and Arjun came up to me at the back of the classroom. Outside of the room, lockers slammed. The tile walls echoed with shouts and laughter. The two guys studied me solemnly. What's up? I greeted them, zipping up my backpack. Mr. Sheen waved and walked out, carrying a bulging briefcase. Three of us were alone in the room. How's it going? Sean asked. Is it weird being new in school? Or being in a new school? Arjun asked. Yeah, kind of, I told him. Especially since I'm only here for a few weeks. You're lucky, Arjun joked. Sean and I are stuck here. Wolf Creek isn't so bad, I said. I swung the backpack onto my shoulder. The two boys stared at me intently. They didn't say anything. Sean shoved his hand into his baggy pockets. Arjun fiddled with a silver ring on his finger. Finally, Sean broke the silence. You don't believe in werewolves? He said softly. Well, I hesitated. You didn't raise your hand, Arjun added. Everyone else did. Yeah, I know, I replied. I don't really believe in them. I mean, come on, guys. It's the 21st century. I see a lot of guys with furs on their faces walking around the streets. I don't think so. It was meant to be funny, but they didn't laugh. They kept staring at me with solemn faces. Werewolves exist, Arjun said softly. We can prove it to you. For sure. Oh, for sure, I replied sarcastically, rolling my eyes. The Easter Bunny exists too. Yeah, I had to be chased by one in the video game. They totally does exist. Terry, I seriously only knew Tori Amos for being part of Tori Amos' message board in high school, and not for her music. That's kind of funny that you joined a message board, but not that. Irish mythology, Silky is a seal who can shed its skin to become a sexy lady on land. The story is about a dude who fell in love with a Selkie and stole her hide so she could never return to the sea. Oh, I wonder if that's where because I've never heard of this werewolf shedding its skin like it's a coat and then just hiding it. So they took it from maybe he took it from a Selkie. I saw him riding the Easter Bunny exists too. I saw him riding a bus back at home in Cleveland. We can prove it to you, Alex, Arjun insisted. We can show you a werewolf. A real one, Sean added. No thanks, I said. You can take pictures of it, Arjun interrupted. Yeah, you can take the whole roll of that old film. His friend cried. Again, cried. Tom Smith. That made me stop and think. I remember the photo contest I planned to enter. I needed a Halloween photo, a really good Halloween photo for the contest. They moved closer, surrounding me, forcing me to back up until I bumped into the windowsill. Want to see a real werewolf, Alex? Sean demanded. Want to take photos of a real werewolf? Arjun asked. They stared hard at me, challenging me. What do I have to do? I asked. Aunt Marta laughed. Hannah, you look dreadful, she cried, pressing her hands against her cheek. Thank you. Hannah took a bow. Thank you. After dinner, Hannah had come over to show off her Halloween costume. She changed her mind about dressing up as a pirate. The costume she chose instead was hard to describe. She had taken a lot of old clothes, tore them all up, and sewn them back together. Her baggy pants had one brown leg and one green leg, and they had checkered patches at the knee. She wore a ragged shirt of blue, red, and yellow, every color you can imagine, an even more colorful jacket over the shirt, and a floppy rag hat that kept falling over her face. What are you supposed to be? I asked. A junkyard? She didn't laugh. I'm a rag doll, she replied. Don't you get it? She tugged at the jacket. Rags? Aunt Marta and Uncle Colin both laughed. I was happy to see them enjoying themselves. They had both seemed so tired and low at dinner. They had barely spoken to me. There used to be a song about a rag doll, Aunt Marta said. Remember it, Colin? My uncle shook his head. I don't remember anything anymore, he replied. I'm lucky if I remember to get up in the morning. Oh, give me a break, Colin, Aunt Marta scolded. She gave him a playful shove. She began singing a song about a rag doll. Hannah did a silly dance, twirling her hands above her head. Where are Hannah's parents? I thought it was Tetsuo the Bullet Man, not the Iron Man. But maybe that's just a translation error on my part. It was a bizarre film, even without weed. Yeah, if you're talking about the live action one, the guy who voiced Henry in Silent Hill 4 is in that movie. I haven't seen it, but I watched a video about Silent Hill 4, and the lady talking about it said he was in that. Those Blair Witch. I didn't know there was Blair Witch novels. Oh, is it the same thing? Bullet Man and Iron Man? Oh, okay. There's more than one movie. Oh, okay. I didn't know that. Is that the one that's is it based off of an anime, or is it just like a movie series? Let's see here. Where's your costume, Alex? My aunt demanded. Go on and put it on. Come on, let's have a preview. I haven't put one together yet, I stammered. Well, let's get some old clothes and make you a costume tonight. Meatball Machine? Meatball Machine. Maybe the one you're thinking of was a sequel, and yeah, I'm talking about the live action one. Oh, okay. I just want to see the part where the actor, or the voice actor, and see how he acts outside. Just because Henry's voice acting was very kind of like stilted and nonchalant in the series. Not adapted from manga. Oh, okay. But it might have just been the direction, because sometimes you get good voice actors and good actors that are just given terrible direction, and they're just following what they're told to do, which kind of sucks for those actors, because it makes it look like they're just bad at their job when really it's the director being a dickhead. Okay. Well, let's get some old clothes and make you a costume tonight, Aunt Marta insisted. Don't you guys have a spirit Halloween? It's so much easier just to buy one than to make one. No, I need to think about it, I told her. I didn't have my mind on costumes. I kept glancing out the front window at the darkening sky, thinking about what I planned to do later. I planned to meet Sean and Arjun in the woods by the creek. At school, they told me to take my camera and meet them there. They said that the werewolf comes to that spot every night when the moon is at its highest point in the sky. It howls up at the moon, Arjun said in an excited whisper. Why would they go there? That seems like you just wanna die, kids. It's like you're just cannon fodder at that point. Then it lowers its head and laps up water from the creek. Wait till you see it, Sean exclaimed. It's a man and a wolf at the same time. He's half human, half animal. Manimal. I think that was a series in the 80s, like a short-lived one. I narrowed my eyes at the two of them. I tried to decide if they were goofing or not. Their expressions were so serious and so excited. I decided they were telling the truth. Was it possible? Did werewolves really exist? I pictured, again, these kids you are getting way too close to a mythological creature that you saw the aftermath of them like ripping apart a creature, like animals that you couldn't even tell what they were. It seems like a real dumb idea, kids. This is why I'm still alive and don't go traipsing around in the woods where there's a half man, half animal fella. It doesn't seem to be based on anything before it was a movie. Oh, okay. Interesting. I pictured the howling creature in the Marlins window, and I pictured the two animals in the woods ripped to pieces by a werewolf. The back of my neck tingled. I'd never believed in werewolves, but I'd seldom been out of the city. Here's a small town surrounded by woods. They began to seem so real. Will you be able to meet us at midnight? Sean asked. I was like, bitch, I go to bed at 9. Midnight. I didn't want to return to the woods at night, not after what I'd seen, but I didn't want them to know I was afraid, and I really needed a great photo to win the contest. A photo of a werewolf would definitely win. What else could come close? I just love that's his main motivation, is to win some stupid contest that's probably like $50 or something. Possibly get ripped apart by a real, or show proof that werewolves exist and get $50 whole dues. So I agreed to sneak out of the house and meet Sean and Arjun at midnight in the woods, but now, as it grew later, I began to feel real nervous about it. As I glanced out at the darkness beyond the window, I had a heavy feeling in the pit of my stomach, and my hands were suddenly cold and clammy. Alex, what are you thinking about? Aunt Marta's voice breaking into my thoughts. Huh? I blinked and shook my head. Everyone laughed. You were staring out the window with the strangest look on your face, Hannah declared. Oh yeah, like what all of you guys have done in the past? Just stare at out the window without saying anything? Just take a picture of your hairy uncle without a shirt. There you go. Then less likely to die. Oh, just watching the moon, I said with a shrug. It's moon madness, Uncle Colin joked. Ooh, looks like it's a bad case. What's that? I asked. How should I know? My uncle replied. I just made it up. We all laughed again. Everyone was in such a good mood. I wish I could relax and have fun too, but all I could think about was sneaking into the woods. Hannah went home a short while later. I said goodnight to my aunt and uncle and closed myself up in my room. I glanced at the bedside clock. It read 10:15, nearly 2 hours to wait. I checked out my camera, made sure I had it loaded with high-speed film. Then I sat down to read a photography magazine and wait. Man, this kid cares about nothing but photography. Hoping the time would pass quickly. My eyes stared at the pages of the magazine, but I couldn't read. I couldn't concentrate. Every few seconds, my eyes went up to the bedside table clock. Why does time move so slowly when you're waiting? Finally, at about 10 to midnight, I closed my magazine. Wow, you were reading that magazine for 2 hours, were you? I closed my magazine, pulled on an extra sweater and then my jacket. I grabbed my camera case and slung the strap over my shoulder. Then I tiptoed to the bedroom door. My aunt and uncle were probably out in the woods photographing night animals, but in case they decided to stay in tonight, I didn't want them to hear me sneak out. I clicked off the lights in my room, then I reached for the doorknob and tugged. Hey! I turned the knob and tugged again, turned it the other way and gave it a hard jerk. I don't believe it, I gasped. I've been locked in. Well, I guess you're gonna, pee in the corner then if you have to use the bathroom in the middle of the night. I've met a Dairy Queen. She was a drag queen. That's funny. Still have yet to come up with a good name for my body horror project. Huh. Oh, the series went Tetsuo Iron Man, Tetsuo 2 Body Hammer, and then Tetsuo the Bullet Man. Huh. Here's your $10 certificate to Dairy Queen. The fantastic photo. Sorry to hear about your arm though, kid. That's a good one. Did he? As far as I knew, Eraserhead was a primary impetus for Tetsuo. Oh Jesus! If it's anything like Eraserhead, that shit's gonna be weird. The door must be stuck, I decided. Wow, you're just in denial, kid. I tugged it hard. Tugged it a dozen times. I even tried pushing, but I couldn't budge it. It had definitely been locked from the outside. I angrily spun away from the door. Why did my aunt and uncle lock me in, I wondered? Because of last night? Wow, that was last night? Man, I have not been paying attention to this story then. Stepped away to take care of it, and the kid get bitten? No, the kid's locked in his room because his aunt and uncle don't want him wandering around. Tugged it hard. Okay, blah, blah, blah. Why did my aunt... Oh, because of the close call in the woods? They can't do this to me, I exclaimed. I deserve to be mauled in the forest if I want to. Ugh. I ran to the window. I jerked the curtains apart and reached for the window handles. The window slid up a few inches, and I let out a gasp. Metal bars had been installed outside. When did they put those on? This afternoon? I'm a prisoner, I told myself. I'm locked in this room like an animal in a cage. They can't... This is kind of extreme. I mean... like, what if while they were out, something happened and the house caught fire? They basically just trapped this child in their room to burn to death. I know that's an extreme case, but, like, maybe not do that? That's, anyone want some cats or dogs? I love both cats and dogs, but I'm weirdly allergic to cats, and dogs need more space than my condo can provide, so I cannot take any. I slid the window up all the way. I grabbed the metal bars with both hands and struggled to pry them loose, but they wouldn't budge. I was still tugging on the bars when I heard a low growl. My hand dropped away and a sharp cry escaped my throat. I froze. I heard another growl, louder this time, and close, so close. A shrill howl rose up from the Marlins house. I moved my face up close to the bars and peered out. Their bedroom windows stood open again, but the house was completely dark. No lights anywhere. I squinted in the darkness. The moon had disappeared behind a cloud. I could barely see across their house. Pressed against the bars, I heard an animal grunt, and then a thud. A dark shape dropped down from the Marlin's open window. Another thud. Another shape dropped down on all fours. One of the creatures raised its head in a long, mournful howl, and then they took off, loping heavily toward the backyard, heading towards the woods. Dogs? Wolves? Humans? That'd be hysterical if they were just fucking weirdos who would go out at night nude and gallop around on all fours because they're weird freaks. Ew. Can't imagine either species. Yeah, that sounds awful. I don't notice people welding bars. Well, I mean, he might have been at school when they did that. So he was at school for the day, so I can see that happening. It's like, that's a little believable. If he was, like, still reading the magazine while they were doing that. Let's see. I couldn't see clearly in the darkness. I stared out. A silvery light washed over the house as the cloud drifted away from the moon. But now it was too late. Too late. The creatures had vanished. I pounded the bars with my fist. Sean and Arjun were waiting for me by the creek, and there was no way I could get there. What would they think? That I was a total chicken? A wimp? I'm missing out my biggest chance to take a wedding photograph! This is so ridiculous. Furries? Ah, flip. Angrily, I slammed the window shut. Tomorrow night, I declared out loud. Tomorrow night, I'm getting out of here. My aunt and uncle won't stop me. Tomorrow night, I'm going into the woods, and I'm gonna find out the truth about the werewolves. That's quite a sentence to say out loud. How could you do that to me? I shrieked. I burst into the kitchen for breakfast the next morning and strode angrily up to my aunt and uncle. How could you lock me in my room without telling me? I cried. Aunt Marta set down her coffee mug. She gazed up at me in a troubled expression. Then she turned to my Uncle Colin. Maybe we should have told Alex, she said. Uncle Colin narrowed his eyes at me. Did you try to get out last night, Alex? Well, I hesitated. I would have said, I tried to go use the bathroom last night, but I couldn't because you locked the door. Just pee in the corner. Just do it for revenge. And inherited 2 extra cats from my father. Aww, after he died. It's moving impossible. You can never see clearly in the darkness. There's a solid opening line. Yeah, it's a pretty good one. I don't think she has enough room to do that in that room. I didn't want to tell them what I had planned to do. I don't like being in a cage, I proclaimed. I'm 12 years old, and I really think we're sorry, Aunt Marta interrupted. She glanced at the kitchen clock and poured me a bowl of cornflakes. But we did it for your own good, Uncle Colin added. He folded his napkin tensely between his hands. We had no choice. We can't let you go running out into the woods the way you did your first night. It just isn't safe. We're responsible for you, Aunt Marta said, pushing the cereal bowl across the table for me. We promised your parents we'd return you safe and sound. That's weird that you had to make that promise to his parents, almost like they had, like, another kid. It's like, well, don't get this one killed, please. We don't want to lock you in, Alex, but we have to make sure. But, I sputtered. Besides, the Marlins called the police yesterday, Uncle Colin said frowning. They what? I cried. They called the police. About me? He nodded. They complained about you spying on them, he said. I let out an angry scream. That's totally stupid! I cried. I didn't spy on them. I didn't do anything to them. Okay. Aunt Marta came around the table and placed a comforting hand on my shoulder. Don't worry about the Marlins. Just don't go anywhere near their house, okay? I turned to her. Are they werewolves? I blurted out. Uncle Colin gasped. Aunt Marta uttered a short laugh. Is that what Hannah told you? She demanded. Well, yes, I replied. She shook her head. Hannah has a twisted sense of humor, she said. The Marlins are just very odd, very unfriendly people, Uncle Colin told me. He glanced out the kitchen window toward their house and added, 2 unfriendly people with 2 very unfriendly dogs. Hannah said they don't have any dogs, I insisted. Uncle Colin made a disgusted face. Tell your friend Hannah to stop pulling your leg. What do you mean? I asked. She's trying to scare you, Alex. Don't listen to her. The doorbell rang. Hannah, I love how they threw Hannah under the bus because they don't want to tell this kid, the truth. The doorbell rang. Hannah had arrived to walk me to school. I was happy to get out of the house. I still felt angry about being locked up. As we walked to school, I didn't tell Hannah about it. I knew she'd probably think it was funny, and she'd tell the other kids about how my aunt and uncle were so worried about me they locked me in like a baby. I didn't mention the Marlins' dogs either. I didn't want to get into another argument about werewolves. I wanted to find out the truth for myself. At school, I hung my jacket in the locker and started for Mr. Sheen's class. But as I turned the corner, Sean and Arjun stopped. Oh, sorry, my back is getting like locked up. Sean and Arjun stepped up to block my path. They'd been waiting for me. They moved quickly to back me up against the wall. Their eyes glowed with excitement. Hey, Alex, Sean poked me in the shoulder. See any werewolves lately? Arjun demanded. Well, I didn't know what to say. You see, my aunt and uncle, they were staring at... Why were they staring at me like that? Were they trying to scare me? A strange grin spread over Sean's face. Have a good time in the woods last night, he asked. Yeah, how was it? Arjun demanded. Catch any werewolves, Alex? I bumped them off of me and stepped away from them. You mean you weren't there? I cried. They both burst out laughing. They slapped each other a high five. Of course not, Arjun declared. Why would he go into the woods in the middle of the night? Okay, so these fucking kids believe that there are werewolves wandering around in this goddamn forest, and they tried to prank this kid by getting him murdered by a bunch by a group of werewolves. These kids are monsters. These are the real monsters. Would someone tell Uncle Mingus to come inside and stop? Oh my god. I don't know if he's creeping around their property or trying to take photos of them. That's stalk. If he's creeping around their property and trying to take photos of them, that's stalking. Yeah, it's a little weird. Werewolf. Tammy. It's easy. You can always pop another house, but you guys are so funny. Why would we go into the woods in the middle of the night? We're a bunch of wusses. We were trying to get you killed. I mean, even if it's not like werewolves weren't an issue, there could still be coyotes and stuff like coyotes do. I believe they do still live in some wooded areas. I remember them being in where my mom lived, and her area was particularly wooded. Or maybe they just told us they were coyotes. I don't know. I'm pretty sure that they do. But anyway, or, you know, the kid wandered around in the dark, fell and broke his leg, and then he was just stuck out there. Like, these kids are little assholes. I mean, granted, they're not real. They're not real. And they're 12 years old, so that they don't have as many wrinkles in their brain as I do. But still, that's kind of evil. Where are we at? We're chapter 20. Finally found a roommate in a new apartment. Oh, good. Found out her mom. Oh, no. Oh, God, that sucks, Apple. I'm sorry. It is the ultimate prank. Wait, your landlord can't spontaneously raise rent if you have a lease. That's illegal. There's like, yeah, you can't, like, coyotes are even real. Yeah, if you signed a lease, they can't just raise your rent like that. There are protections against that here. They can't just do that. I would, if you already have a lease and stuff like that, then maybe no. Maybe tell them that's not something you can do. Best breakup headline for Valentine's Day on... I can't believe I shaved the moose for this. What? All right, back. I was sound asleep by midnight. We're a bunch of dorks. Yeah. They laughed and congratulated each other again. Man, these two are idiots. He can. Oh, you're not on the... Oh, okay. I'm just giving him cash. Oh. I'm sorry. Well, that sucks. I hate people like that. Sorry, you're kind of like stuck until you can find a roommate. A joke. The whole thing had been a joke. They didn't wait for me in the woods at midnight. They never intended to go into the woods. So how was it, Sean asked? Were you surprised when Arjun and I didn't show up? No, I didn't even think of you, I told them. Do you know why? Because I was too busy taking pictures of the werewolf. Huh? Sean cried. It was their turn to be surprised. Of course I was lying, but they had no way of knowing that. I hadn't gone in the woods either. What did you see? What did you see? Arjun asked suspiciously. I followed a werewolf, I told him, forcing myself not to crack a smile. He came to the creek and he drank, just like you said. Give me a break, Sean groaned. Yeah, really, Arjun rolled his eyes. In your dreams. So 90s. I can prove it. I took a whole roll of film, I told them. Let me see the pictures, Sean demanded. I haven't developed them yet, I replied. They stared at me, trying to decide if I was telling the truth. I felt a laugh about to explode inside of me, but somehow I kept a straight face. The bell rang. We're late, Arjun cried. God, these kids. Moose. Oh. Okay, I've heard that term before. Werewolf fan art. Okay. The three of us bolted down the hall in the room. We dove into our seats 2 seconds before Mr. Sheen walked in. Don't ask me what we were talking about all morning. I didn't hear a word. I wasn't gonna ask, fictional child. 6th grade was boring. I was thinking hard, thinking about Sean and Arjun and what I was going to tell them tomorrow when they asked to see the werewolf photos. Would I have to confess that I lied to them? No, I decided. I had a better plan. My stomach is rumbling like super loud. I'm hungry. I don't know if you guys heard it go murr. I have a better plan. I'm gonna sneak out tonight and take pictures of the Marlins house, I whispered into the phone. Huh? Alex, why are you whispering? Really, Hannah, did you not hear what I just fucking said? Hannah's voice rang shrilly in my ear. I was whispering because my aunt and uncle only had one telephone, an old-fashioned black phone set on the living room table. The two of them were in the next room preparing dinner. I could see them from my armchair I was slumped in. Hannah, I'm gonna hide at the side of the house, I whispered. I'm gonna snap some pictures of whoever or whatever jumps out of that bedroom window tonight. Do you have a sore throat or something? Hannah demanded. I can't hear you, Alex. I opened my mouth to repeat what I'd said, but Aunt Marta entered the room. Dinner is ready, Alex. Who are you talking to? I asked. Hannah, I told my aunt. I gotta go, I said into the phone. I'll talk to you later. Hannah's like, what? Okay. Lardy, lardy, lardy. A harem of scantily clad muscle werewolves. It's like, oh, puppy. Just give him head pats. I hope that maybe Hannah might want to sneak out at midnight and keep me company. I'll have to ask her later, I decide. When? When are you going to ask her this? It's dinner time already. Yawning, pretending to be very sleepy, I went to my room a little after 10. A few minutes later, I heard the lock click outside my door. My aunt or uncle had locked me in again, but this time I fooled them. This time I was prepared. Before dinner, I jammed a wad of bubblegum into the latch. That wouldn't have worked. That wouldn't have worked. The door wasn't really closed. No, you gotta put like a piece of paper or something like that. Or like a bunch of, or like folded up paper so it would like lock in like that. Wadded gum would just make it go in weird sticky like. Hellhound bitch from Hell of a Boss. I still need to watch that. I've heard good things about it. Once again, I pulled on an extra sweater and checked out my camera and waited, gazing at the bedtime table lock. Just before midnight, I swung the camera case over my shoulder, slid the bedroom door open easily, and crept out of the house under the white light of the moon, ready to solve the mystery of the Marlins. We're at chapter 21. We're real close. We're real close. We have 11 chapters left. I cast a quick glance at the Marlins' house, and when I turned away and trotted across the wet grass to Hannah's house. No lights were on. The storm door in the back hadn't been shut. The wind made it swing open, as if inviting me in. But I made my way up to Hannah's bedroom window to the other side of the house. Silver moonlight washed over the glass, making it reflect trees like a mirror. I couldn't see inside, but the window was open a few inches. "Hannah!" I called in a loud whisper. "Hannah, are you awake?" I heard someone stirring inside. The curtain shifted. "Who's there?" Hannah called out sleepily. "It's me," I whispered, standing on tiptoe. "It's Alex. Come to the window." "Alex, what are you doing out there?" she demanded. "I'm going to take photos of the Marlins," I told her. "Come out with me, Hannah." "Huh? Photos?" she called out. "But it's so late, Alex. I was asleep and every night I hear howls from their house," I told her. "And then someone or something jumps out of their bedroom window and runs into the wood. My uncle says it's their dogs, but I told you," she interrupted. "The Marlins don't have dogs. They're werewolves. I know you don't believe me, but it's true. Your aunt and uncle know it's true, but they don't want you to be scared." Hold on. You guys. Do you have a P.O. box? Not yet. I plan on getting one soon. It's just, it's going to be a minute before I have time to actually find one. Like, P.O. boxes for some reason are kind of hard to come by here. I remember checking a couple years back just to see if, like what it would, or how much it would be. And I went to 2 different places and they didn't have any openings. So hopefully I can find one that has a P.O. box. And if not, maybe I can get like my friend to be a proxy and send it to that, and then they could forward it to me if I just can't find one in my area. Ooh. Apparently a lot of shifty people working. God, that just reminded me of when I was, God, like maybe 5th or 6th grade. A lot of times, I run a little bit warm, so I like to stay cool during some. But it's funny too because I also get cold easy. I would open up my bedroom window at night and sleep, and we lived in a safe area. Like, there was very little crime where I lived, but I remember I have never been that terrified, and it was one of those like frozen, like it's the first and only time I've ever had like one of those fear frozen moments where I couldn't move or speak or anything just because I was so terrified. I was asleep and I heard something like the blinds making noise, like fluttering a little bit. And I woke up, still asleep, and I look over and I see someone crawling through my fucking window. And I remember sitting up in bed and just like fear, like pure fear. And I remember when like right when I was about to like scream out, the person turned and said, "Don't scream, it's me." It was my fucking oldest sister, like sneaking back into the house after sneaking out earlier in the night, apparently. But it scared me so fucking bad. Like I was like, I'm surprised I didn't pee the bed there because I was goddamn terrified. I was like, oh no, I'm gonna be kidnapped or worse. Oh no. uh. Are you a Yeti or a polar bear? It's kind of weird. Like I get cold really easy, but when I get warm, I overheat easy. So I try to cool. I try to cool down. It's kind of hard to explain, but yeah, that was the scaredest I ever been as a kid, because I honestly thought I was about to be kidnapped, or our whole family was gonna be killed. It was not great. That's why I want you to take photos, I explained. I mean, I could be the first person in the world to get a werewolf on film. Get dressed, Hannah, come on, I pleaded. I want you to see it too. You're crazy, Alex. Get back in the house, Hannah warned. She appeared at the window. She pulled it up higher and leaned out. I'm not coming out there, she insisted. It's too dangerous. You told me about those two animals you saw. They were ripped to shreds, right? If the Marlins see you, they'll do the same thing to you. Her words sent a cold shiver down my back to my neck. But I was desperate to solve the mystery and snap a great photo. They won't see us, I told her. We'll hide behind the bushes at the side of the house. They will smell you. Ugh. Rawr. I'm not a Wendigo. God. I'm not a Wendigo. Don't say us, Hannah called out. I'm not doing it, Alex. I'm too scared. I'm warning you. Go back inside. Please, I pleaded. I grabbed her arm. Oh, that's right. For some reason, I thought she was on the second floor. I was like, wow, Alex, you got super tall. Go-go gadget legs. Come on out, Hannah. I want you to see the werewolves too, don't you? No way, she jerked her arms away. Go home, Alex, she repeated. It's not a game. It's really dangerous. Listen, Hannah, I started, but she slid the window shut. Smart girl. You should listen to her. Wendigo. This kid kind of deserves to get eaten with how obsessed they are with the damn photo. He wants to win the Dairy Queen $10 gift certificate. Come on, man. I stared at the reflection of the trees in the glass. Maybe she's right, I thought. Another cold shiver ran down my back. Maybe this time... Man, this kid gets shivers down his spine a lot. Maybe this is a big mistake. Maybe it is too dangerous. If the Marlins catch me... I gasped when I heard a low growl. I froze. I didn't have to turn around. I knew from the sound. A werewolf. It had snuck up behind me. Another low grunt made me cry out. My knees started to collapse. I took a deep breath, shivering, and spun around to face the creature. No, not there. No one there. I swallowed again. My mouth suddenly felt bone dry. Another growl. I realized where it came from the back of Marlin's house. They're about to jump out the window, I told myself. Those are the sounds I hear every night just before they climb out the bedroom window. It's nice of them to announce when they were leaving. Like, instead of having any type of... They're really on, like, a set schedule. Guy's like, come on, I don't know, Barbara. Come on, Barbara. We got to do our growl thing. Exactly midnight. And then I jump out and then you jump out. We do this every night. You always have to put on your werewolf makeup and your werewolf pearls. Jesus. There goes my joke. Because of My Little Pony. That's funny. I miss Dairy Queen more. God, I don't think there's even any in my area anymore. I think I haven't had Dairy Queen since I was a little kid. And I'm standing out here in the open. I'll be the first thing they see. My legs didn't want to work, but I gritted my teeth, took a deep breath, and forced myself to move. My sneakers slid on the wet grass. I slipped, but I didn't fall. I scrambled to the bushes that divided my aunt and uncle's house from Marlin's house. I dropped to my knees, panting noisily. My heart pounded so hard my chest hurt. I ducked my head and grabbed for the straps of my camera case. A high, shrill animal howl floated out of the Marlin's house. Marlon's open bedroom window. The light of the moon made the side of their house gleam. The yard was nearly as bright as day, everything glistening from the frosty dew. Ducking low behind the bushes, I could see every leaf, every dew-covered blade of grass. I tugged at the zipper of my camera case. I knew I had to pull the camera out, fast, but my hands were shaking so bad I couldn't budge the zipper. Another howl made me turn back to the window. A shadow moved. A leg slid out. Another leg. A slender form dropped to the ground. It all happened so quickly, as if time had been put on fast forward. My eyes on the window, I struggled to unzip the camera case. You think you would have been prepared for this. Never seen a Dairy Queen. It's a queen made out of dairy products. Dairy Queen, wife of Burger King from White Castle. That's funny. Kind of want a chocolate dip cone. I remember, yeah, that's what it was that we used to get. That or the mixed. What are those blizzards? I think that's what it was. They would like do the tip over thing, like, oh, look how thick it is. Another body crawled out from the darkness of the Marlins' bedroom. Two forms stood on the ground and stretched. Two humans, not wolves, humans. What were they wearing? Capes? Oh no! You're about to see the Marlins' weird sex thing where they're just naked and wear capes and traps. Run around on all fours like a bunch of weirdos. Dark fur capes draped over their shoulders, hanging heavily behind them. They had their backs to me. I couldn't see their faces. Hands on their waists, they stretched, bending from... Oh, they're stretching. They're like, all right, let's go do our weird sex fetish thing. Let's hope no 12-year-old child sees us, because then we'll end up on a sex registry. Blizzards, yeah. I've seen that on Grindr. Yeah, well, they would make them, and then they would turn the cup upside down, and obviously it wouldn't move. But they're like, see, it's like super, super dense, super thick. I probably shouldn't have used the word thick. Drapes, yes, thank you. I don't know why I couldn't think of the word. Hey, it's late. Give me a break. All right. And then they raised their heads up to the moon and howled. Turn around, I pled silently, trembling behind the bushes. Please turn around, I want to see your faces. I uttered a startled moan as their fur capes began to move. The heavy capes began to curl around them, to tighten around their bodies, and I realized they weren't capes. They were some kind of animal skin. Furry skins with arms and legs. Weird. The dark skins wrapped themselves tightly over the two humans. The fur spread over their bodies, slid over their heads, and covered their Okay, so question. Who became the werewolf first, and how did they broach the subject? You're like, hey, honey, funny story. As I was doing my nightly weird naked traipse around because, you were sick that day, happened upon a werewolf, and he kind of, like, bit my arm, weirdly enough. I guess he just wanted a taste. He didn't really want to bite me, or maybe he got weirded out with the fact that he ran into a weird naked human wearing a cape in the middle of the woods at night. Now I'm a werewolf. You want to do this too? I mean, this seems kind of a lot easier, maybe a lot more fun. Man marsupials. Frolic in the wood in nothing but their capes and having weird animals. Yeah, I was like, that's weird. Oh, sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Tammy's mom. I'm just making fun of this kid's book. I'm so sorry. And I'm sorry, but if they're walking out on all fours and then like doing weird stretches, and the kid basically says they just have just have capes on, it's weird. So the capes, when the capes touch the moonlight, it starts stretching around them like a weird Sailor Moon transformation thing, only instead of Sailor Moon they become the werewolves. I shook so hard I let go of the camera case and hugged myself tight, trying to hold yourself in, trying to keep myself together. The two figures howled again, raising their furry arms over their heads. So they're going, ow! How is that not a weird, what a lousy story. Hey honey, funny story, bites her. This is actually close to the original concept of, really? So the original concept of werewolves was they had little werewolf PJs that they put on and then ran around. That's such a funny. such a funny. I think I like it better that they just transform, a la Werewolf in London. Someone would make a deal with the devil and be gifted a magic girdle made of wolf hide, allowing to transform into a werewolf. This one particular. Oh! And here I thought they were just. He was just making shit up because it sounds so ridiculously fake. The two figures howled again, raising their furry arms over their heads. Silvery claws slid out from their paws. The two creatures raked the claws at each other's playfully, pretending to attack. See, I told you, it's like a weird thing they do every night. They lowered themselves on all fours, no longer humans, animals, wolf creatures. Hannah is right, I realized. She told the truth. The Marlings are werewolves. They turn into wolves under the moonlight. Gasping for air, I snatched up the camera case. I fumbled once again with the zipper, finally managed to pull it open. And they turned. They both turned towards me. Two wolves. Their dark eyes stared out from beneath fur-covered foreheads. Their furry snouts snapped open to reveal rows of curled animal teeth. Werewolves. The Marlings were werewolves, human and wolf at the same time. The werewolves nuzzled each other, growling softly. I raised the camera. I pulled myself up to my knees. I've got to snap a picture. Do it now, Alex. Yeah, this kid. I ordered myself. Originally, it was believed that... Oh, sorry. Most stuff we associate with werewolves, silver bullets, and such were from a movie, but made so much sense to people that it retroactively... Oh, okay. Are they human? Or are they dance? That was a good one. Silver bullet thing was inspired by the Lone Ranger. Really? That's kind of a funny association. Oh, by the way, I forgot. Before I forget, I went to their store the other day, and I found more Build-A-Bears, which I thought were crazy because I never freaking see them. And then I found 3 of them. Check them out. Look how cute they are. Look. It's a nightmare for me, really. I probably shouldn't be buying all this stuff. So we have like just a little bear, just a little cutesy bear, and then a little elephant, which I love elephants, so of course I was gonna get one. And then look, it's a bull. Look how cute this little bull is. Sorry, I know I'm an adult, but I also like stuffed animals. So. Ooh. There we go. All right. You get really small real quickly into your werewolfhood. Hey, this was in the Trick or Treat movie with... Oh, shit, that's right. I forgot about that. Like, ooh, that's a good call. Did I name the bull? I was thinking an S name, like Solomon or Socrates or something like that, because you know I like weird names for my stuffed animals, but I'm not sure yet. It's like if you guys have an idea. I was leaning towards Solomon, but if you guys have a better name for a bull, then I will consider it. I raised the viewfinder to my eye, stood up a little higher to see the top of the bush. As I raised myself, a large twig scraped the side of my face. I dropped the camera. It landed in the grass with a thud. The 2 wolf creatures turned and saw me. This kid, dude. Europa? Oh, that's kind of cool. What did I tell you? 1 baby's not enough. Well, I already have Finnegan over here. I told you from the start. You really did. You totally did. But I see, this is why I never went to Build-A-Bear, because I was like, once I find one that I think is adorable, which I think they're adorable, it was like, I gotta get it. And then I got Redford. And they're like, these cute little outfits. I was like, oh my god, this is like the cutest. It's like a little accessory. I love it. All right, we're at 23. Home stretch. I sank into the ground, pressed myself flat on my stomach. My chest heaved. I breathed through my mouth, struggling to keep perfectly still, perfectly silent. Did they see me? Did they? Hey, sorry. I'm sorry for stopping this soon into the chapter, but did they make it the TV show adaptation of this episode? Because this seems like this would involve a lot of like CGI but I guess they could cheat and do like cutaways or something, but with the teen girls, and they were ripping each other's skin off. Oh, that's right. And turned into a... That's right. I do remember. I need to rewatch that one. I like that one. I raised my head enough to peer out at them beneath the bottom of the branch of the bush. They had their fur-covered snouts raised. They sniffed the air. Did they smell me? Did they know I was hiding down here? Well, you're a 12-year-old boy, so you probably haven't showered in a few days, because you kids, so they probably do. But it wouldn't take a werewolf's nostril to smell you, kid. Were they about to leap into the bush and rip me apart with those long silvery claws? I held my breath, squinting across the grass at them. I hope they walk over on two, like they get up on two legs and like walk over to him like, excuse me, we called the police on you last week for being very rude and staring at us, you freak. Rogue was among them. Oh, that's right. Yeah, I definitely need to rewatch that. I held my breath, squinting across the grass at them. They sniffed some more, grunting softly. Then they turned away, dropped on all fours, and loped off into the woods. I waited until I could no longer hear the soft thud of their paws and their low growls and grunts. Then I slid forward onto my stomach, reached out and grabbed my camera. My camera! I hadn't snapped any photos, not a single shot. No, I'll never get that Dairy Queen gift card. Yeah, I always showered twice a day. It's a joke because my teen nephews or tween nephews had problems with showering daily until my sister put a stop to that after a few. They're like, what are we gonna do it every day? And I was like, buddy, can you not smell yourself? You guys smell you smell like you rolled around garbage and then came inside after a couple days. It's just something you gotta teach the kids, otherwise they're like, yeah, it's fine. It's not like when you were a little kid and you can be like stinky a little bit because again you're a stinky little kid. It's like once puberty hits, then those sweat glands start to smell way worse. I climbed shakily to my feet and rubbed the wet dew from the lens. Then I raised my eyes to the woods. I have to follow them. I decided I have to take some photos. This is the chance of a lifetime. I could have my name in the newspaper in a newspaper nobody fucking reads, in like the 12th page or the very back where nobody else looks at it. It's like right above where the obituaries are. The bullet in that story was actually originally melted down metals of the Virgin Mary. Oh, that makes sense. And holiness was supposed to damage the werewolf, not the material. Oh, okay. That's pretty interesting. I like that one. If I can take the first ever shots of actual werewolves, I'll be famous! Oh, now he doesn't care about the contest. Now it's about being famous. Sure. I picture myself in newspapers and on magazine covers. I imagine my photos of the Marlins on display in fancy photo galleries. Well, it would be like they would capture this couple. I mean, are they hurt? I mean, they're going after the local wildlife population, but it doesn't seem like they actually killed anybody. So there's a chance you're putting these people who are just like weirdos that like to traipse around the woods at night being weird. And then having like scientists grab them and like have the whole E.T. thing happen where they just cut them open and look at their insides. And it's just, maybe you're the real villain here because it doesn't sound like they hurt anybody. I know this is a kid's book, but like, I mean, if they were snatching up the homeless population, then yeah, then maybe I could see why they would try to get rid of these werewolves. But it just kind of seems like they're just doing their own thing. They're just being wolves. They're doing what wolves do, just during the night. I wonder if they're required to do this every night, or if it's something that they choose to do, because it doesn't seem. Do they have to do this? Bud, good night, Darby. Thank you for stopping by. And I'm sorry I've like wandered off into weird tangents all night. do werewolves, do they have to turn into werewolves, or do they have their skin and they can just kind of like just have it? Can you just like frame it or put it in a safe? Or is it something where if you don't wear it and do your weird nightly run around the woods all night, you die? I don't quite understand how. Maybe, I don't know, maybe they enjoy it. Maybe it's something that you enjoy. So when they turn, as they tend to do you think they scotch guard the home on a regular basis? Apparently not, because remember the kid mentioned like the drapes were all scratched to hell. So, and I thought of how proud of me Uncle Colin and Aunt Marta would be. Well, what about your parents? You don't seem to give a shit about your parents. And that thought sent a chill down my back. Uncle Colin and Aunt Marta, they were working in the woods right now. They've been doing that the whole time. They've been doing that whole time, and this is the first time you're like, oh my god, they're out in the woods. So these guys, these werewolves are out in the woods, but they never once bothered your aunt and uncle. So I don't know. It seems, depends on the legend. Some stories, it's a compulsion or addiction. Okay, that makes sense. If it was a compulsion or addiction. Did they know that there were two werewolves on the loose? Yes, they fucking know. Of course they do. They probably are also werewolves. Did they know that two werewolves were prowling the woods searching for their victims? They're not safe out there, I realized. Tonight, for some reason, every other night was fine, but this night, stop being a grateful child. They're busy. Of course, following the werewolves into the woods was crazy and dangerous, but now I had two reasons to chase after them. I had to snap some pictures and warn my aunt and uncle. Man, it must be exhausting becoming I'm still tired even if I get a full 8 hours night of rest. I want to wake up, I want to sleep more. I can't imagine what it was like. Murmur. Murmur. It is kind of a funny word, Tammy. My eyes on the woods, I jammed the camera into the case and slung it over my shoulder. Then I began trotting. That's not running. That's like a light jog. Across the backyard toward the trees, following the fresh paw prints in the frosty glass. I ducked into the trees and followed the curving path. Moonlight trickled through the treetop leaves, making eerie shifting patterns on the ground. I didn't have to go far to catch up with the two werewolves. Just past, wow, this 12-year-old is faster or just as fast as two werewolves. Just past the bent old man tree, I heard an animal grunt and then a shrill cry of attack. I stopped and peered through the low evergreen shrubs. Mouth gaping open, claws raised, the two wolves creatures leaped. They've caught someone, I realized, frozen in terror. Who was it? My aunt? My uncle? You said it was an animal. The two werewolves wrestled with their prey. I heard a shrill bleat of pain. Then I saw 4 hooves up in the air. Not a human, I realized, squinting in the dim light. They trapped a deer. Oh, a baby deer. They're going to kill it. They're going to tear it to shreds. What can I do? I asked myself. How can I save it? I didn't think. I was too terrified to think clearly. I tossed my head back and let out a loud wolf howl. They have accepted me. Gotta keep that marriage spicy. I get it. I prefer were-dragons or song dragons. They take the form of a lusty female, seduce bad guys, marry them, eat them. Wow, they're in for the long and take their money. You know, that tracks for dragons since they like to hoard gold. Also, both boy and girl dragons turn into human women. Oh, that's funny. Gotta keep them there spicy. The snarling werewolves stopped their attack. They raised their heads. They turned towards my cry, just long enough for the fawn to scramble to its feet. It shook itself like a dog after a bath and took off into the trees. The werewolves sniffed the air furiously. They didn't seem to notice the fawn had escaped. Their eyes glowed red in the pale moonlight. They turned, uttering low, angry growls, lowered their head, and came charging at me. Well, I like Alex more, but now you're dead, kid. Sorry about your other arm, kid. No, it's fine. You can just get metal arms like Jax from Mortal Kombat. I staggered back, too frightened to move. No time to run. The ground seemed to shake under the thunder of the wolf's paws. I opened my mouth to scream, but no sound came out. The wolf's jaws snapped. Their eyes Their red eyes glowed as if on fire. I raised my arms in front of me as if to shield myself, prepared for the attack, and the wolves turned away, turned sharply to the right, running together. A scrawny brown rabbit scrambled over the path. The wolves had turned away from me to chase the rabbit. Why? Snarling furiously, they lowered their heads and caught the rabbit easily. The little creature didn't put up too much of a fight. Whoa, Jesus. One wolf snapped its neck, the other one bit hungrily into its belly. Jesus! Breathing hard, I swung my camera case around and pulled the camera out with a quick jerk. My hands trembled as I raised the viewfinder to my eye, but I steadied the camera with both hands and clicked off a shot, and then another, and then another. Wait, is there a flash? Because it's gonna be way too dark. Checks for Mortal Kombat, spoiler. Hey, that game's been around longer than I've been alive, so they have accepted me into the pack. The full piece of furry fanfic I read in high school, Elvira and the pack. Oh, that's funny. I love Elvira. It's like this whole book just warning us about the dangers of furry. Oh my god, they kind of are, aren't they? Only like furries that actually turn into wolves, not just wearing silly little costumes. I snapped a shot of the wolves tugging at the rat. Ew, why would anybody award you a first prize? Like, why? Another shot of them eating side by side. When the wolves finished, nothing remained of the rabbit. Licking their teeth, they turned and ran off into the trees. Holding my camera in front of me with both hands, I followed after them. I guess I was in some kind of shock. I know I wasn't thinking clearly. I was barely thinking at all. Why aren't these werewolves not... Like, this is just, like, cementing my theory that they're not interested in killing the humans. They just want, like, animals. They must save a lot on dinner, because apparently they just go out and hunt after... I followed a YouTuber that got pissed over 60-year-old spoilers. Yeah, that's stupid. It's like, come on, man. Continuity error. He said he raised his arms. He already gotten rid of those. We've already gotten rid of those for him. Why the rabbit just take the kid? Yeah, I think that's kind of weird that they veered off. Like, there's this whole ass 12-year-old, and they're like, nope. I guess him not showering kind of worked out for him. They're like, oh no, spoiled meat. I had been nearly caught by the two werewolves. They would have finished me the way they finished that poor rabbit, but I knew I had to follow them. I had to stay in the woods because, I mean, Dairy Queen gift card. I had to warn my aunt and uncle. I had to find them and tell them that they were wrong about the Marlins, that Hannah told the truth. I had to let them know the danger they were in, and I had to take more photographs. I'd been through such a horrible scare. My heart pounded. My arms and legs felt all trembly and weak. I didn't feel like me. I felt as if I were outside myself, watching myself. But I knew I couldn't run back to the house, not until my aunt and uncle were safe. I kept pretty far behind the creatures, far enough that I could slip behind a tree or a bush if one of them glanced back. And I kept my camera raised, ready to snap off shots. They leaped slowly, or leapt slowly to the creek. Leapt slowly? I watched them lower their heads and noisily lap up water. They didn't look at all human now. Their bodies had become wolf bodies. I couldn't see anything human in their faces. Their glowing eyes were animal eyes. They took a long drink from the creek, washing down their dinner, I guess. I steadied my camera and clicked off several shots. I wish Hannah had come with me. I wanted someone else to be there with me to see what I was seeing. So wait, they eat these things as werewolves, and then they turn back into humans, so they have to digest with a human digestion, like stomach. So man, they're after, like, their days are it's just, it must be awful because like eating bones, like they said they ate the rabbit full, so they ate bones too, so they have like sharp pieces. Man, they it sounds rough. It sounds rough for me. Like, oh, I mean, for them, I'm not a werewolf. With shifting eyes back and forth like Felix the cat clock. I kept pretty far behind the creatures. Oh wait, no. What did I? Okay, yeah, I already read that. They didn't look human at all. They took a long drink. I stayed in my camera and clicked off several shots. Again, it doesn't sound like there's any flash. So how is he taking these at night? And actually, especially if it's an old camera. I wish I had white chocolate last year. Or I had white chocolate last weekend and it killed me. Killed you because you didn't like it or hurt your tummy? Oh, acid reef. Oh, okay. These werewolves sound pretty lame. They just hunt like normal wolves. This kid also shocked by the same shit I normally watch on the Discovery Channel. Actually, yeah, that's kind of a good point. I mean, I can't... Blocking a room for political reasons across... Yeah, I don't blame you. I mean, I can't watch Discovery Channel because I get too upset if something bad happens to one of the animals. Like, I can't watch lions hunt down their prey. I can't do it. I was like, I can't. Jenny's a werewolf, confirmed. They need some apple cider vinegar before munching those bones. I wish Hannah had come with me. I wanted someone else to be there with me to see what I was seeing. I couldn't wait to get back and tell her that she was right about the Marlins, that they really were werewolves. Oh, I think I might have figured out the twist. The Marlins they've never... Oh, shoot. Oh, well, maybe they were faking the phone call earlier. Maybe the aunt and uncle hide their werewolf skin in an abandoned house that they say people live there. So they won't go traipsing around in there. What type of werewolf is Jenny? A werebird, because I'm already a crazy bird person. The two wolf creatures suddenly raised their heads from the water, turned and sniffed the air. Did they smell me or some other prey? I slid behind the fat tree trunk and held my breath. When I carefully peered out, they were trotting along the creek shore. I waited until they had gone a short distance, then crept out and followed them. I followed the two werewolves all night. Wow! A 12-year-old managed to track these two werewolves, and neither of them noticed that they were being tracked. These are terrible wolves. They are were-dogs. Yeah, it does kind of sound like they're... Were-raven is a thing? Oh, I'll take that one. I'll take a were-raven. Yeah. I hope I look like the thing I fought in Hellblade. Because that thing was cool. The way it was like twitching its head around. It's cool. Maybe that's what I'll be for Halloween. I'll be a were-raven. I waited until they had gone a short distance, then crept out and followed them. I followed the two werewolves all night. I finished one roll of film, then popped in another. I shot them rising up on their furry hind legs and howling at the moon. And I clicked off several more horrifying shots of them devouring small animals. And I searched for my aunt and uncle, desperate to warn them, to tell them what I had learned. As I trailed behind the creatures, so frightened and excited, I completely lost track of time. It was as if I were walking through a dream. None of it seemed real. Finally, a red crack of sunlight appeared along the ground. To my shock, it was nearly daybreak. The werewolves moved slowly now. Their trot had become a stiff-legged walk. As they stepped out of the trees into their backyard, they rose up onto their hind legs. They staggered awkwardly and back to their house. I stayed by the trees, afraid to get too close. The sky was brightening as the sun made its way higher. If the wolf creatures turned around, they could see me easily. I raised my camera. I only had a few shots left. The two werewolves staggered on two legs to the side of their house. They stretched their furry forearms and raised their faces to the brightening sun. Oh, I couldn't help it. I uttered a shocked cry as they began to shed their skins. The furs appeared to peel back. The claws slid out of view, and the fur pulled back, revealing their human hands. As I gaped in amusement, the black wolf fur peeled off their arms and legs, then slid off their bodies. They had their backs to me. The fur skins settled into capes again. The two humans reached up and pulled off the heavy capes. I'm going to see the Marlins for the first time, I realized. They lowered the skin capes to the ground. They turned slowly, and I saw their faces. As the morning sunlight washed over their faces, I nearly cried out in horror and disbelief. Uncle Colin and Aunt Marta stretched, brushed back their silvery hair, and bent up to pick up their wolf skins. My aunt and uncle, they were the werewolves, the lame wolves. Uncle Colin raised his eyes to the woods and I fell back behind the tree. Did he see me? No, my whole body trembled. I wanted to cry out, No, this can't be happening! What a lame twist! Just Jenny's luck. Instead of a were-raven, she ends up becoming a were... Hey, flamingos! Flaming hoes are amazing. I love flaming hoes. Flamingos are amazing. I think they're so cute. Uncle Colin and Aunt Prostate. Brush back, blah, 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 blah. Can't be happening. But I pressed myself against the tree and kept my jaw clamped tight. I couldn't let them see me. I couldn't let them know that I knew the truth. The smooth tree trunk felt cool against my forehead. I had to think. I had to make a plan. What should I do? I knew I couldn't stay with them any longer. I couldn't live in a house with 2 werewolves. But where could I go? Who would help me? They clearly knew you were fucking there. They probably smelled your your butt and they're like, oh god, this fucking kid. What a twist. We're human when animals turn to people. A were scene here? Oh, Tammy didn't like that one. The Lame Wolves coming this fall to NBC. I'd watch that. And I would never watch NBC. See sitcoms. This stuff is terrible. Who would believe me? I watched my aunt and uncle fold up their wolf skins, and then Uncle Colin helped Aunt Marta climb into the... You think they would have done this beforehand? Marlene's bedroom window. Once she was inside, he followed her in. The Marlins! I murmured to myself. Were they okay in there? Or did my aunt and uncle do something terrible to them? A few minutes later, Uncle Colin and Aunt Marta climbed back out the window. Then they scurried across the driveway into their own... During the day? And nobody ever saw them? Like, you're supposed to wait under the cover of night, dumbasses! Jesus. Did they know that there were 2 werewolves in there? Were the Marlins werewolves too? I wanted to run away. I wanted to make my way to the street and just keep running until I was miles and miles away. But I had to find out about the Marlins. I couldn't leave without finding out the truth about them. So I watched the 2 houses for a while longer. No sign of anyone moving about. I pushed myself away from the tree and quickly made my way through the Marlins' overgrown backyard. I ducked behind the bushes and kept my eyes on my aunt and uncle's house. The blinds to their bedroom windows were shut. So, do they sleep? When do they sleep? I think you would be exhausted at this point if you're up all day and up all night as lame werewolves or were-lamers. That didn't work either. It seems probably half werewolf on half werewolf on my mother's side. Holding my breath, I darted to the Marlene's bedroom window. I grabbed the windowsill and peered inside. I couldn't see anything. Here goes, I murmured softly. Good luck, Alex, I said to myself, because nobody else is here or supportive of me. Stupid Hannah. I lifted myself onto the sill and lowered my legs into the room. It took a few seconds for my eyes to adjust to the dim light, and then I saw what shocked me nearly as much as learning that my aunt and uncle were werewolves. I saw nothing. The bedroom was completely bare. Not a stick of furniture, no artwork or mirrors on the wall, no carpet over the dust-covering floorboards. You think somebody would have eventually, peered in, we never see any lights on, we never see any people, they never get food delivered. It's you think eventually somebody would be like, maybe nobody actually lives there. Is it R.A. Salvador? 6 were-humans. They had a wolf were in Kingdoms of Amalur Reckoning. An awful bit of voice. I love terrible voice acting. It's my favorite. The bedrooms were completely bare. Not a stick of furniture. No artwork or mirrors on the wall. No carpet over dust-covered floorboards. Turning to the bedroom door, I spotted the 2 wolf skins. They were neatly folded and piled side by side in front of the closet. Wow, out in the open where anybody can fucking take it if they were to break in. Nice work, guys. Again, why wouldn't they just put it in a safe or something? Maybe keep it a little bit safer. Dummies. Get it? Safer? That explains how you... Jenny is a werewolf and she turns human. You guys are goofy. Taking a deep breath, I moved cautiously to the open doorway. I poked my head out into the hall, also unlit and bare. Anyone home? I broke in! I choked out a tiny voice. Hello? Silence. I crept down the hall towards the front of the house. I peered into each room. They were all bare and empty, covered with a thick layer of dust. I stepped into the middle of the living room. No furniture, no lights, no sign that anyone had lived there in years. Oh, wow, I cried out as I realized the truth. My voice echoed off the bare walls. No one lives here, I told myself. There are no Marlings. My aunt and uncle made them all up. They used this house to hide their wolf skins. They made up the Marlins to keep people out of the house. No Marlins, no Marlins, no Marlins. It was all a lie. I have to warn Hannah, I decided. No one is safe around here. They haven't hurt any humans. Kid, I'm going to sound like an old person here. You are making a mountain out of a molehill. Or a were mountain out, or a were mountain out of a were molehill thing. Whatever. But they're just going after the animals. I mean, yeah, that sucks. But they don't seem to be hurting anybody except the animals. Like, I mean, maybe they're trying to save on Bill. Like, I don't know. Why don't you try to ask them? Hey, they're clearly not going to do anything to you. They seem to care about you, and it's pretty obvious that they knew that you were out there. I don't think werewolves that would more than likely have the scent of wolves wouldn't realize that your dumbass is following them, taking pictures of them, especially if there's a flash. Sorry, it's so goofy. I pictured my aunt and uncle devouring that helpless little rabbit last night. I pictured them wrestling with that baby deer. I like that the baby deer was giving them trouble before Alex intervened. I have to tell Hannah and her family, I decided, and then we have to run away from here as far as we can. I turned and made my way through the empty house. Then I lowered myself into the bedroom window into the backyard. The morning sun was still a red ball, low over treetops, the early dew glistening over the grass. Hannah, I hope you're awake, I murmured. If not, I'll have to wake you up. I turned away from the Marlin's window and began to run across the back towards Hannah's house. So I guess the olive green eyes thing, it was used less than I expected. Instead, it's murmur. I went about 6 or 7 steps, then I stopped with a gasp as Aunt Marta's voice rang out behind me. Alex, what on earth are you doing out here? I spun around. My knees nearly collapsed. The ground tilted up, then down. Aunt Marta stood in the kitchen doorway. Why are you up so early? It's Saturday morning. She narrowed her eyes at me suspiciously. I was shaking so hard I couldn't speak. Where are you going in such a hurry? My aunt demanded. I saw Uncle Colin standing behind her in the kitchen. To Hannah's, I managed to reply, to talk about our costumes for trick-or-treating tonight. I watched her face. Did she believe me? I didn't think so. It's too early to be running over to Hannah's, she scolded. She motioned for me to come inside. Come in, Alex. Come get breakfast first. I hesitated. My mind whirred. Should I make a run for it? Run to the street and keep going? How far would I get? Did they unlock the door? Or did they check to make sure the kid was still there? I'm wondering. My howling would be murmur. I've never wanted a murder book more than D&D era Salvador novels. Have to burn flaming wheelbarrows full of money because you don't have anyone to experience on a project. Where clown? Been through McDonald's drive-thru a few times as a clown. Oh my god. You guys are so cute. How far would I get before they caught me? My aunt and uncle were both werewolves. Yeah, but they're human now, so you're fine. If they caught me with what they do to me, would I be their breakfast? No, I decided not to run. Not just yet, anyway. Not until I had a chance to talk to Hannah. I felt Aunt Marta's eyes on me, and as I made my way slowly into the house, Uncle Colin muttered, "Good morning." He stared hard at me, too. Early start, huh? He asked softly. I nodded and took my place at the breakfast table. Marta and I worked all night, Uncle Colin reported. He yawned. We took some pretty good shots. That's a lie, I wanted to shout. I followed you. I saw what you did. I know what you are. But I didn't say anything. I just stared down at my Cheerios. Stared down at my cereal bowl. I'm having breakfast with 2 werewolves, I thought. Wow, you are being super, what was the what did we land on? Was it ableist or racist? Right now, Alex. You're being rableist. My aunt and uncle run through the woods at night, murdering and ripping animals apart. I can't sit here another. Well, technically, they're wolves at that point. Like, they're animals eating other animals. Like, I don't. I'm sorry if that's like that's upset. Well, I was about to say it's Mother Nature, but I don't think werewolves are can't really count as nature, but I don't know. I can't sit here another minute, I told myself. I started to get up, but I felt Uncle Colin's hand on my shoulder. Relax, Alice. Have a nice Alex, not Alice. Have a nice breakfast, he said softly. But I didn't know what to say. I was too terrified to eat. I wanted him to take his hand off me. It was making my whole body tremble. He's specious. Okay, that's a good one. No $10 Dairy Queen card for you, mister. It's Halloween, Uncle Colin said. You'll be out late tonight. Have a good... Wait, I thought they said they don't want them out at night. Especially especially before Halloween. Or they don't want them out until after Halloween. Have a good breakfast, Aunt Marta chimed in. They watched me as I choked down my cornflakes. They didn't smile. They were studying me coldly. They know I followed them, I decided. They know I know their secret, and they're not going to let me get away. I have to go to Hannah's house now, I said, struggling to sound calm and cheerful. Thanks for the cornflakes. I thought you made me something with the way you were pushing me in here, but no eggs, no bacon, no hash browns, no pancakes or anything. This is bullshit. I'm going to go out and be specious more. We're talking about... you're talking about a game? The story of how it was made by a famous ex-Major League pitcher? Oh... That is also new. I'm learning all types of stuff. Artie, you messed up Murmur. I slid my chair back and started to stand up, but I felt Uncle Colin's hand grip my shoulder again. He grasped me tightly and held on. Alex, come with me, he ordered. We got 4 chapters to go and we're done. Bit of a shit show. Yeah, it kind of sounds like it from what I've managed to gather from you guys' chatting. He kept his hand clamped tightly on my shoulder as he led me back to the garage. He walked quickly and didn't say a word. I wonder if I could break out of his grip and make a run for it. How far could I get? He let go of my shoulder. What did he plan to do? I'm sorry I followed you, I said in a choked whisper. I won't tell anyone what I saw. He hadn't heard me. He had moved to the corner of the garage and picked up a long-handed tool. He shoved it toward me. I need your help this morning, he said. There's a lot of yard work to be done. I swallowed. Yard work? He didn't hear him? Aren't you supposed to be a werewolf? How come you're here? Ostrich omelet. Uncle Colin nodded. That's a weed whacker. Have you ever used one before? No, not really. I'm a city kid. I've never even seen the color green before. The handle shook in my hand. It's pretty easy, he said. I need you to cut down all the weeds behind the garage. Oh yeah, okay, I replied, feeling dazed. And be careful not to toss any of those weeds in the marlins' yard, he warned. I'm sure they'll be watching your every move, waiting to complain about us to you. No problem, I replied. There are no marlins, I wanted to scream. I'll work with you, Uncle Colin said, wiping sweat off his forehead with the back of his hand. Together we can teach these weeds a lesson they'll never forget. He grinned for the first time that morning. Does he know that I know, I wondered? Is that why he's keeping me here this morning? My uncle and I worked in the yard all day. Whenever I would take a short break, I'd catch him watching me coldly, studying me. I was so frightened. I wanted to drop... He's making him do this on Halloween? This seems kind of mean thing to do. I was so frightened. I wanted to drop my tools and run, but I couldn't leave without warning Hannah and her family. Like I was about to say, Hannah doesn't seem to have a family. I think it's just her living in that house. Can't say that I had. Never knew any weeds in the city that needed to be whacked. Goes on ethically cleansing the werewolves? Jesus, kid. This took a dark turn. Usually R.L. Stein's not that dark. They had to know that they were in danger too. I didn't see Hannah until after dinner. She burst in just as we were, again, this child never knocks. She just walks in on this house. Well, how do I look? She demanded. She did a fast twirl in her ragdoll costume. You look wonderful, Aunt Marta gushed. Hannah frowned at me. Alex, where's your costume? Come on, you're not ready to trick or treat? Oh, it's upstairs, I told her. It won't take me long to get together. Come help me, okay? I practically pulled her all the way to my room. It's a great night out, she said. Perfect for trick-or-treating. The night of the full moon. I tugged her into the room and shut the door behind us. We've got a problem, I told her. She fiddled with the rag hat that flopped down over her forehead. Problem? Yeah, Uncle Colin and Aunt Marta are the werewolves. Huh? Her eyes bulged. What did you say? I explained everything, speaking rapidly in a low whisper. I told her all I'd seen last night. They hid their wolf skins in the Marlins' house, I finished. But the Marlins, Hannah started. There are no Marlins, I cried. The house is empty. My aunt and uncle use it to hide their wolf skins. Hannah stared at me open-mouthed for a long time. Her chin trembled. But what are we going to do? She cried breathlessly. Your uncle and aunt, they seem like such nice people. And they've always been so nice to me. They're still nice. They're still nice. I mean, not nice to the wood peoples, but I mean, besides being weird werewolf people that go out and be weird, they're not do anything to you. They haven't done anything to anybody except the animals in the woods. They're werewolves, I cried. Therefore, they're disgusting. We have to murder them. We have to tell your family. We have to hurry away from here. We have to get help and tell the police or something. But Hannah sputtered, her face twisted in panic. And then suddenly I had another idea. Wait, I cried. Hannah, what did Mr. Sheen say about werewolves shedding their skin? Didn't he say if someone finds their skins and burns them, the werewolves will be destroyed? He said the werewolves would die, so you're gonna kill your aunt and uncle because you don't like that they're werewolves that don't kill other humans. I'm so confused by this child. Hannah nodded. That's what he said, but so that's what we'll do, I cried excitedly. We'll go next door but you don't want to kill your aunt and uncle, do you? Yeah, it's like clearly he's a little psychopath. He wants to kill them. No, of course not, I told her. I'm so frightened. I'm not thinking. Wow, he backpedaled super fast there. No, I don't want to kill them. I'm just not thinking clearly. Wood people. Racism. Whoa, wait a minute, Alex. Hannah cried, grabbing my arm. I know what we can do. I have a plan that might work. Chapter 29. We're at 29, so we only have a couple left. I heard my aunt and uncle moving around in the living room. Outside the bedroom window, the white full moon was rising behind the trees. Wisps of black clouds floating over like ringing snakes. Hannah tugged me farther into the room. What if we hide the werewolf skins? She asked in an excited whisper. Hide them? I whispered back. What will that do? Your aunt and uncle won't be able to find them, she replied. The night will pass and they won't be able to change into wolves. So maybe if they go a whole night without the skins, it will cure them, I cried. You guys are making a lot of assumptions. What if that still kills them? Or they become like, they said it was like an addiction or a compulsion. What if they get violent as humans and attack you and be like, where the fuck are my werewolf skins? I need to wander around the woods and have drinks from the stream and eat rabbits. What the fuck, kid? Bring you in here. Half people, half trees. Woods people. This is turning into an episode of 48 Hours. I overthink these goddamn kids' books. Hannah tugged me farther into the room. What if we hide? Oh, wait, that's blah, blah. The night. Oh. Cure them. Hannah nodded. It's worth a try, Alex. It might just work. And she stopped. No, wait. I have an even better idea. Let's wear the werewolf skins. Excuse me, wear them and become dirty, disgusting werewolves? I don't think so. I'm a city kid. I don't do that shit. Because your aunt and uncle will search everywhere for the skins, Hannah replied. They'll search every house, garage, yard. They won't look They won't look for them on us. That's the last place they'll look. No, Hannah. No. If they already know that Alex was following them that night, which it kind of seems like based on them getting super close to him and then veering off for a rabbit instead, they totally knew he was there. It would be the first person that they would go look for. I get it, I replied, and we'll make sure to stay away so they don't see us until after daybreak. I wasn't sure whether the plan made sense or not. No, of course it didn't fucking make sense. Why do you have to wear these werewolf skins? Why can't you just carry them? It's just... Maybe, just maybe, we could cure Uncle Colin and Aunt Marta by keeping the skins from them until morning. What if they want to be werewolves? What if this is like their thing? You don't know that. This kid's making all these assumptions. He's only there for 2 weeks, and he's already disrupting their whole thing. This is their whole thing that they're ruining. What a terrible guest. They'd never look at the 2 new werewolves who randomly appeared in the neighborhood. Is chocolate as bad for wolves as it is for dogs? Oh, that's a good point. So, you beat me to it, silly palm, because right when you said that, I was like, oh, maybe it could be like garlic to vampires. Let's try it. This seems like the plan is like concocted by 2 12-year-olds, so I wouldn't expect it to be something amazing, but still it's kind of funny that this is their plan. Yeah, it could cure them or it could kill them. You have no fucking idea. Quick, get into your pirate costume. We don't want your aunt and uncle to suspect anything. While you're doing that, I'll sneak next door and slip on one of the werewolf skins. She pushed me towards the old clothes I had tossed onto the bed. Hurry, it's getting late. Meet me in the back of the garage. I'll bring you your skin for you. Hannah disappeared out the door. I heard her in the living room. She said goodbye to Uncle Colin and Aunt Marta and told them she was going to meet me outside. I heard the front door slam. Hannah was on her way next door to get the werewolf skins. I quickly pulled on the ragged... Why do they have to rush? They don't go and get the werewolf skins until after 10. They're not going to be going trick-or-treating at like 10 o'clock at night. That's when it's all done. You officially put more thought into this story than R.L. Stine did. Yeah, I sure did. I quickly pulled on the ragged old shirt and torn trousers of my costume. I wrapped a bandana around my head. The sound of the bedroom door made me spin around. Aunt Marta! I cried. She stood in the doorway frowning at me. It won't work, she said, shaking her head. Huh? I gasped. Alex, it won't work, she repeated unhappily. My aunt moved quickly into the room. I couldn't move. There's no time to try to escape. It won't work. That costume won't work, Aunt Marta said, shaking her head. You need some makeup, some black stains on your face, something to make you look less clean. I can't remember what he was supposed to be. I burst out laughing. I thought Aunt Marta had overheard our plan. I mean, I don't know how she didn't with you 2 idiots yelling and repeating, we're gonna steal these werewolves' hide things. Oh, that's right. He was supposed to be a pirate. I burst out laughing. I thought she overheard our plan, but she only wanted to improve my pirate costume. It took several minutes for my aunt to apply the makeup. Then she searched for several drawers until she found a gold hoop earring, which she clipped onto one ear. There, much better, she said, grinning. Now hurry, Hannah is waiting for you. I thanked her and hurried out. Hannah was waiting for me, behind the garage, already in a wolf skin. I gasped when I saw her. It was so strange seeing Hannah's eyes peering out from above a fur-covered snout. What took you so long? She demanded. Her voice was muffled from inside the furry wolf head. Oh, honey, you really shouldn't have put that on. Aunt Marta, I replied. She had to fix up my costume. I narrowed my eyes at Hannah. How is it feeling there? Very itchy, she stumbled. Ugh, and hot. Here. She handed me the other wolf skin. Why do you have to put it on, you dumb kids? The moon was already high. Your aunt and uncle will be looking for these soon. I took the skin from her. My hands sank into the thick fur. I unfolded it and held it up. Here goes, I whispered. I said I wanted to be a werewolf for Halloween. I guess I get my wish. Just hurry, Hannah urged. We don't want them to catch us. I pulled the wolf skin over my head, down over they said it was a cape, but apparently there's like a hood now? Down over the old clothes of my costume, it felt a little tight, especially the furry legs. The face fit snugly over my face. You're right, it's itchy, I groaned. It's so tight, I'm not sure I can walk. It'll loosen up after a bit, Hannah whispered. Come on, let's get away from here. She led the way across the backyard. Then we turned again. I don't know why these idiots have to wear these things. Trotted along the side of her house and down the street. I heard voices in the next block. Kids shouting, "Trick or treat!" We might be safer with other kids, I suggested. I mean, if we find a whole group of kids and stick with it. Good idea, Hannah replied. We crossed the street. It was already getting really hot inside my wolf costume, or wolf skin. I could feel the sweat running down my forehead. We walked for several blocks, but most of the kids were younger than us. We didn't find anyone good to hang out. We didn't find anyone good to hang out with, just these shitty little kids. We turned a corner and walked several more blocks into the next neighborhood. Hey, look who's there, Hannah declared, bumping my arm. I followed her gaze and saw a mummy and a robot carrying trick-or-treat bags across someone's front lawn. It's Sean and Arjun, Hannah cried. Let's trick-or-treat with them, I suggested. I began running across the grass, waving my paws at them. Hey, guys, hey! They turned and stared at us. Wait up, I called through my fur-covered snout. They screamed and dropped their bags and took off, running full speed, shrieking for help. So they were walking along with little kindergartners and small children, and they weren't fazed, but these two sixth graders took off running screaming. Put them in your freaking candy bags already. Yeah, that's a good point. Just put them in your stupid bags. Maybe they don't have senses until they're wearing the skins. Oh, maybe. Yeah. I see someone posing behind Jenny. Don't be spoopy. I don't need scary stuff. I'm not sure if this story has grown on me or I just want to see how this absurdity ends. I'm a little bummed that my theory didn't come to fruition, but it is what it is. Hannah and I stopped at the edge of the driveway and watched them run. Think maybe we scared them? Hannah said, laughing. Maybe a little, I replied. We both laughed, but not for long. I heard heavy running footsteps on the pavement behind us. I turned and let out a gasp as my aunt and uncle came running furiously down the street. There they are, Uncle Colin cried, pointing at us. Get them! I froze for a moment, horrified at the sight of my aunt and uncle. Wow, they made it 2-3 blocks before they found them. Good job, kids! Maybe you shouldn't have fucking warned them and hid them or something. I froze for a moment, horrified by the sight of my aunt and uncle running towards us so furiously, so desperately. Don't move, Aunt Marta pleaded. We need those skins. My legs refused to budge, but then Hannah gave me a hard shove and we both took off. We ran wildly across lawns and empty lots. We cut behind someone's houses and dove through an opening in their tall hedge. My aunt and uncle stayed close behind, running full speed and calling out as they ran. Give us our skins! Give us our skins! Well, that must be weird. You're just sitting on your porch and you see two kids run by wearing what appears to be taxidermy Halloween outfits, followed by two grown-ass adults screaming, give us our skins! Give us our skins! They're like, I need to move out of this city, or this town. This place is just, it gets worse and worse every year. The Dairy Queen closed, and now I can't even use that gift card I won last year. We must have run for blocks. It all became a dark blur to me. My heavy wolf paws thumped the ground. I struggled to keep my balance. Maybe take it off, idiots. Sweat poured down my face inside the heavy fur. Another turn, more dark backyards, and then the tilting, tangled trees of the wood rose up in front of us. Hannah and I dove into the woods, darting between the trees and tall weeds. And still my aunt and uncle came after us, chanting and chanting in their desperate plea. Give us our skins! Give us our skins! We gobble, 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 gobble. We scrambled up a low hill lined with evergreen pine cones. We scrambled up a low hill lined with evergreens. Pine cones slid under my heavy paws and rolled down the hill. Hannah stumbled and dropped to her knees. She scrambled on all fours to the top. Give us our skins! Give us our skins! The cry grew shrill and breathless, and then suddenly everything seemed to stop, as if the whole world had stopped spinning, as if even the wind had stopped blowing at the top of that little hill. I could feel the silence. Aunt Colin and Aunt Marta had stopped their chant, panting. Hannah and I turned to face them. The moon, Hannah whispered breathlessly to me. She pointed. The full moon, Alex. It's so high. It must be at its peak. As she whispered those words, my aunt and uncle dropped to their knees. They tossed their heads back. As the white light of the moon washed over their faces, I saw their pain, their horror. They opened their mouths in long, mournful howls. Their howls became hideous screams. They tore at their hair with both hands, shut their eyes, and screamed. Screamed in agony! Yeah, look what you fucking did! Hannah, what have we done? I cried. Well, murmur. Hannah is what his aunt and uncle were protecting the town from. That's why she was willing to help Alex with his idiocy. Yeah, no shit. Grabs my coffee and goes back inside to the house. Wow, this town. And that's how I killed my aunt and uncle. Funny story. How I spent my summer vacation. Tugging at their hair, my aunt and uncle screamed, and then they lowered their hands. They closed their mouths, and a calm seemed to sweep over them. As Hannah and I stared down at them, Uncle Colin and Aunt Marta helped each other to their feet. They brushed each other off, smoothed down their hair, and they finally gazed up at us and saw tears in their eyes. "Thank you," they both cried. "Thank you for saving us," Uncle Colin exclaimed. And then they rushed up the hill to hug us. Oh, I thought they were like running away. All right, it's your problem now, kids. To hug us so joyfully. "You freed us from the curse." Wait, that's all you had to do was just hide their skins? Aunt Marta declared, tears running down her face. "The moon reached the highest point in the sky, and we didn't transform. Colin and I are no longer werewolves." "How could we ever thank you?" Uncle Colin cried. "You were both so wonderful, so brave." "So hot," I grumbled. "I can't wait to get out of this itchy skin." Everybody laughed. "Let's go back to our house," Aunt Marta cried. "We'll have a real celebration and not explain anything." Boo! Yeah, boo! Boo! Fuck you! Shenanigans! The four of us hurried. This is the last chapter, too. The four of us hurried back to the house. We laughed and joked all the way. Uncle Colin and Aunt Marta made their way in through the kitchen door. "Homemade donuts," Aunt Marta promised, "and big mugs of hot chocolate." How does that sound? Sounds great. Are we in a fucking sitcom all of a sudden? Sounds great, Hannah and I agreed. Hannah started to follow them into the house, but I held her back. "Let's dump these skins next door," I said. "No one will ever need them again. Let's dump them in the abandoned house. How about fucking burn them? Like idiots?" She hesitated. She seemed afraid to go back into that dark, empty house. But I went running over to the Marlin's house, and I couldn't wait to take off that hot... They still have it on? That hot, smelly wolf skin. I pulled myself onto the window ledge, then lowered my legs onto the open bedroom window. I stepped onto the floorboards. Pale moonlight washed over the bare floorboards. Hannah dropped into the room behind me. "Alex," she called. I started to tug off the heavy wolf skin, but something near the closet caught my eye. I stopped and I looked over and walked over to it. A folded up wolf skin laid up on the floor against the wall. "What?" I let out a startled cry and turned to Hannah. "How could there be a wolf skin in here?" I asked. "There were only 2 of them, right? You put one on and you gave one to me." Hannah stepped up behind me, her eyes locked on mine. "I didn't wear the one from your house, Alex," she said softly. "I used my own. I just got it last night." "Huh?" I cried. "I don't get it." "You will," she whispered. She knocked me to the floor with her heavy forepaws and sank her teeth into my chest. Dun, dun, dun. Wait, she got hers last night. How? How'd she get hers last night? Did the aunt and uncle, like, bite her? I thought for sure that she was the original vampire. Or not vampire. Damn it, I did it again. The original werewolf, and she infected them. I'm so confused. Well, that explains why she didn't want to go out with him that night, but then we only ever saw the 2 werewolves. This book sucks. Murmur. Laughter if the boo bird flew over land. As a warrior woman, a myrmidon. Yeah, Apple didn't like that one. Yeah, I don't get it either, kid. Yeah. So, I mean, why is Hannah so evil? Because even when they were like people, they were super kind and sweet. I mean, hell, they were all like, let's have homemade donuts and chocolate milk. Or actually, that was the most normal sounding, what was it, hot cocoa and, what the hell was it? Homemade donuts and hot chocolate. Yeah, those are the only two combinations of food that it doesn't sound horrific compared to like the rest of the shit. The book? Yeah, exactly. Her Amazon order arrived last. I guess. Thanks for not explaining it even remotely. I'm sure it was like for a grade schooler to read this. They're like, oh my god, I never saw that coming. So I was kind of sort of right, since these are apparently the only kid, they're the only people that we ever. Oh, and what the hell happened to Sean and the other kid? How did I pronounce this name? Arjun? Like, oh my god, I gotta stop thinking about the plot because it's making me more and more angry because it makes less sense. I'm kind of glad that books nowadays for grade schoolers aren't this ridiculous. I should have done. I liked the joke. The boos were from. Oh, boo, boo. No, I'm booing the book too. This one's kind of. This is like I think the weakest one that they've. What is this? Trapped in the Circus of Fear. Well, shit. I should have just read that one. That one sounds less ridiculous. Before you join the circus, read this. Oh? So they have... Maybe this could be the next one I read. Nowadays books are they really? Oh, they died. Congratulations, after a week at circus... See, okay, hold on. Let me back up. Like, if there were... I know it's a kid's book, so they probably wouldn't go into, like, people finding bodies of people, but if there were like, oh no, like old man Joe was found mauled to death on his nightly walks, and then it turned out it was Hannah the whole time doing that, then it would make more sense. But if the aunt and uncle turned her last night, you think they'd remember it. They seem to be aware of what happened when they were werewolves. Yeah, that's... Jenny's getting so mad she might turn into a were-raven. Thank you very much. Not a werewolf. I have standards because apparently being a werewolf is akin to being like a dirty, gross person, according to Alex. Little jerk. He got what he deserved. Wait, so he basically just became a werewolf. So all they have to do is turn around the ant. Oh, why am I getting all blurry? Am I going into a dream sequence? Why am I getting blurry? So in theory, all they have to do is like the aunt and uncle can just, I don't know, like chain this 12-year-old or lock him in the bedroom. There you go, lock him in his bedroom where he can't get his werewolf skin. Done. I mean, there isn't a... Well, actually, apparently there's not going to be another full moon for a while, so you have time. I don't... At least we got to distract A+. Any night we get to see... Aw, you're so sweet. You'd think that a small town would be a tough place to blend in if you kill people in a very distinct way. Yeah, you would think. But this is also a Goosebumps book, so they don't really explain a lot of things. Remember one of the last books I read, a scientist opened up a Halloween store and had, like, living masks that you could, like, put on and be like, rah. What was the other one? Or oh my god, I just realized how similar the two are. Or a camera that could somehow predict the future, kind of, or make it happen. That one didn't make any sense. That one wasn't even good in like a fun way. I was like, maybe Camp Jelly Jugs will be, or Jelly Jam. I did it again. Jelly Jam will be better. Before you join the circus. So this is a preview of what was this one? Trapped in the Circus of Fear. I mean, the picture looks promising, but as I've learned from VHS covers of movies. Never trust the covers. Congratulations! After a week at circus camp, you and your friend Richie have been selected to spend the week as guest performers in a real-life circus. I don't like circuses. But this is no ordinary three-ring adventure. This is a terrifying circus of doom. Jellyfish. It's science. If only you make the right choices, you and Richie survive your bone-chilling experience under the big top. Since this is a special Give Yourself Goosebumps, you get to take 3 things with you for extra help. Read through the list of objects. Oh wait, is this a... Oh my god, is this a choose your own adventure? Oh my god, it is a choose your own adventure! Oh my god. I didn't know that. I thought this was just a preview for one of the episodes. Give yourself goosebumps. You can take 3 things with you for extra help. Read through the list of objects on the next 2 pages and then decide what you think you'll need. But remember, you may only take 3 things. No more, no less. What will you need most when the going gets tough? It's up to you to choose. Oh, guys, are you ready for your choose your own adventure? Woo! Okay. Oh no, I already see which one I'm going to take just because. Choose any 3 things from the list below, then pack your bags and head to the circus. Are you guys ready? Alright, number 1, camera. Great for taking pictures of the other circus performers you meet. Also useful for recording proof of evil doings, if by some strange chance you run into any trouble during your adventure. Number 2, Dictionary of Circus Terms. A small book that will teach you the cool words and phrases used by circus folk. Mirror, more useful for putting on clown makeup and for looking over your shoulder. 4, Peppy, your pet snake. Not necessarily useful, but you can take him everywhere with you, and you're not sure you can trust your family to remember to feed him. Okay, so Peppy we're definitely taking. Chocolate bars. You might want to take these along if you love chocolate. That way you'll be prepared if you get a craving. Talcum powder for when you chafe. The professional trapeze artists use talcum to keep their hands from slipping when they grip the bars. You might want some if you plan to do any swinging. Bag of peanuts, a tasty treat for you, and a good bribe for angry elephants. That seems like it's a... Oh, you got work stuff. I'm sorry. You're gonna miss the 3 gun. You're gonna miss the choose your own adventure. Oh, the kids are out. And a bunch of bananas. Not only are they high in potassium, but the peels are useful if you want to get involved with the clown act. Oh, you leaving? Are you leaving too, Adam? I didn't see you left. Oh, well, good night. Nobody wants to stick around for that. See, Johnson & Johnson top. Just put them on the clowns and then they'll get like cancer in 20 years. So I'm going to take the snake. I'm going to take the talcum powder and I don't know, I'm going to take my snake because it's a snake and snakes are cool. Talcum powder. And what do you think? The peanuts or the camera? The motocross. Gonna miss the motocross race. Yeah, exactly. I'm gonna do peanuts because I've always wanted to make friends with Stampy. Oh wait, there's more. Your lucky baseball cap, you wore it every day at circus camp. Nothing bad happened to you. You figure maybe a cap kept you safe. That's not. Snake powder. Chocolate for the mouse moment. Okay, I'll do... What was it? Chocolate? So talcum powder, snake, and chocolate, snake, talcum. Okay. Ball of twine. Wow, I'm probably picking the most the most useless. What's a stamp? No, Stampy. Stampy the elephant. A 15-foot long leather whip might come in handy if you run to any lions or tigers, or, you know, like just for callback. Oh, this is a tough one. Alright. Alright, I have to take the snake because otherwise my stupid family is going to kill him. Talcum powder, I can understand dusting your various crevices, but inside... So Peppy, talcum powder, and I'm going to go with the whip because I need a weapon. Alright, part 4. Welcome! A voice booms at you over the microphone. Welcome to the most astounding show on earth. Wait, hold on. How many? Oh, okay, no, I was about to say, maybe I should double check that this isn't super long. Okay, no, it's not. It's like a 5-minute longer thing. Welcome to the most astounding show on earth. You step into a dimly lit circus tent. Rope shadows dance, the pointed canvas tops, the smell of animals fill your nose. Goodbye, honey, your mom calls from the entryway. She blows you a kiss. Have fun. Okay, Mom, bye, you mumble. Oh, not murmur. You're distracted by how spooky the circus tent looks. So gloomy, so creepy. How come it's so dark in here? Richie whispers to your side. He brushes his red hair out of his eyes. I don't know, you answer. Where is everyone? Yeah, I like how the mom just left us. Thanks a lot, Mom. You and Richie were in the circus camp together this summer. You learned how to fly on the trapeze, do clown acts, and ride bareback on a horse. All right. You were both so good at it, you won chances to spend the whole week at a real circus. That sounds awful. What are you two waiting for? A female commands over the microphone. Come on down, you lucky kids, and make it fast. You squint in the darkness. The voice sounds familiar. Mistress Barbara? Mistress? You call? Is that you? That's not... The name's not Barbara, the voice snaps. It's Barbacious. Barbacious? You gulp. You and your mom met the ring mistress at the circus outside. She seems sweet and friendly. But she doesn't sound sweet now. Hurry up! Her voice boomed over the microphone. Come on, Richie, explained. We better get down there. You hustle down the dim aisle. Richie follows reluctantly behind you. You toss your backpack down on the chair in the front row and step on the sawdust-covered floor of the main ring. Richie plops down in the chair. Suddenly, the lights snap on. Bright, glaring lights that almost blind you. In the next instant, a curtain swings back. Mistress Barbacious... Barbarous? Oh, Barbarous. Sorry. Steps out holding a cordless microphone. She is wearing black leather pants, a red satin blouse, and a snug black vest. She smiles wickedly at you and claps her hands 3 times. Let the fun begin, she bellows in the microphone. From behind her, a man in a black cape rides into the ring, standing on a horse. He's carrying a huge silver knife and he's pointing it at you. All right, well, I gotta go. Swoosh! The man on the board gallops right by you, so fast and close he nearly knocks you down. You, Mistress cries. She points at you as she strides over to the middle of the ring. Move it. Get over there so Martin the knife thrower can practice. She points at a huge whiteboard. It's a target with an outline of a person painted on it. You know from circus camp what to do. You're supposed to stand in front of the board with your arms out like a painted outline. Then the knife thrower will throw knives at you, missing you. You hope. No, I'm good. I'm good on this. As long as it's not Mistress Barbiturates, especially when she has knives. You glance at the man on the horse and at his sharp, sparkling knife. This could be really dangerous, you realize. Maybe you could still catch up with your mom outside. Then again, if you defy the mistress's orders, there's no telling what might happen. Well, I can totally end this whole thing if I kind of feels like you stand in front of your board. Nah, I'm gone. Where's not? Oh, wait. Oh no, what happened? No! Oh, I thought this was... Oh, shit. Sorry, guys. I thought this was a full adventure, and it cuts off here. Okay, well... Alright, well, I was like, no, fuck you, I'm leaving. And I went back to my mom. So that was the end. I thought it was like a little short, choose your own adventure at the end of it, but it looks like it is not. Aw, I'm sorry, guys. I thought I could last the thing a little bit longer. It's so funny. If we were undercover penises would end with arson manslaughter. No. Not a fan of them. Are we kids or undercover penis? A stamp is usually a rubbery patterned little handheld block that covers... You guys are funny. The camera, just for the callback. Well, that's kind of is that an imaginary friend? Oh, no, I'm sorry. That was a Simpsons reference. The Stampy the elephant. That was a Simpsons reference. My bad. I forgot. Not everybody watches the show as much as I do. I usually put it on in the background. Bad Man? I found puppets living in my apartment walls is a suggested movie, or not movie, it's a suggested book for me. Alright, I completely fucked my Kindle, apparently. Now it's having me, or it's say, hey, you can, wait, there's a Halloween like Michael Myers novel. Okay. The Silver Scream. Oh shit. I would actually read a lot of these. But these ones I don't think I could get away with reading on, because a lot of these are new. The only reason I think I can get away with reading the Goosebumps is because I talk a lot in between it. And they're old. And I think because Pen Pal was originally a creepypasta, I think I could get away with that too. So yeah, Bride of the Living Dummy. I didn't know he got married. Oh, I remember the Barking Ghost. Man, some of these I remember the covers, but I never actually read. Oh, the bee one. Why I'm Afraid of Bees. Did you get turned into a bee? There are several Michael Myers novels. Oh. Strumpet the Elephant. I just saw him ask with stamp. Oh, I thought you were being a smartass. There's a book called Mary McScary. Oh, and I also, again, I guess 2024 is the year of finding like vague memories of my childhood. But there's a book that was like Where's Waldo that I used to look through as a kid, and it was pretty interesting because it was Where's Waldo, except it was like pretty freaking dark. Like there was a part, and it used to kind of, because again you're a kid and you're like, ooh, curse words, where in the you had to find the Hell's Angels, weirdly enough, like that biker gang. And as a kid I was like, wait, aren't they like a real life gang? Why am I trying to find them in this children's book? But it's it finally like clicked in my head what it was. I don't know why it did, but I googled it and it was right. So I ordered it. So I'll show it to you guys the next time I'm on stream. It's not something people really use much anymore, so it's not out of the question. Oh, that is a good point. Where's Waldo's corpse? That's actually kind of funny too. I don't think I'd be able to get away with that if I tried to do something. I'm pretty sure they're still making Where's Waldo books, even if they're not trying very much anymore. Wow, I'm kind of, well, I was about to say, I'm kind of surprised it took me so long to read that book, but then I forgot I would go on tangents for like an hour at a time. Ooh, I am tired. I don't think I'm going to be watching anything after I stream. I'll probably just go to bed. So, I think I may be good for tonight. How you guys doing? I'm sorry the Choose Your Own Adventure kind of like puttered out. But I will... Oh, sorry, I'm just very tired all of a sudden. I think because I was like, I finished it, and now I'm like coming down from the trying to find, or like enjoying the book in a ironic way, and then being like, oh, that was the ending. So I'm gonna let you guys go for the night, and I appreciate you sitting through for like the 5 hours. It was a clip. Kind of fading now. You know what? Usually around this time is when everyone starts kind of falling off because they're exhausted. So I get it. Like I'm tired too. So say goodnight to everybody, and those of you guys who are watching this now from like later, thank you for sitting through the whole thing, and I'll see you guys the next time I stream. So everybody have a good night. I can't believe I actually sat. I can't believe you got invested enough to sit through the whole story. Because I was like, 5 hours. It says it was 5 hours. Yeah, he sat through 5 hours and 7 minutes, it looks like. So good night, everybody. I'll see you guys next time I stream, and those in Discord, I'll talk to